possibility of a logical justification for leader Mori to establish the concept of 3 seconds in Gotham. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. Before Jason could continue to reflect on whether he really had a crush on the doctor without knowing it, or whether the tension and excitement that day caused the suspension bridge effect, his dear doctor brought him a super big surprise or shock. After the last Gotham dock incident, Mori reflected on himself deeply. He made the same mistake again, underestimating the tolerance limit of human nature. After all, not everyone can be like him, completely splitting off the emotional self when making a decision, and thinking about problems according to the absolute rationality and principle of maximizing benefits. Jason is obviously different from him. Jason Todd is full of emotions and rich in heart. He looks like a tough guy on the surface, but he is actually sensitive and literary. However, Jason has never been a guy who is obsessed with the emotional world and indecisive. When it is time to make a decision, he can be more decisive than anyone else. This kind of decisiveness is exactly the quality that Mori values, and it is also the kind of person Gotham Knight needs. It's just that human nature is too complicated, and thoughts are always changing. Jason can't be perfect all the time. It doesn't matter. The young man that Mori admires still has a lot of room for growth. A true leader needs a guide, helpers, and subordinates who support him, and he will slowly let Jason have all of these. However, Mori is also a person who never drags his feet. Since Jason's psychological problems have shown their seriousness, they must be solved properly. The first step to solve this problem is very simple. Just let the Joker die. Such garbage does not need to live on the earth and waste air. As for the follow-up, he will help this newly emerging Gotham Godfather to firm up his own path. Young people should not be trapped in the past. As long as you keep moving forward, time will always heal Jason's wounds. Jason is not a person who indulges in the past. He has a deep mind and a firm goal. In that incident, Batman was indeed not the best person to solve the Joker. Batman is more of a symbol than a person. He is the bottom line of Gotham, a vigilante who never takes the initiative to become an executioner or judge. He is a truly great person. If Batman gave up his bottom line, used vigilante activities as a way to vent his personal grudges, and really killed the Joker, then Gotham would definitely be even more chaotic now. Mori admired people who were in darkness and resentment, but never gave the darkness any chance to take advantage of them. However, it was just a matter of dealing with a pleasure criminal, which was not a big deal for Mori. He was not a character standing in the light, nor was he the soul of this city. Killing anyone would not make him waver in his path. Mori took Jason to sit in the study. The picture displayed on the computer in the study was shaky, and the viewing angle was terribly low. It seemed that the camera was tied to an animal that was moving at high speed, and occasionally white hair swept across the screen. White hair? Did Dr. Mori get some strange little animals from literary masters again? Was he inviting him to watch Animal Parker? Jason had long been accustomed to the fact that new little animals were added to Dr. Mori's side every once in a while, and each one corresponded to the name of a Japanese literary master. At first, it was Osamu Dazai, who was eating and sleeping in Wayne Manor, and occasionally came to pass some news to Dr. Mori and do some damage at home. Then there was Sister Momiji, who had a sword hidden in her umbrella, could summon a giant yaksha, and could teach him how to be a human. And there was the Corgi Chihuahua, who was now sitting upright and motionless in Alice's arms and pretending to be a doll. He thought this was also one of Dr. Mori's special abilities. These animals were very respectful to him, and their usual behavior was just like that of humans. His great cast blade told him that this was not magic, but real small animals. The well-informed Red Hood shrugged and easily exposed this problem. It's pretty good to have such an ability, isn't it? Dr. Mori can protect himself better. Anyway, Dr. Mori won't hurt him, and Sister Fox will teach him a lesson when he does something wrong like a sister, and the small animals are also very friendly to him. Except for Raggle Cat. Raggle Cat is good looking, but it's better to appear less. Every time he comes, He will steal all kinds of medicines that Dr. Mori puts at home, and then the doctor will give him first aid with a cold sweat on his face. Then he would stick out his tongue and retch at home like he was about to vomit a hairball. The vitality of the cat is really tenacious. Jason somewhat believed in the saying that cats have 9 lives. The new short-legged corgi has a somewhat irritable personality, but his abilities are quite cool, and he listens to Dr. Mori very much. Dr. Mori customized a wardrobe of black suits for this dog named Nakahara Chihuahua, with a set of shirts, vests, and hats. Chihuahua Corgi looks like a gentleman among dogs. He also behaves like a gentleman. He would send Alice to school, pick her up from school on time every day, and occasionally rush up with a group of brothers to stop robbers when he encounters them. His brothers are all the domestic dogs and stray dogs in the neighborhood, and even the most ferocious large dogs have to call Chihuahua Big Brother obediently. He is really a very versatile dog. It's just that Chihuahua Kun occasionally reveals an unusually eager look when passing by a bar or Aka Wines. In fact, they even had a fight. Because the dog looks like it can fight, especially the ability to control gravity, which makes Jason very curious. Even without using special abilities, the flexibility, tactics, and judgment of dogs in a fight are quite remarkable. However, Jason doesn't really want to recall the specific process. Anyway, they quickly became good friends. Nakahara Chihuahua and Jason's personalities are very compatible. They have the same taste in music, literature and heavy motorcycles. Chihuahua prefers poetry, and Jason happens to know Arthur Rimbaud and Paul Verlaine very well. Sometimes Chihuahua can't stop reading poetry collections. Every time the gentlemanly and steady corgi goes out, he can attract the attention and love of many beautiful dog ladies. Of course, Chihuahua will gentlemanly refuse to stick to them, and touching their butts is even more unacceptable. Occasionally, there will be beautiful ladies who ask for Dr. Mori's contact information on the pretext that dogs are cute, and Jason has rejected them in various ways. Jason recently learned that there is a dog raising lady in the police station who is also trying to date Dr. Mori. Although Dr. Mori cleverly refused, the appearance of these ladies made Jason feel a great sense of crisis. In the eyes of outsiders, Dr. Mori is indeed an ideal marriage partner who is successful, mature, and gentle. What if Dr. Mori really tries to find one for himself one day? No, absolutely not. Jason looked at the ladies around him with a critical eye. This one has 2 small breasts. Pass. This one has 2 thin legs. Pass. Those who are less than 1.8 meters tall. All pass. This one has hair that is not black, and there are 2 strands of white hair missing on the forehead. Pass. Dr. Mori's partner should be a man who is 183 centimeters tall, with a chest that beats all superheroes, except Batman and Superman. Black hair, green eyes, and white hair on the forehead that is elegant and unique. This man must also be codenamed Red Hood. Jason quietly approached Dr. Mori. The height was just right, with an 8 centimeter difference between them, which was the most suitable distance for hugging and kissing. He only needed to raise his arm slightly to wrap his arm around Dr. Mori's shoulders. They were sitting in the study room at this time. The desk was large and the chair was very ergonomic. Dr. Mori was leaning back on the chair with some relaxation. Jason moved a chair and sat next to Dr. Mori. He quietly moved the chair a little closer. Jason casually put his arm on the back of Dr. Mori's chair, then bent his elbow and quietly pretended to hold the doctor in his arms. Dr. Mori, no, Rintaro actually has a small red mole on the back of his neck. It is very small and cannot be seen without close observation. But if you look closely, you will find it very cute. It is really cute. The bad-hearted look of the doctor pretending to be innocent while killing decisively is also very cute. Jason felt that his brain was lacking oxygen again. The computer on the table showed the surveillance screen, and Dr. Mori was motioning him to look. Jason nodded and agreed, while trying to tear off his eyes that were glued to Dr. Mori's neck. He moved the chair forward again. At this distance, Dr. Mori's shoulder was completely close to his arms. However, the focus Morioge did not notice Jason's girlish heart. The innocent Red Hood was still daydreaming. The doctor was wearing home clothes at this time, looking relaxed and leisurely, with one of the top buttons open. Dr. Mori's skin is so white. I want to kiss her. Jason tried to control the mosaic images in his mind. But soon Jason was in no mood to think about it. The route shown in the surveillance picture was quite familiar. He had passed it countless times when he flew in the Gotham night sky as a robin bird, together with Batman. Doctor, this is... Jason looked at the surveillance picture, and he couldn't imagine what Dr. Mori meant. Jason, some problems must be solved. Morioge calmly drank a sip of tea. The Joker almost had someone throw me out of the window. As a poor little doctor, I can only find a way to retaliate privately. Poor little doctor? Jason felt a little funny about this title. The doctor was not a weak and pitiful little doctor. He always disguised himself in this harmless way and then gave the enemy a fatal blow. The former small gangs in the East District now don't know who killed them. Morioge turned his head and glanced at Jason. Jason, yes, Rintaro is right. It's a weak little doctor. Jason looked at Dr. Mori calmly drinking tea and felt helpless. He didn't know what to say. If the doctor wanted to retaliate, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until today? The Joker was staying in a wood in Arkham. He had been kept in a separate room since he was captured by Batman last time. The surveillance showed that Dr. Mori's unknown animal helper had slipped into Arkham and evaded many guards with his agile figure. Jason noticed that the little animal even avoided all the surveillance. The guards of Arkham were patrolling back and forth, but no one noticed the creature that suddenly appeared in the corner. It was another round of Parker, and the surveillance screen was shaking. Jason felt that the little animal had turned over several thrilling somersaults, and then jumped high, avoiding various defense traps and infrared rays at an extreme speed. Finally, the surveillance screen stopped at a ward. Jason could recognize the guy in the picture, who was wearing a straitjacket and still had colorful faces, even if he turned into ashes. Who else could it be but the Joker? The surveillance camera was at a low angle. Jason guessed it was a cat or a dog, but he had been busy with the Glory Society recently and had not been home for several days. He was not sure about the new member who appeared beside Dr. Mori. However, before Jason could think about it, he saw a white blade piercing through the railing of the ward. Gotham City's notorious psychopathic criminal was nailed to the wall with great force. The alarm sounded. The Joker's arms were bound in a straitjacket, and his legs kicked on the ground in vain. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was full of disbelief. However, no matter how much disbelief there was, it could not stop the blood from gushing out of the aorta in his neck, staining his clothes red. The white blade pierced through the Joker's neck, and blood splattered. The Joker made a hoarse sound in his throat, and then the gushing blood blocked his trachea. He began to try to gasp for breath, and raised his arms to stop the loss of life. Of course he was unwilling to give up. His goal of watching Batman degenerate into a monster had not been achieved. How could he die? Why not? The Joker is also a human being. Jason realized at this moment that the Joker was no different from an ordinary criminal. He would die if someone pierced his throat. He was just a fragile human being. But I was killed by him. When Batman chose to put the Joker in Arkham and gave up killing him to avenge me, this ugly and twisted man became an obstacle to me. If it was Dr. Mori, he would have avenged me. He would have. He is doing it now. Chapter 27. Batman and Robin stood in front of the bloody ward in Arkham. When the alarm in the Joker's room sounded, the Batcave would also receive the news at the same time. However, when Batman and Robin, who were on night patrol, rushed to Arkham, they saw this scene. The Joker was dead. All the good and bad people in Gotham would never have thought that the famous Joker would die in his own ward in such a funny and embarrassing way. There was still reluctance on his twisted face, and his eyes were bloodshot. Batman knew very well why he was unwilling. Such a death might be the biggest punishment for the Joker. He did not die in Batman's hands in the end, nor did he let Batman fall into darkness. Batman didn't even know the moment of his death. Bruce Wayne looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. GCPD Forensic Room. Morioge, the only certified forensic doctor in the Gotham Police Department, was performing an autopsy on the Joker in the room. The cause of death was a sharp knife wound to the neck, and the trachea and artery were cut at the same time, causing heavy bleeding and suffocation. Morioge left the autopsy room, cleaned and disinfected himself carefully, took off his mask and surgical gloves, and calmly said to Director Gordon, who was waiting at the door, The tear marks on the wound are very strange, not like the wounds caused by normal knives, and there are irregular scars on the edges of the incision. Morioge continued to add, it is currently impossible to determine the murder weapon. The surveillance camera in the Joker's ward did not capture any effective footage last night. A section of the footage was erased, said James Gordon, the old director with grey mustache and hair, stroking his chin and continuing to analyze. The hacking technology is quite good. Our people are trying to restore it, but with little success. Batman is also trying to restore it, but it's a pity that Red Robin also failed. They may not be able to directly detect the murderer who killed the Joker through surveillance. In fact, Gordon himself is happy to see the Joker's death. He is just worried whether the newly appeared Mr. Zorro will continue to kill, which will definitely disrupt the normal judicial process and will be very unfavorable to Gotham in the long run. No individual can be above the law, and no one is qualified to judge others by his own standards. Well, let's look for other clues. Chief Gordon waved his hand, signaling his police officers to continue investigating. At an angle that no one else could see, Morioge secretly reached into his pocket, as if hiding something. Akutagora-kun, you are actually losing hair. The hair loss monster Akutagora Ryunosuke was staying at his leader's house at this time. Miss Fox was amazed at Akutagora Ryunosuke, and Mr. Corgi stood high on the dining table, raising his head and humming disdainfully, while emitting jealous glances from his eyes. Because Akutagora Ryunosuke is a German Angora giant rabbit cub, and it will grow to a body length of 1.2 meters in 3 months. Translated, the rabbit Akutagora standing up after 3 months is about the same as 5 corgis stacked together. Honest Akutagora Ryunosuke didn't know how he had offended the Port Mafia's combat power ceiling. He could only squat on the ground motionless, allowing Sister Momiji, who had turned into a fox, to stretch out her little claws to touch the hair on his head. Angora rabbits are originally long-haired breeds, and the length of Akutagora's hair is probably among the best among Angora rabbits. There was a breeze outside the window, and the white hair fluttered up to block Akutagora Ryunosuke's eyes. Now all you could see on his whole rabbit face was a 3-petal mouth with big front teeth. Akutagora Ryunosuke's facial features were submerged in the flowing long hair. He looked like a giant white mop, or a white rabbit duster. Akutagora Ryunosuke, Rashomon. The rabbit hair moved by itself, returned to its original position in an orderly manner, and revealed a pair of black eyes. Let me tell you the advantage of turning into a rabbit. He doesn't need to wear clothes to activate Rashomon. The hair on his body is a natural Rashomon. He stabbed the clown to death with his own hair last night. This is the first mission that the leader has given to the Black Lizard, who currently has only one member. Secretly kill the Joker without leaving any evidence. Mr. Daze is his strong backup. Daze, who hid in Batman's house and used Batman's computer to hack into the surveillance of the Joker's ward in Arkham, has a hidden merit and fame. When he thought that this operation was silently supported by Mr. Daze, Akutagora Ryunosuke couldn't help but get excited. He will definitely complete the mission well. He will never let Mr. Daze down. Of course, he will also re-establish a guerrilla team belonging to the Port Mafia in this different world, so that the glory of the Port Mafia will reappear here. Ozaki Momiji looked at Akutagora Ryuno Rabbit, who had a raging fire behind him, and thought, I hope this kid doesn't rush to Wayne Manor to find Daze-kun. Daze Fat Cat is afraid that he can't run faster than Akutagora Rabbit now. Akutagora, who is covered with fur, has stronger attack power and jumping power. So it was him last night. Jason was washing dishes in the kitchen virtuously. Yeah, Akutagora-kun is quite amazing. Morioge said with emotion, while sitting in the living room. Except for the fact that he accidentally drew Daze-kun at the beginning. His luck has always been quite good. But drawing Daze-kun is also very good, and staying in Wayne Manor really helped a lot. So, why do you name your pet after a literary giant? Jason thought about it and decided to ask, is there any special meaning? Rashomon is also a work that Jason likes very much. There is no special reason, it just looks more like a family this way. We were originally members of the Yokohama Port Mafia. Morioge was a little distracted. He really regarded the Port Mafia as his home. Then he came back to his senses, looked at Jason's back in the kitchen and joked, you have the Glory Company, and I have the Bungyao Company. Jason really made Morioge feel the feeling of family, unreserved trust and all-out protection. Jason, family? That's right. There is a strong father, a virtuous mother, a lovely and caring daughter Alice, a silly boy Bizarro, and a group of lively and interesting pets. So should we invite the old man when we hold a wedding? Dickhead must be invited. He is so jealous. Red Robin. It doesn't matter if he comes or not. Forget about the devil boy. Don't come to make trouble. Red Hood, who imagined everything from holding hands to getting married, slowly smiled foolishly. Thanks to the rich literary works in this world, Morioge took crazy cram school for a long time to make up for the missing cultural courses, and now he is finally not ignorant of anything. Morioge can always see familiar shadows from these literary masters and their works, but when he asked about the connection between this place and his world, the useless system kept silent. Then should the Wenheo company be merged into My Glory company? Jason joked. Rentero's subordinates are so excellent that they make people jealous. Morioge was a little uncomfortable with Jason's sudden change of address. Jason had always called him Dr. Mori before. Why did he suddenly call him Rentero? To be honest, apart from Alice, no one else calls Jason by this name. Hearing the strange name, the three little animals and Alice turned around, and 4 pairs of eyes stared at Jason. Alice, this is my exclusive name. But, considering that Jason is a good person, it's not impossible to give him half. Ozakikoha. Jason, this kid, is quite active. I'm optimistic about him. Nakaharachuaya. What does this guy call boss? Akutagora Ryunosuke, you dare to offend the leader. Luo. Ozakikoha calmly held down the restless Mayo Mayo. Jason, who was stared at by the dangerous little animals and Alice. What's wrong? It's a bit strange to suddenly change the name, but he has such a good relationship with Dr. Mori. Isn't it normal to call him by his name? Dr. Mori also directly calls him Jason. Yes, it's normal. Red Hood looked calm, walked over and picked up Akutagora Ryunosuke. The blood of the Joker is stuck on your fur. I'll give you a bath. Akutagora Ryunosuke, Lion Jaw. Jason. The Joker's death seemed to have passed in a calm manner. Countless victims in Gotham cheered for it, and countless criminals were terrified. Rumors spread in the Gotham underworld, and the Gotham Daily also reported it extensively. Some people strongly supported this secret criminal executioner, while others strongly opposed this behavior of private execution without regard to laws and procedures. Some people even suspected Batman, thinking that perhaps this vigilante finally couldn't stand the Joker's crimes, so he decided to get rid of the harm for the people. But most people still tend to think that Batman would not do such a thing. Still no clues? Red Robin sat in the Batcave. Bruce was also troubled by this matter. Such a dangerous person appeared in Gotham, and he didn't catch the other party's tail yet, which made Batman very uneasy. The swordsman who killed Poison Ivy at the dock, the one who had the accurate shooting skills to kill Deadshot, the guy who used a strange unknown weapon to kill the Joker. They all have one thing in common. They are related to Jason. It is also possible that it is related to the doctor next to Jason. Not to mention that Jason took over several blocks under the jurisdiction of the Joker gang directly after the Joker's death, becoming the biggest beneficiary of this incident. Harley Quinn was overwhelmed by anger and sadness, and the remaining members of the Joker gang became more and more chaotic under her crazy management. Bruce did not answer Tim's question. He was just thinking about how to get clues from Jason. Meow 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 as a cat hummed the song of Suicide for Love, cat version, and easily avoided the surveillance of Wayne Manor, quietly hid in Damien's car on the way to school, and left Wayne Manor. His movements were so skillful that he was a repeat offender at first glance. At first, Bruce, who was worried, would install a small GIF for Daze Osamu as Batman. However, Daze Mayo acted like a real cat in the manor, and none of Batman's instruments detected any abnormalities. Over time, everyone relaxed their vigilance. So Daze Osamu tried to disappear for a few hours, and tried to play hide and seek with Alpha in Wayne Manor. Anyway, Wayne Manor is so big, and there is a forest behind the manor. It is normal to not find a cat. Everyone has gradually gotten used to Daze being a kitten who loves hide and seek games. Butler Alfred would only think that he was hiding in a corner of the manor if he couldn't see him. Daze Osamu, who successfully deceived everyone, would sneak out recently to exchange information with Dr. Mori. Dr. Mori's progress is really too slow. It turns out that he is old and his thinking is slow. Daze Mayo made a disgusted sound. Fortunately, Damien and Alice are in the same school, and Dr. Mori's residence is nearby. The cat cub who took a ride successfully arrived at the destination. Nakahara Chihuahua also dutifully escorted Alice to school today. The little girl adapted well to school life, and her outstanding performance even made Morioge invited to join the PTA, Parent-Teacher Association. If you ask who Alice's best friend is at school, I'm afraid all the students in the class will say it's Damian Wayne. The youngest son of the Wayne family insisted on changing seats with Alice's original deskmate from the beginning, which surprised everyone. Mr. Wayne Jr. has always been arrogant and never likes to actively communicate with his classmates. In fact, Damien just wanted to figure out the strange things about Alice. As an excellent successor to the Assassin's League, Damien would not let go of any wrong places. However, this strategy of pressing people did not seem to work. In the past few months, he felt that Alice was indeed an ordinary little girl. But Alice's excellence did make Damien look sideways. As deskmates, they occasionally worked together to complete group assignments, and Alice had become his first choice for group members. Alice didn't feel the slightest bit about the surprised or admiring looks from her classmates. She just thought that going to school was quite interesting, with many fun activities and courses. Damian Wayne was also a good classmate. With his excellent mind and physical fitness, it's no wonder he could become Robin. I wonder if I can beat him. Alice and Damien happened to meet at the school gate today. On one side of the main road was Daze the cat who sneaked out of Damien's car, and on the other side was the bodyguard Kada Nakahara Corgi who followed Alice. Kite-colored eyes met cobalt blue eyes. Nakahara Chihuahua. Daze Osamu. Meow ha 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 ha. Nakahara Chihuahua. Bastard Daze. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28. Daze Osamu and Nakahara Chihuahua, who were fighting at the school gate, were finally separated by the agile current Robin Damien. Alice hid far away, fearing that she would be affected by the human no longer qualified, and performed a disappearing performance. Is this your pet? Damien looked at Alice. It's Rintaro. Rintaro asked Chihuahua to take me to school. Alice answered Damien's question, while comforting the irritable Nakahara Kada. Poor Nakahara Chihuahua. Alice couldn't help but sympathize with the Nakahara Kada who was still gritting his teeth with a bald spot on his butt. Rintaro had not let you meet because he didn't want this to happen. Is this the fate of the two blacks? Will they meet no matter what? Alice turned her head and looked at Daze's cat, whose tail had just been pulled several times by the Nakahara Kada. The other's tail was drooping on the ground aggrievedly, and it looked painful. Are they so obsessed with hurting each other? Alice didn't understand, and Alice was shocked. Damien picked up Daze Osamu from the ground and narrowed his eyes. He recalled that one of the reasons why Morioge was willing to give Daze Osamu to them was that Alice was allergic to cat hair. So, Damien looked at Alice with a scrutinizing look. Is your cat hair allergy gone? It was all because of Rintaro's careless lie. Alice sighed. The unreliable adult still needed her to help cover up the lie. The allergen is FeLD1 protein, which is not found in dogs. Alice's smile was a bit cunning. No way, no way. As the current Robin, don't you know this? Damien, TSK. Sooner or later, he will catch you, and Morioge's pigtails. Damien occasionally tested Alice at school, and Alice had long been used to it. It was fun to compete with Robin in wits and courage. As long as she smiled cutely and acted like a spoiled child occasionally, this little brat would be helpless against her. He is a child who only responds to soft words and not to hard ones. His unwillingness to accept defeat and his repeated failures can make Alice laugh. Daze Osamu nestled in Damien's arms and stuck out his tongue at Nakahara Chihuahua in Alice's arms. Veins popped out of Nakahara Chihuahua's head. Even though there was a language barrier between him and Daze Osamu, it did not prevent him from guessing that the bastard Daze's words were nothing more than trash, like you are my dog and dwarf. This bastard, sooner or later he will kill this mackerel. If this dead mackerel had not just rushed over from the other side of the road and laughed at him, they would not have fought. Didn't he turn into an animal himself? What's so funny? Damn it. Stupid cat. Daze Osamu was really laughing in his heart. He said, even a cute goer showed up. Why hasn't the black dwarf come yet? Did he turn into a dog? Ha 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 ha. The breed and the dark dwarf are quite a good match. I give a thumbs up to the unknown person behind Dr. Mori. Daze Osamu recognized the corgi chihuahua in a suit at a glance when he was across the street, and Nakatara chihuahua would not mistake Daze Meow, who was wearing bandages, a sand-colored vest and a barlow tie. The tie inlaid with gems was chosen by Daze Osamu himself when he ran to Bruce Wayne's cloakroom. Batman twitched his lips and said nothing, but privately added a conceited mark to the folder named Cat Daze Osamu in the computer in the Batcave. Daze Osamu, hey. They look like they know each other. Does your father like to adopt small animals? Batman certainly noticed that there were more and more small animals around Morioge and Jason, and he wanted to test it out. But the Red Hood, who has super anti-reconnaissance capabilities, has long been familiar with Batman's tricks and never gave them a chance to snoop. So Damian decided to seize the opportunity. They all look very smart. Where did you get it? Rentero specially trained it. Alice replied with a smile. This is all adult matters. Damian, if you want a pet, I can accompany you to the pet store, and you can also ask Rentero to help train it. But you must take good care of Daze Osamu today. If I have an allergy, you have to take me to the hospital. Damian, TSK, he can teach it well by himself. In the end, he still didn't get anything out of the question. Mori is really good at avoiding the important issues. However, he had no idea that Daze Osamu followed him out today. It is worthy of being Damian's cat. If it is more obedient, he can take the cat to patrol at night. It's a pity that Daze Osamu's behavior is too uncontrollable. Fortunately, Alfred brought him here today, and Damian handed Daze Osamu to the butler standing behind him. Alfred took over Daze Osamu and said to Alice kindly like an ordinary grandfather, "Sorry, Miss Alice, I'm causing you trouble." "It's okay. The cookies that Mr. Pennyworth gave me last time are super delicious." Alice has a good impression of the butler. The cookies are indeed delicious. The butler also sent her cookies and chocolates in the shape of bows through Jason. Alfred smiled more kindly. "Just call me Alfred. How about asking Master Jason to bring Miss Alice and Mr. Mori to Wayne Manor as guests next time?" Alfred smiled and said, "I believe that Master Bruce will welcome you very much." In Alfred's opinion, Jason and Dr. Mori's relationship is already quite stable. They were not living together when Jason came to the manor last time, but now it is heard that Jason has moved in with Dr. Mori a long time ago. Red Robin took a photo of them buying clothes for Bizarro and Alice together. Alfred was very happy that Jason could have a stable relationship. Although Dr. Morin was much older than Jason and had a daughter, as long as they were happy, it was fine. Moreover, Dr. Morin looked calm and gentle, and being older could tolerate the hot-tempered Red Hood. If possible, he still hoped that Jason could come back to Wayne Manor often. As an old man in the Wayne family, Alfred wanted to see the children have their own families and live a stable life, although he knew that this hope was slim. But Jason at least had a lover and children now, didn't he? Perhaps he could expect that one day Master Bruce would also bring a partner home, male or female, old or young. It didn't matter, as long as it was human. No, as long as it was a humanoid creature. Unfortunately, Batman had pissed Jason off recently. The last time Batman improved the eavesdropping device and tried to eavesdrop on Jason, it was discovered. Red Hood threw the new eavesdropping device at Batman's feet. The father and son fought hard in the night of Gotham, leaving each other with dark circles of love. You have your own path, and I have found mine. Don't waste your control desire on me anymore. Jason warned the Dark Knight fiercely. You have not achieved your goal of saving Gotham for so many years. I will prove that my path is correct. It's not that Jason doesn't want to talk to Batman properly, but that the other party is too irritating. Jason's territory in the GCPD underground bomb shelter and crime alley was all stolen by Batman. God knows how he felt when he found a bunch of familiar little toys in the safe house. He just wanted to kick Batman's ass hard and then tie him up with fireworks and blow him up. This old man with an overwhelming controlled desire. Fortunately, he and Dr. Sen's small home kept a very good secret, and all the decoration and security were done by him personally. He checked it carefully countless times. The old man hadn't taken the opportunity to sneak in here, but he still had to remind Dr. Sen to be careful. Jason, I will always keep an eye on you. You'd better know what to do and what not to do. Bruce frowned. Of course, he knew that doing so would disgust Jason, but he had to do it. He suspected that Jason had something to do with the murder of the Joker, but he couldn't figure out why Jason would choose to do it at this time. Batman's intuition told him that this matter was related to Dr. Sen, who was beside Jason. But the Red Hood had obviously let down all his vigilance against his lover, but Batman hadn't. Jason turned around and made a gesture to Batman that would drive Alfred crazy. FXXK Batman. As a result, Batman still couldn't get any information from Jason about the bloody incident at the dock and the death of the Joker. Jason knew his questioning skills and routines too well, and didn't give him a chance to ask questions. However, this avoidance just showed that Jason was indeed involved in the two things, and he knew everything clearly. Batman frowned and thought he didn't expect Jason to suddenly start to attack the villains in Gotham. Would he continue? What kind of helper did Jason get? He didn't know how the other party did it, where he was hiding, and what special abilities he had. At first he thought it was Mori, but he had observed that the Doctor's fighting ability was not high. Even though he was almost thrown off the building by the Joker, he did not reveal any strange abilities. He should be an ordinary person. But he was not ordinary either. He was able to escape from the hands of Black Mask and help Jason deal with the matter of the Glory Society. The most troublesome thing was that, although Jason had not admitted it himself, they all knew that he and Dr. Mori were in a relationship. This was not easy to deal with. Perhaps he needed to test it himself. There was an opportunity right now. Mori was attending a meeting organized by the PTA of Alice's school. Parents needed to organize a visit with the school this week. Several of their leaders would take their children to visit the Superman Memorial in Metropolis and complete street interviews. The PTA needed to cooperate with the teacher to arrange the entire project process, the person in charge of each link, the pickup and drop-off vehicles, etc. They had almost discussed it. Mori was certainly worried about Alice going to Metropolis alone, so he fought for the quota of escorting her throughout the journey. At this moment, the door of the conference room opened again, and the parents who were arranging the itinerary looked at Bruce Wayne in surprise. Isn't this rich man usually only responsible for paying? Why did he have the leisure to give up his date with the cover girl and attend the PTA event today? Am I late? I'm very sorry. The corners of Gotham's sweetheart's eyes drooped, looking very distressing. His blue eyes were full of confusion, and then he showed a sweet smile. Bruce continued to say to the parents in the conference room, "My son Damian, he admires Superman very much. I think I need to do some parent-child activities occasionally. So, I wonder if I can also participate in this event? Does this mean that he wants to go along?" The parents looked at each other. What kind of work can they arrange for this rich man who loves extreme sports and cover girls? Is he responsible for gathering the children, or leading the children, to visit the Superman Memorial? He can't be responsible for carrying materials for the event, right? Mori looked at the Playboy version of Mr. Batman and praised his natural acting skills. He thought to himself, I'm afraid the other party's target is him, and he wants to get some information. It is not an exaggeration to say that Batman is the world's #1 detective. Mori never doubts his intelligence. Batman has definitely been paying attention to him for a long time. But in the current situation, it doesn't matter. He has already gained some say in Gotham, and is thinking about how to cooperate with the vigilantes next. Hello, Dr. Mori. Bruce's tall body curled up in the seat of the bus. As an accompanying parent, he sat with Mori. Bruce Wayne raised a pure smile and stretched out his hand to Dr. Mori. At this time, they were on their way to Metropolis. The PTA finally decided to give the accompanying parent quota to Mr. Wayne and Mori. Hello, Mr. Wayne. Mori also put on a business smile. Then the two of them were embarrassed at the same time. Morioge thought about it. So the current situation is that he knows Bruce Wayne is Batman, but Batman should not know that he knows he is Batman. So this person should use Damian as an excuse to chat with him and ask questions. Batman should not know the situation of the small animals around him, and Jason will never tell him. Bruce had tried to test Jason before, and he knew that Jason did not take the initiative to reveal Batman's identity to Dr. Mori. Therefore, Batman concluded that Morioge knew that Jason Todd was Bruce Wayne's adopted son, but he could not connect the Red Hood with Batman. Batman, who had no idea that his children had already bought 1 and got 3 free meals from Morioge's house and had been stripped of their vests, thought so. Batman knew that Morioge had problems, and Bruce Wayne was very simple, but Bruce Wayne's identity had an advantage. He was Jason's adopted father. Today's wave is about the old father visiting his future granddaughter Alice and his son's future partner Morioge. Gotham's sweetheart was shocked by his own thoughts, but the strong Bruce decided to take the initiative. How are Dr. Mori and Jason doing recently? What's the problem? Morioge was a little confused. He thought Batman would first use Damian and Alice as an excuse to get closer to him. So why did he mention Jason first? Not bad. Morioge replied. Alice is very cute, and she has a good relationship with Damian. This is the first time I've seen Damian take the initiative to make friends. Bruce showed a touched expression of an old father. Red Robin in the headset couldn't help laughing. Damian is also very cute. I heard from Alice that Damian is usually kind and lively, loves small animals, and is very helpful. Morioge continued to speak along with Bruce's words. Damian in the front seat turned his head and glared at Morioge. Damian is indeed helpful, Bruce said with an exaggerated tone. The friendship between children is simply great. I can see that Damian likes Alice very much. Maybe he can take Alice out to play more often, and it would be nice to go to Wayne Manor. Come as a guest, so that I can find out the news. Morioge? Question mark? You'd better just say it casually. You're actually thinking about my Alice? You wish. Morioge imagined a scene of Alice and Damian holding hands and going out to play, and then quickly crushed this imagination and threw it deep into his brain. If Damian dares to kidnap Alice, I will let Chihuahua break his legs. Chapter 29. Along the way, Bruce was trying to talk to Morioge. Although the folder about Morioge in the Batcave had long been marked as needing special attention and filled with countless information, photos, and videos, in real life, today was really the first time that Bruce Wayne had talked to Morioge. The time when Batman ran to Crime Alley in the middle of the night to threaten the poor little doctor was not counted. I'm really happy to have you take care of Jason. Bruce said this with sincerity. How could he not care about Jason's love life? Jason is much happier now than when he just returned to Gotham. As expected, love can make people sweet. Jason was always rebellious when he was a child, and I may not be a qualified father. We have had many quarrels before. Bruce showed Morioge a distressed and aggrieved expression. In the eyes of the media, Bruce Wayne's adopted son Jason Todd is now a new rich man rising in Gotham. Although there are third-rate tabloid gossips about the breakup between the richest man and his adopted son, it didn't cause any splashes, because they were all suppressed by Bruce. You're welcome. Jason is a very good young man. I'm glad to meet him. Morioge smiled gently and politely. So Batman kept asking about Jason. Did he suspect that he wanted to harm Jason? Morioge tried to recall the process of his acquaintance with Jason from the perspective of an outsider. He was recruited into the Mask Society as the Black Doctor of Crime Alley. To outsiders, he met Jason here. What happened later was not without traces. Batman should be able to easily guess what he had done from the toxins in the Black Mask. It is not without reason to suspect that he is a dangerous person. No, Batman should not suspect that he wanted to harm Jason. After all, what he did was always helping Jason. In other words, for other reasons, Batman is very interested in the relationship between him and Jason. What could it be? Morioge continued to analyze. I'm afraid that in Batman's view, he is Jason's current teammate and also a member of the Outlaws. Neither Artemis nor the Arsenal are dangerous people who can be seen often in Gotham. On the contrary, it is easier to get information from someone like him who has an open social life. So he wants to know Jason's movements through me. TSK, what a fake father-son relationship. Can't you talk to Jason face to face about anything? Morioge felt sorry for Jason. Batman has his own principles and bottom line that he needs to stick to, and these bottom lines and principles may be more important than Batman himself. This means that he cannot avenge Jason and cannot face Jason as a simple father figure, so it is destined to make Jason sad. Batman has a great influence on Jason. Morioge could once see the shadow of the Gotham Knight through the Red Hood. Fortunately, Jason has gradually gotten rid of this influence. So Batman now thinks that he can't control Jason's activities and starts to find a way to investigate. This should be the most reasonable explanation. Morioge thought about it and decided to avoid the question and prick Batman's heart. By the way, Jason really helps me a lot. I often work overtime and Jason will help me take care of Allison Bizarro. Sometimes I go home too late and Jason helps me cook. Your son will not go home to cook for you, Batman. Bruce and Red Robin who eavesdropped. It sounds like Jason has to earn money to support the family and take care of the housework and children. You are so virtuous. You are worthy of you, Red Hood. Seeing Bruce's smile suddenly become forced, Morioge said, sorry Batman, your diamond is mine now. Jason. He has always been a mature and sensible good boy. Bruce answered very hard. I don't know who was fighting with him passionately in the alleys of Gotham last week. Basically, every time they meet in the dark, they have to fight twice in the face, and Jason will also give uncivilized gestures, and he will give bad surveillance family bucket in return. Jason is completely controlled by Dr. Mori, and Red Robin who is eavesdropping, can't help but sigh. Yeah, Jason is really quite good, a great young man. In Bruce's eyes, Morioge's words were full of boasting. Then he heard Morioge say, but Mr. Wayne Jr. is also a great kid. Mr. Wayne's children are all very good, so enviable. Nightwing and Red Robin are also powerful diamonds that dazzle people's eyes. Bruce felt his heart hurt even more. The eldest brother, Nightwing Dick Grayson, and the second brother, Red Hood, disagreed with him. Dick had a big fight with him and ran away from home to Bloodhaven, vowing never to look back and would only come back occasionally to see Alfred and his brothers. The third brother, Tim, spent most of his time on the Teen Titans and Wayne Group. His own team and partners were obviously more important. Speaking of which, the Wayne Group's prosperity and wealth are really inseparable from Tim's efforts. His pocket money as a father can be said to be. I can't think about it anymore. What's wrong with this Dr. Mori? His words are so heartbreaking. The most important thing is that Jason is on his side and listens to him. Alice looks much cuter than the brat Damien. This person, you just can't compare them. Once you compare them, you'll easily feel unbalanced. Drive Mori, you're really joking. Bruce felt that he couldn't continue his topic. Generally speaking, Bruce, who is wearing the skin of a playboy, should be a person with honey on his lips, but he really can't be sweet to Morioge now. Jason protects Morioge in every way, personally builds a safe house, carefully checks every day, and tries to erase Morioge's traces in the mask company. They even spend Christmas together. It's really like a son who is married off and spilled out. Morioge saw Bruce's stiff smile and probably guessed what he was thinking. It's nothing more than Jason is closer to him now, and his position in Jason's heart is getting closer and closer to Bruce, so the old father feels jealous. After all, Batman stands in the role of a father, and there are many things he can say to Jason that Batman can't say. Indeed, Batman sometimes really doesn't know how to talk to Jason as a father. There are too many gaps between them. Speaking as Batman, Jason would only punch him twice, but as a father, he felt more guilty and self-blaming, and in the end he could only choose to remain silent. There is no right or wrong in these things, and relatives can never make a fair and clear judgment like a court. There is no right or wrong in the problems between him and Jason, but their experiences are too complicated, and there are too many important people and things. Bruce, who was in a bad mood, and Morioge, who was secretly happy, looked at each other in silence. After a while of silence, Morioge decided to take the initiative. There was no reason why he couldn't try to go back. Morioge turned his head and looked at Bruce. Jason is a man with great ambitions. I have always admired what he has done. I guess Mr. Wayne is also proud of him. Willing to devote himself to protecting a city and shouldering responsibilities that do not belong to him. He did a good job. You shouldn't ask too much. Young people always have their own paths to take. I think I'm willing to support Jason all the time. So I have no ill will towards Gotham, and I will also protect it. You can relax your vigilance against me and cooperate with me occasionally. Bruce heard what Dr. Mori said, but he was thinking in his heart, so Morioge was willing to poison Black Mask and even help Jason manage the Glory Society. Was he influenced by Jason? He did this for Jason's ideals? This is very likely. Otherwise, as an outsider who just arrived in Gotham, why would Morioge do his best to help Jason? Then would the people who killed Poison Ivy, Deadshot and the Joker have anything to do with him? He did this for Jason? Bruce recalled carefully that at the beginning, Dr. Mori was just sneaking in to make a living in Crime Alley and did not take the initiative to join Black Mask. Instead, it was after meeting Jason that he got deeper and deeper into the Glory Society. At the beginning, he was recruited by Black Mask, but in the end he kept inquiring about Black Mask's news and finally poisoned Black Mask. This is indeed not easy for an ordinary person without superpowers. It seems that Jason was able to get so much information and medicine from the Masked Society because of Dr. Mori. He thought Jason was still infatuated with Dr. Mori, but he didn't expect that Dr. Mori had done so much for Jason. Bruce's eyes softened for a moment. Love really makes people risk their lives. Besides, Jason is indeed a very charming young man, otherwise he would not be able to attract people like Arsenal, Coriander, and Artemis who are powerful and equally charming to surround him. Indeed, sometimes parents need to let go when their children grow up. Bruce said. When he was Gotham's sweetheart, he was still softer than when he was Batman. Morioge did not do anything that actually harmed Gotham. Maybe he could observe for a while and give Jason more trust. He can watch Jason's actions. As long as he doesn't kill people casually, it's not impossible to be a hot-tempered anti-hero. Then let's see what Jason does. He will do well, Morioge said. Bruce was a little emotional. As Jason's father, he might not trust Jason as much as Dr. Mori did. The suspicion and obsessive compulsive disorder engraved in his bones made him unable to rest assured about unknown things. This was his habit, and it was this habit that allowed Batman to solve countless crises. Perhaps you would like to bring Alice to Wayne Manor as a guest? We would all welcome you. Bruce decided to communicate more with Morioge. Face-to-face communication and interaction are far more real than information. Maybe, as Alpha said, he should support Jason's relationship. At least now Bruce thinks that the two are actually a good match. It's really my honor. Morioge felt that his goal today had been achieved. Batman had a personal relationship with him as Bruce Wayne, so it would be easier to convey certain hints and inadvertent messages, and Jason would not have to be on guard against Batman's obstruction all the time. A satisfied look flashed across Morioge's eyes, and his smile became more gentle. The Gotham tycoon beside him also smiled brightly. Morioge, the initial communication with Batman is completed, and we can consider cooperation in the next step. Batman, it is confirmed that Dr. Mori also loves Jason deeply. The next step is to ask Jason if he has any plans to hold a wedding. In short, both sides think that their test is successful, and Morioge and Batman are satisfied. Chapter 30. The school bus brought Batman and Morioge, who were talking happily and reaching a consensus, to Metropolis. Morioge had been staying in Gotham before and had never been to other cities. The urban architectural style of Gotham is actually very similar to that of Yokohama. It has many modern elements after the Industrial Revolution, and at the same time, it also retains the towering and gorgeous style of the Renaissance from the 14th to 16th centuries. Metropolis is a city completely different from Gotham. It is as cheerful as a Hollywood star who has risen with modernization, warm, bright, and tolerant. It seems that anyone can find countless dreams and hopes here. In fact, it is probably similar. Metropolis, which ranks first in the most livable city in the United States, is indeed qualified to say so. Today's sunshine is particularly warm, and even the pedestrians on the road look much more cheerful than the residents of Gotham. Morioge felt relaxed and happy for the first time in a long time. There have been too many things during this period, and he hasn't had a good rest for a long time. It just so happens that Metropolis is a city that makes people want to relax and rest. 3-color ice cream balls, cotton candy carts full of childishness, and the sweetness of fresh cream crepes and the burnt aroma of coffee from the street corners. The students chatted and laughed, and soon arrived at the Superman Memorial in Metropolis. The Superman Memorial was specially funded by the Metropolitan government to commemorate Superman's contribution to mankind and the Earth. Although Lex Luthor, who is currently preparing for the presidential election, disdained it. The exhibition hall displays thank you letters, portraits, sculptures, and even fragments of Superman's uniforms sent spontaneously by Superman's admirers. The huge Superman sculpture stands in the center of the exhibition hall. The tall white sculpture bows its head with a kind expression of God loves the world. The look on its face is almost compassionate, as if it is ready to give equal love to all human beings at any time. Not knowing what kind of person Superman is in reality, Mori looked at the sculpture in a trance. The reports in the newspapers are too templated. Superman described by reporters seems to be an absolute moral role model. He is always willing to help others, sacrifice himself for all mankind, and has no selfishness at all. But does such a person really exist? Mori guessed that Superman should have his own ordinary identity, which means he also has his own private life. He is not a real god. As a PTA parent representative, Mori needs to help the teachers organize activities today. He dutifully led the chattering children to line up, called the roll, and divided them into groups, and led them into the Superman Memorial Hall. Bruce Wayne stood aside and watched Mori calmly comfort the students and organize the activities very efficiently. He decided to also be a decoration dutifully. Dr. Mori is actually very suitable to be a teacher, Bruce thought. It seems that he can deal with any kind of naughty children. It just depends on whether he wants to spend time to deal with them. This is indeed a smart and powerful person. Bruce has always believed that true strength lies in the mind. Mori can deal with the dark society and can patiently care for children. He is mentally stable, clear-headed, and willing to fight with the people he loves. It is really precious. Mori, who doesn't know that Batman is repeatedly evaluating himself, calmly calls Bruce to come over to help. After visiting the Superman Memorial, the students had another task. They needed to conduct an extracurricular social survey on the topic of people's support for superheroes and the reasons for their support or opposition. Therefore, Superman, the chairman of the Justice League, was the first person to be surveyed by everyone's vote. Next, the children will use the whole afternoon to divide into 2 groups to conduct random interviews with tourists near the Superman Memorial and the Luthor statue at the entrance of Lex Group. The selection of survey samples can be said to be very scientific. There are exactly 2 accompanying parents. Bruce Wayne is responsible for the group of students near Lex Group, and Mori is responsible for the students near the Superman Memorial. The teachers took great pains to let Mr. Wayne experience parent-child time, and specially assigned Damian to Bruce's group. Unfortunately, Alice, who is Damian's fixed partner in group work, was also assigned. Mori could only look at the little girls jumping back reluctantly, secretly hating Damian for kidnapping his Alice. Mori, who is an ordinary doctor, regretfully put his mood together and took the children and the Superman Memorial group to participate in activities. Clark Kent, aka Mr. Superman, who lives in Metropolis, of course knows that Batman will come to Metropolis today. According to the old rules of the Justice League, Batman will also write a request notice to Superman, and Mr. Superman will never dare refuse Batman's visit. He will also use his super hearing to pay attention to the schedule. Bruce's report said that the reason was to participate in Damian's school activities, but Clark heard the familiar heartbeat of Dr. Mori beside Bruce. Clark blinked in surprise and listened carefully again. It was indeed Dr. Mori. It turned out that he had a very close relationship with Batman. Is he talking about parenting? Hearing Bruce say that children should be let go when they grow up, Clark nodded in agreement. B is good in everything, but he is a little too controlling. Children have their own paths to take. As long as they don't do bad things, they can do whatever they want. Look at him. He never interferes with Connor and Bizarro. Although he is actually just avoiding the problem. Yes, Clark was just escaping because he really didn't know how to face the son that Luthor arranged for him and his clone who was currently Morioge's son. So cloning technology should be strictly prohibited. The humble young man in the small town thought frantically that this was not a simple illegal theft of genes, but a major challenge to his own and the ethics of the Earthlings. Daily curse. Damn Lex Luthor. Since the last time he saw Dr. Mori in Gotham, Clark still occasionally used super hearing to pay attention to Bizarro's situation, emphasize that it was only occasionally. Clark heard Bizarro rescue a child who was almost hit by a car on the streets of Gotham, and also heard him teach a street robbery gangster a lesson in a measured way. Under the care of Dr. Mori and Jason, Bizarro was just like an ordinary child, and he lived happily every day. Clark felt very relieved. This warm daily life made him despise himself as a pervert, while continuing to pay attention secretly. It was a pity that he had no choice after Dr. Mori moved out of Crime Alley and into the new safe house. How could the walls of Jason's safe house not contain lead? But Dr. Mori always goes out, and Clark can't help but check if Dr. Mori needs help. It doesn't matter, this is a task assigned by Batman, asking him to pay attention to Bizarro's condition. Clark forced himself to suppress his shame. Anyway, he would never peek when it comes to Dr. Mori's privacy. He just wants to see if Dr. Mori needs help. Superman just wants to return the favor by helping the doctor take care of Bizarro. After all, what Luthor did should have been his responsibility, and Bizarro's problem should also be solved by him. But the doctor doesn't seem to need help at all. Dr. Mori handles both workplace relationships and friendships perfectly. He is a person with a very high emotional intelligence. This kind of person has always been the object of Clark's envy and admiration when he faces difficulties in the workplace. For example, last week, Editor-in-Chief Perry asked him to report on the types of crops at the farmer's market. He always wants to give up. Clark was frustrated and comforted himself, saying that small town boys and crops are a perfect match, and of course he is willing to report. In fact, Clark's heart was beating. He was most interested in social news, but the editor-in-chief asked him to interview the Science and Technology Festival one moment and to report on crops the next, and often criticized his reports. So angry, but there is nothing he can do. So when he saw Morioge become the most popular person in GCPD with ease, and quickly won the trust of Commissioner Gordon, and also discovered the truth of many cases with his dissection skills, Clark couldn't help but want to offer his knees. Clark occasionally felt that he was becoming more and more like a perverted stoker. Using super hearing to eavesdrop on the lives of Dr. Mori and Bizarro really made his law-abiding conscience feel guilty. Even if it was just occasionally, he felt that this was too much of an invasion of Dr. Mori's privacy. But there was no way. He really admired Dr. Mori and couldn't help wanting to know the doctor. He decided to secretly put the doctor and Bizarro at the top of his attention list, at least to ensure that he could rescue them in time when they were in danger. So Clark actually accidentally knew a lot of Dr. Mori's little secrets. For example, he knew that Dr. Mori would talk to the dog when he took it out, just like communicating with humans. This is really a bit cute. He also discovered that Dr. Mori's dog and fox had special abilities. In fact, they were the ones who killed people on the dock that day. That night, he heard the sound of Dr. Mori suddenly rushing out of the door in the middle of the night, so he paid special attention to it. Unexpectedly, he watched the whole incident at the dock. He had already put on his uniform and was ready to rush out, but he found that the doctor had solved it very well. Unexpectedly, Dr. Mori looked like a weak ordinary person, but he was so decisive and private. Clark thought that most people with high IQs were like Batman, but he didn't expect that there was someone as gentle and sharp as Dr. Mori, like Athena in the bedtime story that Martha told him when he was a child. It doesn't seem appropriate to say this, but in short, he is a person who is good at planning and knows everything about the world. It makes Clark, an ordinary office worker, admire and envy him. Clark himself insists on not killing people, but he has actually been unhappy with Gotham's villains for a long time. Every time these people appear, they will destroy many originally happy families. But the troubles caused by Gotham's villains are just a series of cold numbers in news reports, and politicians never realize that there are living people behind these numbers. He was so heartbroken when he lost his adoptive father Jonathan, but behind every incident reported in Gotham, there are countless people who are so heartbroken. Sometimes Clark really wants to rush into the Gotham City Hall, shake the collars of those guys who are doing nothing to shake the water out of their heads, or press their heads, to make them sign the death penalty. But Clark knows very well that this is impossible. Batman will not allow it. They, the Justice League, also need to follow the rules. The death penalty cannot solve the fundamental problem. Superheroes do not have the right to execute these criminals. Things always seem to come to a dead end. Clark hopes that someone will execute the death penalty, but he has to admit that this is not a sin that any single individual can bear. But when he saw Dr. Sen and Jason using the Glory Society to manage the Dark World, he thought that maybe this is also good. It's just that Jason and Dr. Sen may bear the sins that do not belong to them. Clark can only admire and worry at the same time. But when he thought of Bruce, Clark calmed down instantly. Batman knows everything. There are so many surveillance cameras in Gotham Docks and Arkham. What happened must have been tacitly approved by Bruce. B didn't drive Dr. Mori out of Gotham, and today he was still talking to Dr. Mori about Jason's ideals. Batman even invited Dr. Mori to be his guest, which means he must be aware of the actions of the Glory Society. Clark felt that Batman was unexpectedly tolerant this time. Maybe it was because of Jason. Old fathers would always be more indulgent with their children. Besides, Jason didn't do anything too outrageous. He never hurt any ordinary person. So, Krypton, do you want to meet Dr. Mori and his dog who can also fly? Chapter 31. Hello, sir. Can I interview you? We are conducting an off-campus investigation. The children in the school have dispersed to conduct their own interviews. The student closest to Morioge grabbed a tall man with black-framed glasses and a dog in his hand. Clark Kent looked at the student in front of him a little awkwardly. He wanted to go directly to meet Dr. Mori, but was stopped by the student who was interviewing. Then he noticed Morioge's eyes looking at him not far away. Clark, suddenly nervous. Yes, I mean of course it's no problem. Clark tried to show a natural smile. He just wanted to make friends with Dr. Mori today, but because he had known Dr. Mori for a long time, he was a little nervous when he really faced Dr. Mori as Clark Kent. What do you think of superheroes? The child had a recorder in his notebook and was taking notes. Among the two current presidential candidates, Mr. Lex Luthor is an opponent of superheroes and advocates that humans should protect themselves rather than rely on superhumans, while Mr. Stevenson Hewitt is ready to fully support the actions of superheroes. What do you think? Morioge was also a little curious about this question. As far as he was concerned, he did not think that superheroes and ordinary people needed to be treated differently in law and morality. We are all equal citizens. It's just that some people choose to exert their own strength, and such people are always worthy of admiration. This question was really embarrassing for Clark. As a Superman, Clark certainly hoped that the government would give more support to the actions of superheroes. But now he is an ordinary citizen Clark Kent, and he is asked to give reasons for supporting superheroes. I support superheroes. I think they have done a lot to save the world. Clark pushed his glasses a little embarrassedly. He was not used to praising himself like this. Of course, I think they are just doing what they can. They have the ability to protect the earth, and they should stand up when danger comes. This is a good man, Morioge thought. Thank you for your answer, the young reporter said seriously. Then do you think the government should require superheroes to register and accept unified management? This is exactly one of the plans proposed by presidential candidate Stevenson Hewitt, supporting the actions of superheroes, but under the control of the government. So this is why Clark frowned at both presidential candidates. Lex Luthor, Superman's #1 anti-fan, is not to be mentioned. The other presidential candidate is not going to fully support superheroes. The other party just wants to control superheroes. The Justice League has held several meetings for this, because no matter who is the president who wins the election, the situation is actually not much different for them. However, the government has no better means to control them. Every superhero does have weaknesses, but the government will not, or dare not take action against them. After all, people always encounter dangers that cannot be solved. This is also the reason why Morioge did not consider the Sky Society at the beginning. The Sky Society is essentially a government organization with too many restrictions, but no substantive rights, and its jurisdiction is incredibly wide. But they don't have any good cards in their hands, except the Suicide Squad. I don't think superheroes should be required to reveal their identities to the government, Clark said seriously. No matter what the reason is, superheroes also have the right to privacy. When they don't want to reveal their identities, they have the right to do so. Superheroes can also have their own lives, right? But according to the government's investigation report, the losses caused by superheroes each year are not as many as they should be. Who should be responsible for these losses? The questions raised by children nowadays are very sharp, Clark thought. The war of public opinion is the most troublesome. Fortunately, the Justice League also has channels to speak out. As far as I know, the war damage of the Justice League superheroes will be sponsored by the government, and there are also many charitable foundations to help. Clark smiled helplessly. As the person who caused the most war damage, and was also the poorest in the entire Justice League, he really had no right to speak. These are all very meaningful questions. Clark had thought deeply about these issues when he first became Superman, but he still couldn't come to a perfect conclusion. The Earth is not safe. Aliens, parallel universes, hell, and the devil. Everyone seems to covet this blue ball. Recently, the J.W telescope launched by the Wayne Group has detected weak suspicious energy again. This energy has never been discovered before. Batman speculated that something is likely to happen again. Once an emergency occurs, it is very likely to cause losses. Clark can't do anything about this situation. He is not a god. He can't save everyone and ensure the safety of their property at the same time. This is also the reason why they are occasionally criticized. Morioge, who is not far away, observes Clark inconspicuously. This person seems to be a rational fan of superheroes. He is not fanatical, has a sense of measure, and is also very clear about some of the difficulties currently faced by superheroes. He stands on the position of a superhero, and he also has realistic considerations on many issues. This is rare. But before Morioge can continue to think about it, a white figure rushed towards him quickly. Woo woof. A big white dog stuck out its tongue, turned in circles, and rubbed against Morioge's feet. Its tail seemed to shake out a flower. Sorry, I didn't scare you. Clark gave a thumbs up to Zyok's initiative. When he found Dr. Mori near the Superman Memorial, he hurriedly brought Zyok over. Dr. Mori finally appeared in Metropolis, so of course he had to meet him. Clark didn't mean anything else. He was just very interested in Dr. Mori and wanted to make new friends. Clark's original plan was to exchange contact information with Dr. Mori through the friendship between dogs, so that they might be able to chat and have a meal, and when they were free, they could also make an appointment to drink coffee or walk the dog. Clark felt that he and Dr. Mori must have a lot in common. They both liked pets. Pets had strange abilities. They were both trying to protect a city. They both had a Kryptonian. Clark had his own and Dr. Mori had Bizarro. They had too many common topics, and it would definitely be a pleasure to communicate with a gentle doctor. Besides, what Dr. Mori did was not much different from a superhero. Maybe one day Bruce would decide to recruit Dr. Mori into the Justice League. So he was just getting to know a potential new colleague in advance. As a result, when they were about to reach the entrance of the memorial, Clark suddenly remembered that Dr. Mori did not bring his own pet to Metropolis today. There was no excuse to chat up. But fortunately, little Krypton was very proactive. I guess you should have a dog too. Maybe you have the smell of a dog on you, and little Krypton will be more excited when you smell the smell of a strange dog. Little Krypton looked at Clark with contempt. Clark pretended not to see anything and continued to show a bright smile to Dr. Mori. Little Krypton really wants to make a friend. This pair of little tiger teeth looked a little familiar. Morioge thought. Yes, I do have a pet. The doctor answered, looking at the sunny little reporter. He couldn't help but apologize to his carder in his heart. Sorry, Chihuahua-kun, you can only appear as a pet dog now. The big white dog at his feet should be a Great Dane. Pure white Great Danes are really rare, with a strong body and well-developed muscles. It's even rarer to see a dog that looks well trained. It's definitely the Hercules among dogs. This dog is well taken care of and doesn't have the stench of ordinary dogs. Morioge looked at the cute big dog rubbing against his cuff crazily, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist the temptation and bent down to stroke the dog's head. Morioge is actually a dog person. He prefers loyal and easy to control creatures. Zio Krypton made a close-up woof. Krypton dogs are indeed not smelly. Zio Krypton will tell you that he will sit on Superman's face every morning to provide wake-up service. Well, having a pet is a very interesting thing. Clark finally had the opportunity to observe Dr. Mori up close. As a result, because he observed too carefully, he accidentally opened the perspective. The doctor's bones look very nice, Clark thought, but this is not very polite. He hurriedly looked away. I live alone. If it weren't for Krypton to accompany me, I would be very lonely. My name is Clark Kent. I'm a reporter for the Daily Planet, but I'm off today. The social animal reporter stretched out his hand. He took good care of his messy curly hair before going out today, hoping to give Dr. Mori a good first impression. I'm Morioge, and I'm a doctor at the moment. The doctor spoke slowly, and his tone was indeed very gentle to Superman. The surgeon's fingers need to maintain a high degree of flexibility and sensitivity. Morioge, who is strict with himself, also takes good care of his fingers. The doctor's fingertips are very soft. The fingers are slender, the skin is delicate and white, and the knuckles are not thick, which reminds Clark of warm jade. These hands can hold a scalpel, and they should also be suitable for playing the piano. They must be very beautiful when holding flowers. Clark carefully controlled his strength and shook hands with Dr. Mori gently. Then he couldn't help but put his hands behind his back and rubbed his fingertips, which seemed to still have the doctor's body temperature. Morioge always spoke slowly and steadily. When he was in the Port Mafia, as the leader, he had to choose his words carefully. Speaking too fast was not conducive to issuing orders or giving the enemy a sense of oppression. Even after coming to Gotham, his speaking habits did not change. Is Dr. Mori Asian? In fact, you can consider settling in Metropolis. It's a great city. With Superman here, Metropolis is much safer than Gotham. If Dr. Mori gets into trouble, he can help in time. The pronunciation of Mori is not difficult for Clark. He had already learned Japanese with his super brain before he wanted to meet Dr. Mori. I currently live in Gotham. Morioge replied. Does the person in front of him seem to want to get to know him? Or, like he knows him in advance? This person knows very well that he does not live in Metropolis and is sure that he lives in the United States instead of traveling here by chance. So where did he come to this conclusion? Did he see him with the children? Observed him for a long time. Countless thoughts went through Morioge's mind, but he felt that this little reporter didn't seem to be sent by anyone to test him. Let's put him on the list of suspicious persons with poor acting skills. Zio rubbed Clark's cuff again. He wanted to go out and play. It was boring to accompany two bored adults here. He didn't want to see Clark show his outrageously monotonous social skills. Clark's attention was all on Morioge beside him at this time, and he didn't feel Zio's boredom at all. Gotham is also a good city, Clark continued. Well, has Dr. Mori seen Batman? Gotham's superhero? Batman is now enjoying parent-child time under the statue of Lex Luthor, Morioge thought, and he brought his Alice-chan with him. No, but fortunately there are superheroes like Batman and Superman, so we can stand here and enjoy the scenery. So who is this person coming for? Batman and Morioge have no relationship on the surface. Superman is really great. I mean, I like him too. Rounding it off, Clark Kent, was specifically praised by Dr. Mori. Doctor, is there any place you want to go? I can be a tour guide. I'm quite familiar with Metropolis. Clark said happily. Actually, the Superman Memorial is not very fun. There is an amusement park nearby, which is very suitable for children. The cafe opposite is not bad either. This person knows that he has a child. Did he already know about Alice? It looks even more suspicious. Little Krypton squatted on the ground with some boredom. He was supposed to take him to meet new friends, but where are his friends? Little Krypton stepped on Clark's foot angrily and barked fiercely again. It seems that your dog is a little bored. Aren't you going to take it out to play? Morioge felt that Clark was a bit talkative. It didn't seem like someone sent him to inquire about the news. It seemed that he came to get to know him on purpose. That is to say, this person had learned about the existence of Morioge from some channel before. It shouldn't be. His range of activities has always been in Gotham. Having said that, Morioge didn't want to deal with it. This is a sunny and upright person who can be seen through at a glance. He is not a bad person, and he is even a little too good if he is not acting. Even if it was an act, someone with ulterior motives would not reveal their motives right away. Morioge did not think that he needed to spend time guarding against this little reporter now. After all, he would be leaving Metropolis soon. If he had a chance to see him in Gotham next time, maybe Morioge would be interested. Of course, Clark hadn't gotten the contact information yet. He had finally gotten to know Dr. Mori officially and didn't want to leave so soon. Fortunately, he brought Krypton's favorite Screaming Bruce. The little doll Batman crossed the square, and Krypton's eyes lit up and rushed out. Morioge twitched his lips. This guy couldn't be driven away, right? Why not next time we can walk the dog together? However, before Clark finished speaking, a series of screams came from not far away. The man and dog around Morioge also disappeared in an instant. Chapter 32. The person who made the shrill scream was a lady who was traveling with Morioge. Mrs. Margaret was nearly 40 years old. She was the most respected history teacher in the school and the person who was in charge of extracurricular activities with Morioge this time. Morioge remembered that, although this lady looked very strict, she actually loved her students very much. At least under normal circumstances, she would never pick up a knife against her students. But now she was completely different. The hair that was tightly tied behind her head in the past came out of Margaret's hairnet, and the carefully groomed red hair was draped behind her in a mess, just torn apart by herself. The expression on her face was almost crazy. Her eyes were wide open and full of bloodshot. She also tore her clothes into a mess, and her neat makeup was already a mess. She was holding a fruit knife tightly in both hands. This was the knife that Margaret used to peel apples for her students today. The tip of the knife that was still in love with the apple in the morning was now stained with human blood, and the sticky and bright liquid slowly dripped onto the ground along the tip of the knife. Morioge was chatting with the chatty little reporter and didn't see what happened. When he realized what was going on, the crowd had already screamed and scattered, and Margaret was pulling the fruit knife out of a tourist's stomach. The students and tourists nearby were stunned by Margaret's sudden violence. Before everyone could react, Margaret rushed towards the crowd again with a knife. Her frantic eyes wandered among the people's faces, as if looking for the next target. Morioge didn't have time to pay attention to where the man who was just chatting with him ran away, because Margaret rushed directly towards him. Mr. Mori, be careful. The small system that accidentally went online was terrified. Why? This shouldn't be. Morioge was startled by the system that suddenly went online. This guy always spoke at inappropriate times, but he didn't have time to care about what the system was saying. What surprised Morioge was that Margaret, who was already insane, seemed to recognize him, even though they were not familiar with each other and had only spoken 5 sentences in total. It's you. Margaret, who had already fallen into madness, kept rolling her eyes in her eye sockets and shouting something incoherently. Morioge could not make out her words at all, but only saw Margaret running towards him with crooked steps, as if she had no control over her body at all. Margaret's nerves seemed to be abnormal, and she seemed to be unable to perceive this world. Even though she was tripped by the stone under her feet and fell to the ground, her knees bleeding, she did not seem to feel any pain. Instead, she tried to get up and continued to rush to Morioge with red eyes. Morioge actually brought a gun. After all, the security in Gotham was not as good as Yokohama, and he had been reminded of this many times by Jason. He habitually brought it with him when he came to Metropolis this time. He had always hidden the Beretta 92F in his waist, and Jason had already helped him get a gun license. However, Morioge's shooting skills seemed to be the same as his darts, which were scrudding as aiming. He didn't know where the bullet would fly. The scalpel was more reliable, and Morioge carefully calculated the best route to move. However, before Margaret could get up, she was subdued. The person who subdued Margaret was expected. Morioge's old acquaintance, the big man in blue tights and red cape. appeared in front of him again. Superman had a nervous expression on his face. This was the second time Superman saved him. Mori looked at the god on Earth in front of him and thought. He appeared just in time. Is Superman always monitoring Metropolis? Are you okay? Clark breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't expect someone to suddenly cause trouble here. When he heard the scream just now, Clark didn't bother to explain to Dr. Mori and ran directly to the nearby alley, ripped open his shirt and flew out. Fortunately, he caught up in time. Margaret, who was imprisoned in Superman's hand, was still screaming and twisting. Her eyes were fixed on Mori, as if this was her greatest enemy in her life. As long as she had the chance, she would definitely kill the doctor in front of her. Thank you very much, Mr. Superman. It was a familiar conversation. You're welcome. I'm glad you're okay. Superman's eyes fell on Dr. Mori's face. If you get into trouble, please call me, and I'll be there in time. Mori expressed his gratitude again. Then he narrowed his eyes and carefully observed Margaret, who now looked very strange. It seemed that there was a completely different monster under Margaret's skin. The monster was revealed in Margaret's expression, as if it was staring at Mori with malicious eyes through Margaret's eyes. Mori was very puzzled by such inexplicable hatred. Seeing Superman subdue the murderer, the scattered crowd gradually calmed down, leaving only a stabbed victim lying on the ground groaning. Mori thought for a moment, walked over, squatted down, and gave the unfortunate guy emergency treatment. Fortunately, the fruit knife was not long, and Margaret, who was unconscious and had no professional training, aimed at the victim's lower left abdomen. The lucky victim had a big belly, and the thick fat did not allow the knife to pierce important organs. This matter had a pretty good ending, at least no one died. Unfortunately, Mori did not avoid the fate of going to the Metropolitan Police Department in the end, because Margaret, who was handcuffed with a silver bracelet, only had Mori in her eyes, and looked like she wanted to kill him. The police reasonably suspected that Mori had deceived Miss Margaret's feelings or money. Mori, he sat in the police station, and explained seriously that he really had no relationship with Margaret. The police continued to look at Mori with a suspicious look. Mori really wanted to say that he would not have any extra feelings for women over the age of 12, except appreciation and respect. But considering that it seems easier for people to think too much and be labeled as a pervert if he says this, he can only choose to explain it over and over again. Fortunately, other school leaders are willing to come forward to prove that Mori first met Margaret at the PTA meeting a few days ago. Mori himself is very confused about why Margaret is staring at him. But I'm afraid that Margaret, the person involved, can't answer this question. Psychiatrists have already diagnosed the mental condition of the perpetrator and determined that the person involved has no criminal responsibility at all. In other words, Margaret is crazy. No one knows why this lady who was gentle and amiable with the children the previous second fell into madness the next second, but there is really no evidence related to Mori at present, and the police can only choose to let her go. Bruce is waiting at the door of the police station at this time. Drive Mori, are you okay? Bruce frowned. He didn't expect the school teacher to suddenly go crazy. Batman, who has learned the cause and effect from the surveillance video and Superman's narration, smelled a hint of unusual smell. Maybe there is a villain causing trouble? Is it a villain in Gotham? Alice also came forward. I'm fine. I just don't know how Ms. Margaret is doing. Mori shrugged helplessly. He was not hurt, but he had a lot of doubts in his heart. This matter revealed something strange everywhere, but there were too few clues, and no one knew what happened. Superman did not appear again, but the young reporter Clark Kent ran out from some corner. Sorry, Dr. Mori, I just had a stomachache and went to the bathroom. Clark was a little embarrassed to use such excuses to avoid every time. I wonder if his temporary escape will leave a bad impression on Dr. Mori. Just now, when the lady ran towards Dr. Mori, I slipped away. Dr. Mori would not misunderstand that I left him alone to escape, right? Clark was a little melancholy. Would he be disliked by Dr. Mori? Please, don't. But fortunately, Dr. Mori did not say anything, but just thanked him politely. The only thing worth being happy about is that Clark finally exchanged contact information with Dr. Mori openly. In the end, Bruce and Mori could only choose to return to Gotham first. Margaret is also from Gotham. The Metropolitan Police Department has handed her over to the Gotham Police Department, and the Gotham Police Department will continue to investigate. There are no special drugs in the blood. Margaret has no history of drug abuse, and her family has no history of mental illness. Tim sat in front of the computer in the Batcave, frowning. They have checked Margaret's life over and over again, but there is still no clue. Margaret is indeed a good teacher who is consistent in appearance and heart, no usury, no drugs, no medical history, and no great transactions. Margaret has no connection with the darkness of Gotham, but she just went crazy for no reason. The villains in Gotham have been very quiet recently, and Tim doesn't believe that anyone can hide from Bruce's eyes. It's just that this happened to coincidentally. Margaret didn't go crazy earlier or later, but she went crazy when she took her students to the metropolis, and she only recognized Mori and wanted to stab him to death with a knife. It is certain that Margaret had no previous contact with Dr. Mori. Her life trajectory can be traced. It is not an emotional problem or a financial problem. So why did she target Dr. Mori? Tim was also confused. He did not think that Dr. Mori really had any irreconcilable hatred with this lady. Margaret is currently staying in the hospital. According to the diagnosis, it is unlikely that she will regain her sanity. Bruce said. This means that they can only investigate from the outside and cannot directly learn the truth from Margaret herself. Tim proposed a possibility that Margaret might have just recognized the wrong person in a state of confusion. But Bruce did not think so. He thought that Margaret recognized Mori and wanted to kill him. What secrets does Dr. Mori have? The investigation of Margaret's incident has since reached a bottleneck. Everyone is confused. No one knows where Margaret's malice towards Dr. Mori comes from. Mori is facing Jason's meticulous care at this time. Jason is particularly annoyed this time. Last time at the mall, he failed to arrive in time to save Dr. Mori, and this time too. In addition, both times, Superman showed off in front of Dr. Mori, making him, the boss of the Glory Society, look useless. Jason fell into deep self-doubt. It seemed that Dr. Mori had always been helping him, including the Glory Society and the doc. He looked immature in front of Dr. Mori, like a young boy who had just reached adulthood. In fact, Jason, who had rich experience and was already a mature adult, was very angry. But before he could take any action, something unexpected happened in Gotham. Chapter 33. Still no clues? Dick asked with a headache. The situation in Gotham is a bit chaotic now. The dark world that was originally well organized is tending to become chaotic again. A month ago, Batwoman Kate Kane discovered that there were suspicious cult members in Gotham. These inexplicable cult members sold a lot of doctrines and pardons to the local residents of Gotham by showing some so-called mysterious phenomena. It seems that they can make those who join the sect have mysterious powers and the ability to gain permanent peace of mind. This sect is very secretive in the way of preaching, is also very obscure. Kate investigated alone for a long time, but couldn't find out the content of their doctrines and more names of members. She didn't even find out the name of this sect. This mysterious sect seemed to appear in Gotham suddenly, and then developed a large number of members in a very short time. The distribution of members does not seem to have any pattern. There are civilians in the crime alley of the East District and wives of wealthy people living in the Diamond District. Batman and Robin are also investigating this matter. They found more than Kate. These members who are suspected of joining the mysterious religion always have a strange statue in their homes. However, the strange thing is that the statues in each member's home are completely different. The only common point is that the statues are so strange that it is difficult to describe in words. At present, only Batman has seen them by chance. Batman used a computer to try to restore the impression that was still in his mind, but he found that he could not restore it at all. The abstract line drawings drawn by the computer did not show the shape he saw at that time. Batman wanted to take a statue away secretly, but when he tried to find it again, all the statues suddenly disappeared. He secretly turned a believer's house upside down, but in the end he could not find the mysterious statue. These strange phenomena attracted Batman's great attention. If it was just a strange unknown sect, it would not be so scary. But Batman found that some people in the homes of these sect members began to disappear, and the missing members were all people who did not believe in this sect. For example, the lady living in the Diamond District, her husband was a devout Catholic, and he sneered at his wife's new faith. As a result, not long ago, this rich man disappeared inexplicably, and his wife turned into a rich woman with a property transfer certificate. Batman initially suspected that this was just a case of murder for money, but his investigation showed that the current rich woman had no chance to commit the crime. Other people have disappeared one after another. These people suddenly disappeared, but no one called the police. Those families who believe in this religion are still living as usual, as if it is normal for someone to disappear. Even if friends ask, these religious members will calmly cover it up. Even if the police come to the door, they can only hastily close the case with a missing name. After all, no one has any clues to continue the investigation, and even the family members have completely given up on filing a case for investigation. Batman turned to suspect that these cult members gathered to kill, but the strange thing is that they had no time to commit the crime, and the bodies of the dead did not appear, as if they were just missing. Are these people dead? Where are the bodies? Who did it? There are no answers to these questions. Finally, half a month ago, Batwoman met suspicious people who seemed to be holding some kind of mysterious ceremony in the warehouse at Gotham Pier, and the vigilante lady immediately decided to observe secretly. Unfortunately, there was a very perceptive person among these members, and it didn't take long for him to find Kate hiding in the dark. Among the remaining members, there was actually an absurdly strong fighter. Batwoman, who was forced to fight, was beaten and cried out in pain. In the end, it was Batman who saved Kate's life. When these cult members threw bombs to blow up the warehouse, Batman threw her out. But at the same time, Kate was also thrown into the sea by the huge shockwave caused by the explosion. She was dizzy in the sea for a while, and when she finally swam back to the shore and returned to the warehouse, there was only the devastation after the violent explosion. Batman and the suspicious people were all missing, and there was no blood or body left at the scene. The same disappearance fell on Batman. The violent explosion also destroyed many clues, and the collapsed walls and precarious warehouse brought great inconvenience to the search. After confirming that Batman was missing and searching repeatedly without results, Batwoman had to return home first. At the same time, she informed Red Robin about this. There are still no clues. The scene is very clean. We have checked it repeatedly. Tim, who had not slept for 3 days and 2 nights, took a deep breath in front of the computer, rubbed his red eyes, and drank the espresso beside him. Batman's disappearance is not a trivial matter. Not only does the night patrol take up most of his energy, but the affairs of Wayne Group are also troublesome. After all, Bruce Wayne is the chairman of Wayne Group. Many decisions still need to go through his hands, and the board of directors cannot always be absent. Now all these pressures are added to Tim, causing the coffee content in his body to increase dramatically. Tim even wondered if the sweat he shed was all caffeine. There are no more witnesses nearby. Kate is the only one who saw the scene with her own eyes. After she came out of the sea, she searched the warehouse as soon as possible, but found no trace of Batman or other clues. Dick was hesitating whether to conduct a third on-site inspection. This situation sounds just like the God of War in Japanese mythology, but usually God of War only happens to children. Could Bruce be considered a 200-pound child? Was he taken away by some mysterious creature like a god, a tengu, or a fox fairy? Dick was amused by his own nonsensical guess. Anyway, the good news at the moment is that Bruce is just missing, and the bad news is that he is actually missing. Batman's disappearance actually means that his identity has been exposed. If someone can take him away without leaving a trace, then it would be a simple matter to lift his mask and find out that Bruce Wayne and Batman are the same person. However, no news has been heard yet, so they just assume that the person behind the scenes has other intentions. Tim looked up at his eldest brother and said, "Kate can't be lying. She is also very anxious about Bruce's disappearance. I don't doubt Kate's intention to lie. I'm just worried that someone may have deceived her. What if it's something on the magic side? Are there indeed clues that we can't find?" Dick still felt that Batman couldn't disappear so easily, and he wouldn't die easily. But after being taken away for so long, He still hasn't figured out how to get out. Nightwing really can't figure out who the other party is and what their purpose is. The cult members Kate mentioned have not been found. According to Kate, there are 5 more people besides Batman, but they are now completely missing. Kate believes that all the participants are disguised. The characteristics she described do not match the known suspicious persons that Batman has recorded. The members of the mysterious religion recorded in the computer list all have alibis. Are these people who took Batman away enemies of the Justice League? Or Gotham's villains? Or Bruce Wayne's enemies? It seems impossible and it seems possible. Ordinary residents do not have such high military strength and firepower. There must be supervillains involved. Supervillains plus evil religious gangs sound like a conspiracy. At present, the power of the Glory Society is slowly expanding in the underground world of Gotham. The order at night has improved. Red Hood has done a good job, so it should not be these gangs that are causing trouble. Otherwise Jason would have taken action long ago. Among Gotham's supervillains, the Joker, Poison Ivy and Deadshot are already dead. There has been no jailbreak in Arkham recently, and all the detained villains are staying quietly inside. Apart from Harley Quinn jumping up and down, there are no other incidents. But Nightwing and Red Robin are very clear that Harley Quinn's attention has always been focused on finding the person who killed the Joker. She does cause minor damage from time to time, but the violent incidents in secret have been handled by the Glory Society. In other words, this incident is likely not from within Gotham, and there must be outsiders involved. Who could it be? Could it be the Assassin's League? Nightwing suddenly guessed. Targeting Bruce, they are not local villains in Gotham, and they have not used Bruce's identity to do anything. Probably only the Assassin's League. The Batcave fell silent again. Damian, who was listening quietly at the side, suddenly got up and left. I'll go to the scene again. Dick and Tim looked at each other and prayed sincerely that it would be better if it was not Talia or the Devil's Head who crawled out of the Lazarus pool. The Gotham Dock warehouse has been surrounded by the GCPD cordon. Although there are no casualties, the entire warehouse is already shaky and in urgent need of repair. As Batman's longtime collaborator, Commissioner Gordon has of course known about Batman's disappearance. A week ago, Harley Quinn and some members of the Joker gang robbed the Gotham Bank. This crazy woman got a lot of bombs from nowhere and took the bank staff as hostages. Gordon and the police officers did not dare to act rashly at the time, so he chose to turn on the Batlight to ask Batman for help. But in the end, there was no response from Batman. This was the second time this month. The matter was finally resolved by the people of the Glory Society. The Joker gang under Harley Quinn and the Glory Society clashed near the bank. In the end, Red Hood successfully knocked Harley Quinn unconscious and escorted her to Arkham. The remaining members of the Joker gang were also handed over to the GCPD. Although everything is slowly getting better and the dark world of Gotham is becoming more orderly, Batman's disappearance still brought a lot of chaos. Because Batman is the legend of Gotham's night, a symbol of fear, and an insurmountable boulder pressing on the hearts of Gotham's villains. Only the sense of oppression brought by Batman can make those with malicious intentions in Gotham dare not act at will. But everyone has recently discovered that Batman, the source of their fear, has not appeared for a long time. Although Red Robin, and Batwoman are all active as usual and fighting criminals, Batman is nowhere to be seen. The villains are all speculating whether Batman is seriously injured and unable to move, or even dead in a corner. There is also a puzzling signal. The superhero Nightwing, who was originally active in Bloodhaven for a long time, has also begun to move frequently in Gotham recently. Everyone is not stupid, and all kinds of unusual signs indicate that Batman may really have an accident. After the Penguin noticed this, he ordered people to spread a lot of rumors, saying that Batman has disappeared. Such rumors spread back and forth in the dark world, and almost everyone is about to believe it. The result of some people believing it is that people who once dared not act rashly due to Batman's deterrence are now ready to move. Small-scale frictions continued, all of which were robberies, thefts, and drug deals. Large-scale attacks did not occur, but the crime rate increased significantly. The night patrols made Red Robin, Nightwing, and Robin very tired. This is why Gotham cannot lose Batman. He has long been a spiritual symbol. Red Hood was also very troubled by such a situation. It was not long after the Magadillo incident, and he had not yet found out the mastermind behind the cooperation with this damn Italian. As a result, Batman disappeared again. He could only put down the things at hand and start investigating the troubles encountered by the old man. Morioge was not very surprised to see Jason choose to go out in the middle of the night again. Of course, he also heard about Batman's disappearance. Are you going to continue to investigate Batman's affairs, Jason? Morioge asked. Yes. Jason hesitated. He never told Rintaro about his relationship with Batman. Dr. Mori only knew that his public identity, Jason Todd, was Bruce's adopted son, and secretly he was the former Robin and current Red Hood. Gotham cannot live without Batman. It's not that he didn't want to say it, but it was not just his business, and he hadn't figured out how to explain it to Dr. Mori. It's natural for a son to be worried about his father's disappearance, Jason, Morioge replied. Jason was a little helpless. He knew that with Dr. Mori's keenness, he should have guessed it long ago. I just want to see what kind of opponent can make Batman disappear. Jason shrugged. This was guessed by the doctor himself, but he didn't reveal it on his own initiative. Even the old man couldn't blame him. I'll go with you, Jason. Chapter 34. The scene is very clean. Jason. Morioge followed Jason into the warehouse. According to their investigation, this warehouse once belonged to Penguin, but it has been abandoned for a long time and now looks very empty. In addition, it was bombed once, and half of the roof collapsed. Morioge observed carefully. According to the structure and the boxes left in the corner, this should have been a warehouse for storing some imported and exported fabrics. There was a damp and musty smell in the air and the fishy smell of trimethylamine left after the textiles were baked. Jason walked in front with a domino mask. Before leaving, Jason also handed a mask to Dr. Mori, but Morioge refused Jason's invitation to wear a mask. He just changed into a set of hoodies and casual pants that Jason bought before, which did not suit his style, and then put on a big mask and came out. Jason, who followed Dr. Mori out, couldn't help but keep his eyes on Morioge's thighs and buttocks wrapped in well-cut casual pants. He has never seen Dr. Mori wear this clothes since he bought it. Previously, he saw that the clothing store in Gotham Mall was selling couples clothing. A little blonde girl who looked very much like Alice was jumping out of the store holding her parents' hands. The three of them were wearing the same style of clothing. As a result, when he reacted, the person was already standing at the cashier to swipe the card. To be honest, this kind of dress is really strange on Morioge. Doctors used to wear more mature suit pants and shirts. Putting on this dress seems to have changed from a gentle doctor to a vigorous young student. Jason, what should I do? It's a bit cute. And, I regretted it. He should have worn that dress today. Morioge just didn't want to be recognized. But he didn't think he needed to hide it, so he might as well change his clothes, as long as he couldn't be seen as it was him. Anyway, he didn't want to wear a domino mask, nor did he plan to change into a tights. The silent and empty warehouse echoed with their footsteps, and the moonlight shone straight in from the blown-out windows, illuminating the broken walls and ruins in a pale white. Morioge brought Nakahara Chuaya and Ozaki Kawai with him. The corgi walked at Morioge's feet with its butt shaking. It looked around with alert eyes that did not match its cute appearance. Ozaki Kawai also observed the surrounding environment calmly. This place made them feel familiar. Yokohama is also a port city. There are many similar warehouses near large ports. In addition to storing items, such places often have many other uses. Indeed, there are not many things left after the explosion. Even if there are clues, they are probably buried. Jason had a headache. The warehouse was already shaky after the explosion. If they turned over this pile of messy wood, stones and walls, the remaining part of the warehouse would probably collapse in front of them in a minute. Only Red Hood and the Doctor could not lift these things. I'm afraid this is also the reason why Nightwing and Red Robin have not moved these things for the time being, but this problem is easy to solve now. Chuaya, I'm afraid I have to ask you for help. Jason squatted down. Can you help move this pile of rocks? The corgi dog looked at his boss, straightened his chest, walked forward calmly, and dodged Jason's paw that tried to touch his head. Jason knew that he was an intelligent creature that could communicate directly, but he still wanted to touch his head. A thin red light covered the stones, and the smashed stone slowly floated up. The huge warehouse also did not collapse, because of the support of the supernatural power. Wow, look what I found. A lively tone and a familiar voice sounded above. Red, your corgi is so amazing. It was Nightwing Richard Grayson who followed Damian all the way to the warehouse. Of course, the mother bird was worried about letting little D run to the Gotham pier alone at night. It happened that he also wanted to check the scene again, so he followed along. Red Robin continued to stay in the Batcave to deal with things and look for clues. When they saw the heavy motorcycle parked near the warehouse, they guessed that their rebellious second son Red Hood should also come, and his purpose must be the same as this. It just so happens that they can exchange clues. I wonder if the Glory Society has obtained more information. However, the clues were not exchanged. Dick and Damian first found Dr. Mori and his amazing corgi. Dick didn't expect Jason to bring Dr. Mori with him, and he didn't expect that this inconspicuous dog beside Dr. Mori actually had superpowers. Could this also be a Kryptonian dog? Great. The sundries in the warehouse rose into the air one by one, gradually revealing the covered ground. Dick guessed that the dog's ability was to float objects. So amazing. I wonder if Jason would be willing to lend him this magical dog occasionally in the future. In Nightwing's eyes, Dr. Mori and Jason were standing in the warehouse and talking intimately. He should have thought that Jason had already opened his heart to Dr. Mori and there were no secrets between lovers. Jason was willing to bring Dr. Mori to investigate Bruce's affairs. Does it mean that Dr. Mori already knows Bruce's identity? Nightwing, who didn't know that his vest had fallen off 800 years ago, greeted Red Hood happily. Since Dr. Mori already knew their identities, they didn't have to hide anything anymore. Nightwing was willing to trust Red Hood's judgment. Good evening, little Jason. Dr. Mori. Dick's eyes blinked under the domino mask. Is this the corgi you raised? Jason was stunned for a moment when he didn't expect a big blue bad to suddenly jump out, and then he frowned. Dr. Mori might not want to expose Chihuahua's ability, and now, Morioge glanced at Nightwing. He felt that this Nightwing was a little stupid. He called out his name when he was wearing a disguise. Was he afraid that he couldn't guess their identities? Good evening, Mr. Nightwing. Morioge also greeted him. Chihuahua-kun could have been exposed a long time ago, and he was just going to let Chihuahua-kun stay in the Glory Company to help Jason. Damian beside Nightwing stared at Nakahara Chihuahua closely. A dog with superpowers. How suitable for Robin. Want it. Small animals also have their own right to choose, just like Dase's cat. So, good dog, come to me. Damian took out a sausage from his all-purpose belt. Afu made it specifically for Daze Osamu, and now it has become a must-have item for Robin. Dick, little D, is your all-purpose belt used to hold this? Didn't Batman scold you? Do you often do this when you are on night patrol? Jason. Chihuahua-kun, calm down. Nakahara Chihuahua's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he directly manipulated gravity to try to smear the sausage on Robin's face. The current Robin, who was full of crisis and quick to react, turned back at the moment when the sausage was about to hit him and evaded the attack nimbly, but was hit in the leg joined by Nakahara Chihuahua with a small stone. With a snap, this is Robin who finally failed to avoid the sausage on his face. Damian, Dick and Jason, poof. Why is this dog's reaction completely different from Dase's cat? The ham is added with Afu's secret crab meat, and Daze Osamu loves it every day. So, he can understand human language. Damian got up from the ground. As soon as the affirmative words came out, Dick also realized the problem instantly. If Dr. Mori's dog can understand human language, then what about Dase's cat, which was also Dr. Mori's pet? Can the cat who loves suicide also understand human language? What bullshit are you talking about? Jason rolled his eyes impatiently and replied, what on earth are you doing here? Get out of here quickly, don't delay my date with the doctor. Yes, in Jason's eyes, Dr. Mori came out on a date with him and checked the old man's affairs by the way. So he specially chose his favorite big red heavy motorcycle and rode with Dr. Mori all the way. But Rintaro didn't seem to like this way of traveling very much, and he was a little stiff when he got off the car. So he probably won't take Dr. Mori for a ride again in the future. It's a bit regrettable. What's more regrettable is that there are 2 light bulbs, Corgi and Fox, today, and now Nightwing and Robin are here. It's so annoying. Although it's annoying, the focus is actually to investigate the traces in the warehouse, so Red Hood didn't say anything more. When today's matter is over, he will go to the Batcave to warn some people not to talk casually and keep the secret of Dr. Mori's pet. At this time, the scene has gradually revealed its true face under the gravity of Chuan Akahara. What a convenient ability. Dick continued to sigh. Now is indeed not the time to investigate Dr. Mori and his pet. Anyway, the doctor and Ahung are a family, and they have such a close relationship. Dick believes that he will definitely be able to borrow this corgi that is suspected to be a Kryptonian dog in the future. Morioge didn't say anything, but just followed Jason silently. He also wanted to confirm Batman's situation as soon as possible. It's TNT. This is a clue that has been confirmed before, and now it's just a reconfirmation. A lot of TNT was used. Look at the traces here, Jason. Morioge pointed to a brick in a corner that was not in the right place. There was more than one explosion here, but this warehouse had been abandoned long ago. It was impossible for the storage in the warehouse to cause a second explosion due to the open fire. That means that after the cult members blew up Batman and Batwoman for the first time, there was another explosion. It was probably before Batwoman returned to the warehouse. The time interval between the 2 explosions was not long. This can only mean that there must be traces that they can't take away at the scene. They had to blow it up directly to ensure that the secret was not leaked. Nightwing looked at the calm and rational Dr. Mori and couldn't help but praised Ahung's vision. He also wanted a soulmate like this. Usually, the 2 of them could live a sweet and ordinary family life, and when something happened, the lover would be calm and capable. Envy. Nightwing, who was always broken up in fancy ways, couldn't help but shoot a jealous look at Jason. Jason? Question mark? That's true, Red Robin also found it, Nightwing replied, but we didn't have time to turn it over one by one, so your dog is really useful. Nightwing made the sound he wanted. Stop talking nonsense and find clues quickly. Jason couldn't stand this guy. Traces that cannot be moved and are difficult to take away are probably engraved on the walls or floor tiles. Here. Robin's voice came from the corner. There is a half stone in an inconspicuous corner near the door of the warehouse. This stone is dark gray. Morioge reached out and touched the material. It should be marble with a moss hardness between 2.5-5 and the main component is calcium carbonate. But currently there is no warehouse at the dock that uses this kind of stone. The warehouses here are all red bricks based on clay, shale and coal gang. So where did this marble buried at the bottom come from? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35. Good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Grayson. Just call me Dick. GCPD has a new employee joining today. Morioge, who can already be called a senior, was called out of the office by his colleagues to welcome the new member. I heard that Mr. Grayson came from Bloodhaven, said Sunny, the gossip queen of the police station, with her arms folded in front of her chest, and touched Morioge standing beside her with her shoulder. Doctor, do you know the situation in Bloodhaven? Dr. Mori, who does things flawlessly, has long been integrated with the Gotham Police Department. Now everyone knows that he is a strong single father who lost his lover and raised his daughter alone. In the eyes of his colleagues in the GCPD, Dr. Mori, who has a very gentle personality, has strong business capabilities, and is deeply trusted by Commissioner Gordon. In addition, his personality is softer than most Americans, so he is very popular. There were female colleagues who showed their affection to Dr. Mori before, and some even said that they were willing to be Alice's stepmother. There were also men who took the initiative to confess. However, Morioge had long declared that he was not ready to develop an intimate relationship now, so everyone regretted it for a while and had to give up. Therefore, most women in the police station now regard Dr. Mori as their best friend. It's not that Dr. Mori is too gentle, but Dr. Mori, who has studied psychology very thoroughly, is very good at grasping human nature, and the number of people who come to him to talk is gradually increasing. He doesn't like gossip, so everyone is very keen to chat with him. These are all members of the future Gotham Special Power Special Agent Department. Morioge must of course look at each person's personality and characteristics. Although he is sometimes impatient to deal with them, Morioge still has to work hard to learn more secrets and deeper relationships between members. As expected, Sunny didn't wait for Dr. Mori's answer, so the African-American policewoman continued to gossip to the doctor. Bloodhaven is known as the Little Gotham, and it is said that the public security is also very chaotic. But I heard that there is also a city hero of its own. Do you know Nightwing? Morioge certainly knows Nightwing. He still remembers that when they went to the warehouse to investigate that night, Dick, who was wearing a Nightwing uniform, called his name directly. I'm afraid Nightwing thinks that he and Jason are investigating Batman together, so he assumes that he knows his identity. Dr. Mori had a good impression of Richard Grayson. The first Robin was obviously more cheerful and energetic than Jason. Long time no see, Dr. Mori. Do you remember me? I'm Dick. The big blue bird easily dealt with the future colleagues of the police station and squeezed outside Morioge, winking at Dr. Mori. Sunny, who had experienced 2 scumbag ex-boyfriends, felt that the alarm around her was quickly ringing. This guy looks like a nightclub pickup girl expert. What does it mean to rush over to greet Dr. Mori? Hello, Richard. Morioge smiled at Dick. Sunny, who was standing by, took Dick's hand, shook it up and down, and asked a very tactless question. Dick, did you decide to come to Gotham because the security in Bloodhaven was too bad and you couldn't continue working there? I'm afraid you made a wrong calculation. This place is much worse than Bloodhaven. Forgive Sunny. She directly projected her resentment towards her ex-boyfriend to Dick. Because Dick looks too much like her ex-boyfriend, with the same blue eyes and a warm smile like a Samoyed when he is kind, but her ex-boyfriend is blonde and his smile is more dissolute than the guy in front of her. However, such guys are the most ruthless when breaking up. When they love you, they are so sweet that they are free, but when they don't love you, they can be so cold that you can fly from Hawaii to Alaska's scenic valley in a second. No matter what, my queen Sunny is in a bad mood today, and I'm angry. And he also flirted with Dr. Mori. He even flirted with Dr. Mori. He dared to flirt with our GCPD flower right away. Don't you want to get involved, young man? Dick, who was scolded for the first time he met. He didn't return to Gotham because he couldn't work in Bloodhaven anymore. In fact, he came back because of Batman. Dick has been running Bloodhaven for many years, and he already has his own team and successor. His absence for a while will not be affected too much. Besides, he has already decided to visit Port Blood often in the future. It is also his city. Dick, who is full of responsibility, will not let go easily. The police station in Porterburg was also very busy. As a small policeman, he could not take a long vacation. However, Bruce had not been found yet, so he could not just leave it alone. So Dick made up his mind and resigned from the Porterburg police and returned to Gotham. His friends would help to deal with the affairs of Porterburg, and he could handle it by occasionally going back to help. But he had already threatened not to accept Bruce's sponsorship, and he did not want to live in Wayne Manor after returning, so he still had to have a job. Dick spent 10 seconds deciding on his future career path. To continue to be a policeman in another place. Maybe he could get more clues about Bruce. Actually, I'm from Gotham, and this time I just decided to return to Gotham. Dick said to Sunny with a smile. His friendliness made Sunny feel a little embarrassed. She seemed to vent her anger on a stranger. This was really not good. It was all her ex-boyfriend's fault. Sorry, I was just joking. Sunny apologized to Dick. It's okay. Dick winked at Sunny again, and then continued to say to Dr. Mori, Doctor, just call me Dick. Morioge was actually a little uncomfortable with the name Dick. In 1066, the Norman conquest took place, and the foreign invasion brought the name Richard to the British. Later, after this name was widely used, people simply shortened Richard to Rick for convenience, and then changed it to Rick. Rick gradually mutated, and became the name Dick. About a dozen years ago, this name was still widely used in the United States. However, in recent years, people have gradually become accustomed to using this common male name to refer to a certain organ, so let's call him Richard. Morioge smiled. Dr. Mori, are you free tonight? Do you want to have dinner together? Dick said. He actually wanted to discuss the next move with Jason. The stone they got last time already had some clues, and they needed to do further exploration. In addition to the night operation, Dick thought it would be best to discuss with Red Hood, so that they could stagger the time of the night patrol, which would be more efficient. Unfortunately, Red Hood took the doctor and ran away after exploring the warehouse last time, and they didn't have time to discuss it again. How about going to my house? But I just moved not long ago. It will be a bit messy. Dick continued. Morioge thought about it, and he also thought that the recent situation would be best for everyone to unite. Okay, I'll ask Jason. Dr. Mori replied. So you knew each other before? Sonny realized that they had a good relationship. No wonder Dick had to run over to say hello. Dick's newly rented small apartment is quite close to Morioge's residence. Morioge called Jason, and Bizarro and Alice, who had no one to take care of dinner, had to go to dinner by themselves tonight. The rich Red Hood pointed at Nightwing's small shabby apartment and said, "Do you need my sponsorship, Nightwing?" Dick recalled that his younger brother seemed to be much richer than him, and he instantly fell into autism. "Join the Glory Society and follow me. I told you to call me Little Wing." "Who is whose Little Wing now?" "Dick. I'm going to inherit Batman's cape." Dick hesitated for a moment, but still revealed his choice. Jason now has his own path. Dick thought Jason would want to inherit Batman's cape, or directly dress up as Batman to patrol at night, but he didn't. This realization made Dick very happy. They were all trying to get rid of Batman's influence, and perhaps Jason was the most successful one. In fact, Jason had thought about this at the beginning, but Dr. Mori's words made him give up the idea. "Jason, you have to know that Batman can't live forever, and Gotham will always have a new order," Morioge said. "Instead of waiting until one day, when you have no choice to give up the name of Batman, it is better to tell everyone from the beginning that even without Batman, Red Hood can make Gotham a better place." Regarding this issue, Morioge himself was also very touched. When he was in Yokohama, he always had inexplicable worries. Can the three moments concept really achieve eternal peace? I'm afraid not. If any of the three parties loses its leader, the consequences will be disastrous. The co-eating incident has already fully demonstrated this truth. But no matter what, there will always be a new balance to be achieved, and sooner or later they will have to leave the stage. So Morioge has long accepted a fact that no matter how long Port Mafia can exist, its final route will only be destruction, and after destruction, there will be new things to replace it. This is an eternal truth. The same is true for the Glory Society and Batman. Jason is now obsessed with the identity of Batman. In addition to the recognition he has always longed for, he is probably also a deification of Batman, the symbol of Gotham. Jason lowered his head and thought for a while, and finally decided to give up appearing in Gotham as Batman, but still act as a Red Hood. However, Dick has decided to take over Batman's cape now. "Are you sure?" Jason asked. "Actually, there is no problem with the identity of Nightwing. Gotham needs Batman, doesn't it?" Dick was also a little helpless. The appearance of Batman is the fastest way to solve the current situation. Indeed, the situation in Gotham has been a mess recently. Without the threat of Batman, people don't seem to want to continue to suppress their inner desire to commit crimes. But it will take some time for the new hero to gain the position of Batman in people's hearts. "If you have made up your mind, I have no objection." Jason looked at Dick and said. Morioge sighed deeply. He saw from Dick's experience that this young man actually wanted to get rid of Batman's influence, but he finally decided to put on Batman's coat, which required a lot of courage. Bruce Wayne is so lucky. Bruce Wayne, who was feeling lucky and didn't know where he was indeed remembered by his whole family, including his youngest son Damian Wayne. Tim was not at home today. He needed to go to Wayne Group to attend the board meeting. In order to create a state that Bruce was still there, the butler Alfred chose to use the high technology of the Batcave to forge Bruce's projection and make the projection appear on the board. This technology is not difficult, but Alfred needs to bring special instruments and make corresponding movements, which is more realistic. With Tim's cooperation in the board meeting, the effect will be better. They must at least let others see that, although Batman is missing, Bruce Wayne is still there. Otherwise, if it drags on, I'm afraid everyone will have some bad associations. Bruce Wayne and Batman are missing at the same time. There are many smart people in this world. The consequence of not having time to take care of the kid at home is that Damian is going to solve dinner by himself today with Alice. That's right, Damian called Alice after school because Bizarro and Chihuahua came to pick up Alice from school today. The first time he saw the Kryptonian and the Super Corgi, Damian had a brilliant idea. Chapter 36. Is this the place you said there is a clue? Alice asked quietly. If Mori was here, he might not recognize Alice. The little girl changed into a loose black sportswear and tied her long blonde hair on top of her head. She wore a green domino mask on her face. The domino mask was sponsored by Damian. Yes, it's here. Damian, dressed in Robin, answered in a low voice. The sky was gradually getting dark. This shabby toy factory far away in the suburbs was far away from the brightly lit downtown Gotham. The brick roof and grey-black walls looked even more gloomy in the night. Surrounded by dense woods, a car was parked not far away. A car that all Gotham villains would scream when they saw it. The Batmobile that belonged to Batman. Ever since he found half a strange stone in the warehouse at the Gotham dock, Damian has been investigating. However, the bird mother Nightwing at home always hoped that Damian would not care about this matter because the child needed more sleep and rest to grow. Nightwing was worried that this matter was really related to the Assassin's League. After all, Talia was Damian's mother. If Batman's disappearance was Talia's conspiracy, Damian, as a son, would feel caught in the middle. Nightwing, who thought that little Robin was a young bird that only needed protection, strongly opposed Damian's participation in this matter. As a result, Damian, who was eating, threw a table knife at him. Is Damian an obedient boy? Of course not. He was a devilish cub who could make a mess. As soon as he arrived at Wayne Manor, almost everyone in the family had a fight with him, and most of them were due to Damian's active provocation. Nightwing refused to share the news with him, and he could check it himself, so Damian's private investigation had never stopped. He secretly turned the computer records of the Batcave upside down, but the progress of Red Robin and Nightwing was really slow. They still had not determined the source of the stone. After all, there were too many marble items. Nightwing and Red Robin were investigating Batman's disappearance, while also taking care of night patrols and work, which was simply overwhelming. So Damian decided to reinvestigate the cult members on Batman's list. Even if he had to go to each family one by one, he must get some clues. As a result, Damian actually saw something that others didn't see. First of all the families of these cult members have children aged 3 to 12, mostly girls, which has been confirmed by Red Robin. The only family without children is also planning to adopt one, and the adopted child is from a charity orphanage in Burnley, and is also a 10-year-old girl. The adoptive couple has prepared a room and gifts for the child, and is preparing to take the child home. Cute girls are always easily associated with dolls. One day when Damian was at school, he suddenly heard Alice and her friends talking about the huge teddy bear that Mori gave her recently. He remembered that little girls seemed to be obsessed with all kinds of plush toys and human-shaped dolls. Dolls did appear in these families, and even the couple who were going to adopt a daughter had a teddy bear as a gift for their future daughter. Inspired, Damian started investigating again, and eventually he found that these families had received dolls produced by the same toy factory, either through purchase or gift. However, their consumption records showed that these toys came from several different stores in Gotham, and there was no way to find many common points by investigating their credit card records. I'm afraid this is why Red Robin and Nightwing have not made any progress. After all, the consumption of dolls and plush toys is really too ordinary. However, Damian continued to trace the supply channels of these stores, and finally traced the source, and found that the manufacturer of the dolls was this small factory in the suburbs. However, this factory had stopped production half a month ago. It was said that the boss was missing, leaving only an empty factory and various abandoned machines in the suburbs. The naughty child Damian did not tell Nightwing and Red Robin about this news. He wanted to investigate it himself first. Damian thought that, when he found Batman first, he must trample Nightwing and Red Robin's faces under his feet. He wanted them to admit that Damian was the best Robin. The best Robin never needed an assistant. He could complete the mission independently. In the end, he was the only one who could find Batman. Besides, even if he told the stupid Grayson and Rake, they would just tell him not to interfere. How could Damian be willing to do that? It happened that the butler and Red Robin were both too busy to take care of him today, and Nightwing was working overtime at the police station and had no time to pay attention to him. This was a good time to investigate. Damian secretly put on the Robin costume early in the morning and decided to investigate after school today. But he saw the super corgi at the school gate. The greatest Robin. It's not that he doesn't need help. If it's a cute dog, he would be happy. If there is a floating power to help, his investigation will be much smoother. I guess he needs to search the abandoned factory carefully. If Alice is willing to lend him the dog. But Damian thought about it. He was not sure whether Mori had told Alice that he was Robin. So at the beginning, he just tentatively asked Alice if he could pay to rent a dog at the school gate, but was directly rejected by Alice. If it weren't for the ordinary people around him, Nakahara Chihuahua almost wanted to teach this kid a lesson again. Can a little kid like you afford to rent a gravity user? Do you want to experience the feeling of being crushed by gravity? Alice looked at the small piece of cloth exposed from his bulging backpack thoughtfully. Did Damian bring the Robin uniform with him? What was he going to do? Thinking of Rintaro and Jason, who had been going out early and coming back late recently, and the turbulent nights, Alice understood instantly. Jason and Rintaro have been busy with Gotham's chaotic nights recently. The consequence of Batman's disappearance is that the villains have become unscrupulous. Arkham has been jailbroken again, and guys like Killer Croc, Harley Quinn, King Shark, and Two-Face have disappeared. Then, Nightwing, who inherited Batman's cape, began to act. He did a good job, and with the help of Jason and Red Robin, Gotham's night gradually returned to peace. The villains actually couldn't tell which one was the real Batman. When they saw the Dark Knight reappear, they were afraid again, so some timid people slowly retreated. However, the Batman family still didn't find Bruce. Alice looked at Damian, who was about to turn around and leave, and said, "Do you have any clues about Mr. Wayne?" Alice decided to go and see. Finding Batman earlier can also make Jason and Rintaro feel more at ease. You know? Damian certainly heard the meaning of Alice's words, so Alice already knew their identities. Rintaro and Jason are also investigating recently, so have you found new clues? Alice asked. TSK. That's right, I'm going to take a look. Anyway, Nightwing and Red Robin couldn't control him. I'll go with you. Let's take Chihuahua-kun with us. Does Bizarro want to go with us? Alice turned her head and asked Bizarro's opinion. Nakahara Chihuahua nodded, indicating that he understood. Well, I have to protect Alice. Bizarro's physical problems have gradually returned to normal with Jason's huge investment and the efforts of the scientific research team. I just don't know why he still has the IQ of a child. Bizarro actually didn't understand what Alice was going to do, but he would definitely protect Alice. Then let's go together. Alice calculated their current combat power. Gravity user Nakahara Chihuahua, Kryptonian Bizarro, current Robin Damian, and Alice with special abilities. Whoever comes to this combination will probably be a waste. You are too weak. If there is danger, I won't care about you. Damian frowned. In his impression, Alice is just an ordinary girl who has not undergone any special training. If she encounters danger, don't worry, I'm also very strong. Alice felt that, although she didn't have the skills that Damian had trained from childhood, she had the special ability to fly and could regenerate infinitely. As long as Rintaro didn't die, she would always exist, so there was nothing to worry about. But she didn't plan to say this to Robin. With Chihuahua-kun here, there would be no danger. Whatever you want. Damian hesitated. Instead of asking Alice to go home and find an adult, he decided to take her with him. After all, it was just a little girl, and he could definitely do it. Then Alice watched Damian sneak to Batman's base and steal a Batmobile. Alice, if you are going back to the Batcave, why do you still carry Robin's uniform with you? In fact, Damien originally planned to use his motorcycle to go to Nightwing's safe house, but considering that Alice and Bizarro were going to follow, a larger vehicle was still needed. Get on. Damien called out to his temporary team. Alice, can your legs really reach the accelerator and brake? But Alice looked at Robin's confident look and decided not to say anything for now. If Damien flipped over, they would take action. The three people and the dog got on the Batmobile and drove away. Sensing Alice's situation, Mori shrugged helplessly. He was dealing with a very important matter with Jason and could not get away for the time being, so Alice could only be careful on her own. He was also very curious about what clues little Robin had found. Listen, let the dog and I go in first. You and Bizarro just hide here. Do you hear me? Damien whispered. If anyone shows up, notify me in time. Okay. Alice didn't care. Rintaro and Jason would definitely come here to reinvestigate. She would just see what Damien could find later. Robin was as light as a bird. He flipped in through the broken window, and Nakata Uchiha followed behind him. Only a few inoperable machines were left in the empty factory. Damien carefully walked up the suspended stairs and overlooked the entire factory from the second floor. The light of the flashlight shone in the corner, and Damien saw a few broken semi-finished plush toys lying in the corner. He picked them up carefully. There were large holes on the backs of these dolls, with some of the cotton exposed, and the center was empty. Damien quickly judged in his mind that these dolls were probably going to be filled with something, not cotton, so what could it be? However, Robin was concentrating and did not notice the shadow behind him. Chapter 37. Actually, I can handle it myself. Arrogant Robin crossed his arms and floated in the air with the corgi. Just now, Damien was concentrating on checking the doll with a big hole in it on the ground, but suddenly a huge force came from behind, and he was grabbed by the cape from the second floor. Robin, who was quick to react, took out his grappling gun and was about to save himself in a cool and free manner, but the super corgi standing by jumped out and saved him. Damien, TSK, actually I can handle it myself. Arrogant brat. Nakata Uchiha, who was also floating in the air, rolled his eyes. He knew that this kid had a nose that was upturned to the sky, and he couldn't even say thank you properly, and he dared to kidnap Alice and Bizarro. Nakata Uchiha carefully controlled the gravity. Arrogant Robin suddenly felt his body heavy, and he was falling down at a very fast speed, so fast that he didn't even have time to take out his grappling gun. Then he suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Nakata Uchiha, say thank you, Chihuahua come to me. Damien's heart was beating wildly due to the sudden weightlessness. No one's heart would be able to bear such a sudden shock. Puppy, has your ability suddenly failed? Damien turned his head in anger. Chihuahua puppy snorted coldly and continued to control gravity to make little Robin sprint 100 meters against the wall. Damien, stop. Damien was only 0.1 seconds away from sticking to the wall of the abandoned toy factory. Put me down. Nakata Uchiha looked disdainfully at the child, who had been trying to seduce and brag about how cute Daze Osamu was all the way. Is this Daze Osamu shit shoveler? Isn't it defeated by gravity? He doesn't want to go where there are bluefish. On the second floor of the toy factory, the person or something similar to a person in the shadow was slowly revealing its true appearance. Nakata Uchiha looked up, but when he saw the figure of this big guy clearly, his mind suddenly felt blank. He didn't know how to describe the scene he saw. The gravity that should have been strong and confident made him feel that he saw endless darkness and mystery from the eyes of this strange human. It was as if countless complicated and mysterious information suddenly poured into his mind, causing his brain to be repeatedly impacted by the huge information flow, or as if an ant suddenly saw the vast galaxy and the universe. Unknown things could not bring him joy and expectations. Instead, it seemed that an invisible force was affecting his mind, and irrational and purposeless laws flashed before his eyes. The corgi, who was originally floating in the air with his supernatural power, suddenly fell down. Before Damien could be surprised, he saw that the corgi, who was still playing with him, suddenly lost consciousness. He could only choose to rush over and save the dog. Of course, he also saw this strange figure. The monster that appeared from the shadow seemed to have been a normal human, but now it has become very abnormal. Damien didn't know why the corgi suddenly fainted. He just thought that this weirdo might have a mysterious and strange power that made the dog suddenly faint. What power can make people suddenly faint? Damien was secretly alert. Robin looked closely at the face of the monster in front of him, and suddenly he found that this man was the toy factory owner who had disappeared during their investigation. Benson Randy. Randy's figure was gradually exposed in the moonlight. The weak middle-aged man in the original photo was now like he had taken a swelling agent. There was a strange bulge on his back, and the flesh was constantly squirming, as if something was parasitic inside. Randy seemed to be unable to bear the huge tumor on his back, and had to bend down, but his expression did not show any pain, but was very happy. If Damien had not memorized that face, he would never have recognized that the monster in front of him was the gentle middle-aged man in the records of the Bat computer. He was holding a huge axe in his muscular hands. The sharp edge of the axe scraped across the reinforced concrete ground, and the scratching and rubbing sound was endless, and even a few sparks were scratched on the concrete ground. Randy looked at the man and the dog below with an obsessive look, with an unspeakable fanaticism on his face, as if he was ready to swallow the man and the dog below into his stomach. He leaped lightly and jumped down from the second floor with an unreasonable jumping ability, creating a big hole in front of Damien and the unconscious Nakahara Chuaya. If the current situation was not very appropriate, Damien would really like to give him a thumbs up for his physical fitness comparable to Bane. The huge axe hit Damien. The agile Robin sneered at the big fool who only knew brute force. He held Nakahara Chuaya in his left hand, did a backflip to avoid the attack, and threw a few darts with his right hand. The small darts spun and stuck to Randy, and the signal light flashed, causing a series of explosions. The ugly monster became more terrifying because of the blood, but Randy seemed to feel no pain, and continued to swing the axe to attack Damien. Explosion. Bizarro, who was staying in the grove with Alice, said softly. Of course, Alice also heard the unusual movement inside. Mori on the other side frowned slightly after sensing Alice's condition. If it was Chuaya-kun, he would not use weapons like bombs, so there must be something wrong. So, little Robin did find clues that the adults did not find, and there was something unusual in the toy factory. It seems that he needs to solve the current problem as soon as possible and go to meet up with Alice. Mori was with Jason at this time. After Nightwing dressed up as Batman and reappeared in Gotham, the Penguin was much quieter, which gave the stressed vigilantes a brief relief. But Jason suddenly got a stack of letters from Mrs. Gunn, who looked guilty. Those were letters sent to him by his father, Willis Todd, in prison. Jason had spent some time in Mrs. Gunn's school for troubled boys when he was a teenager, and it was only after that he was adopted by Batman. Mrs. Gunn once opened a school for troubled children in the East District of Gotham. On the surface, it provided food and shelter for homeless street children, but in fact, these teenagers became common juvenile criminals in Gotham under the instigation of Mrs. Gunn. Jason once solved this matter with Batman. Mrs. Gunn was put in jail, and Jason became the second Robin. After being released from jail, Mrs. Gunn had given up the idea of instigating juvenile crime. Instead, she opened a nursing home and occasionally provided some information to Jason. The two sides barely had a cooperative relationship. The stupid Black Mask is now also imprisoned by Mrs. Gunn. However, Mrs. Gunn somehow found the letters sent by Jason's father Willis Todd when he was in the problem boy school. Mrs. Gunn, the former instigator, certainly would not give these letters to Jason, but, in the end, she hesitated for a long time, perhaps because she remembered that Jason had saved her life under the Black Mask, or perhaps because some hidden conscience suddenly discovered after she got older. In short, she decided to give the letters to Jason. Jason read the letters alone and went to Willis Todd's grave again. In the end, he decided to kill the Penguin, the culprit who tricked his father into being a scapegoat and was imprisoned, and the guy who made him misunderstand that his biological father was a scumbag. The furious Red Hood did not hide his tracks. He shot at the Penguin in public and knocked down several of the Penguin's subordinates. When Mori learned about Jason from the news and the police call, the situation had already gotten out of control. Jason held a gun to the Penguin's head, surrounded by a chaotic crowd. This incident has been reported by the local media in Gotham. After all, the Penguin is still a business tycoon in Gotham. The Gotham media have labeled the Red Hood, who shot and killed people openly, as a thug and terrorist, and strongly demanded that the police arrest him. Morioge had a headache watching Nightwing, who was working overtime with him in the police station, rush out with a gloomy face. When the dust settled, Nightwing had already fought with Jason, who was out of control, as Batman, but the Penguin took advantage of the chaos to escape. Morioge thought about it, and went directly to the air raid shelter under the GCPD to find Jason. He knew that, when Jason was in a bad mood, he would always hide away, to digest his negative emotions. Every time he appeared in front of people, everyone would only see a strong man riding a motorcycle with a hellish joke. This is not good, Dr. Mori thought. Even he himself would occasionally confide in Hangi Edian or Chuaya, but Jason was always used to taking everything on himself. Occasionally, he found that Jason actually wanted him to stay in the Glory Company, but he never really said it. When he saw the Red Hood with swollen cheeks and purple corners of his mouth in the safe house below the GCPD, the other party was sitting on a chair and applying medicine to himself in a difficult posture. Nightwing was also very cruel. Dick couldn't watch Red Hood become a murderer in public, but Jason had long been blinded by anger. In order to make Jason sober up, at least not to kill in public, Nightwing also took great pains. The two had a fierce fight under the watch of Penguin. Jason didn't know how to describe his mood. He just felt that he might be a fool, and what he saw might not be true. He admired Batman and truly regarded him as his father, but Bruce refused to kill the Joker who separated Batman and Robin forever. He thought his biological mother might miss him as well, but when he tried his best to find her, the woman sold him out to the Joker. He thought his biological father was a scumbag in Crime Alley who abandoned his wife and children, and didn't care about them struggling in Crime Alley. But facts proved that almost everything he saw was wrong. Jason felt that his mind was in a mess. This fucked up world was playing tricks on him every day, one after another, one after another. Was he, the Red Hood, cursed by something that would never make him happy? Just wait and see. One day he would step on his damn fate and step it hard into the ground, the kind that he couldn't dig out. Jason, are you okay? Jason sat on the chair and looked up at Dr. Mori who appeared beside him. This boring world didn't seem to be completely useless. Morioge sighed, and he knew that Jason's emotions were ridiculously rich. Jason didn't say anything, but suddenly turned around and lowered his head, quietly resting his head on Morioge's waist. Just be vulnerable for a moment. Anyway, Rintaro won't mind. Rintaro is so good to him. Even if Rintaro doesn't have that kind of feeling for him now. Morioge was a little surprised by Jason's sudden intimacy. He really wasn't used to the outward expression of emotions of Europeans and Americans. However, it seems that Jason really had a bad day today, and I don't know what happened. Such a silent child always makes people feel distressed. Morioge can't help but think of himself when he was young. He is also a normal human being, and of course he has experienced the same confusion and pain. Yasuno Akiko's collapse once made him doubt himself. It was actually very tiring to calculate every day in the Port Mafia, if it weren't for his beloved Yokohama. But people always have their own ideals. Morioge, just wants to protect his city, even if he is considered cold and ruthless. He doesn't need the understanding of fools, he just needs to keep going firmly. But such a road is undoubtedly lonely. Perhaps Natsume Sensei and Lord Silverwolf can understand him a little, but as a leader, he can't always vent his emotions. Alice's existence may be the projection of another side of him. Morioge, innocent and pure, a pure land that is not polluted by the adult world. He chooses to completely separate his feelings from his reason, and always follows the optimal solution, to look at all problems. Perhaps because this world is not Yokohama, not the place he has tried his best to protect, Morioge feels that he is not as cold as he imagined. Would you like to talk to me, Jason? Morioge thought for a while, put his hand on Jason's head, touched Jason's hair, and gently stroked the back of his head. Nothing. It's not that Jason doesn't want to tell Dr. Mori, but he feels embarrassed to say it. Dr. Mori has always been a person who is calm and fearless in the face of danger. He should not like fragile guys who are easily hit. Jason felt that Rintaro's hand was on the back of his head, gently stroking it with a soothing meaning. His face was pressed against Dr. Mori's chest. He didn't want to let go. Jason silently reached out his hand and hugged Dr. Sien's waist tightly. Chapter 38. Are you feeling better, Jason? Jason's arms were squeezing Morioge so hard that it hurt. His big furry head rubbed against his chest, and the intimacy made Morioge, who hadn't been hugged for a long time, feel particularly uncomfortable. He patted Jason's thick arms around his waist, signaling him to let go first. Jason didn't even raise his head, but buried himself tighter in Morioge's arms. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed now, and didn't really want to pull his face out of Rintero's arms. Would Dr. Mori think he was crying? Or that he was childish and fragile, like a little boy rolling on the ground with snot, because he didn't buy a transformer? Let me hold you for a while longer. Forget it, it's already embarrassing anyway, so why not embarrass yourself to the end, Jason thought to himself. Then he buried his face in Dr. Mori's arms again, and took a deep breath. There aren't many opportunities to hug. Dr. Mori doesn't like to get too close to anyone except Alice. Patting him on the shoulder occasionally is considered close contact. This opportunity is rare. Morioge. He felt that Jason was like a child who was wronged at school and went home crying for a hug. This strong man who was half a head taller than him was actually a little cute in his wronged state. Cute as it is, he still had to say what he had to say. According to game theory, a thorough counterattack against the enemy who harmed you is the most appropriate way to crack the problem in theory. Quote, Morioge once said this to Nakajima Atsushi, who wanted to escape in the space of Luce's special ability, a member of the group, and it also applies to Jason now. If someone hurts you, then retaliate with violence 1,000 times. Bite the other person's flesh and blood like a wolf, bite off the other person's throat, and make all enemies so scared that they dare not come forward again. Well, Jason's voice was muffled. He understood what Dr. Mori meant. He would certainly make Oswald Cobblepot regret what he did. Even Batman could not stop him. But he has calmed down now. He was too impulsive today. It is not a good thing to let the Red Hood become a murderer under judicial trial in public. The best time to kill the Penguin is not now. Just like what Rintero taught him, we must maximize the benefits of this matter. While thinking this, Jason rubbed his face in Dr. Mori's arms again. Hiss, it rubbed the wound on my face. It hurts. Jason continued to enjoy the treatment of being patted on the head in Mori's arms, and then made an ambiguous mutter. Rintero, how about being with me? Jason struggled for a long time, but couldn't say this sentence. If he said it now, he would definitely be rejected. Rintero looked like a heart of steel. Jason continued to analyze the current situation carefully. Rintero has always been a person who likes to take the initiative in his own hands, even if he occasionally looks like the weak or forced party. In fact, the other party is following his footsteps. Although Rintero looks weak, he is actually a very strong person in his heart. This often makes Jason wonder what the doctor did before. Maybe he was the leader of Mafia, the successor of Japan's Yamaguchi Gumi, or something like that. Such a calm, rational, and mature adult is really annoying. Jason sighed silently. It's back to the old question he had thought about before. How can someone like Rintero, who is firm in mind and not moved by the outside world, be moved? Rintero doesn't like people who are too strong, and people who are too weak and worthless will definitely not be paid attention to by him. So he needs to complete the business of the Glory Company better, at least to let Rintero see his excellence. Then he needs to integrate into Rintero's life bit by bit, so that Rintero can't leave him is the best solution. Before that, he has to deal with Alice, Sister Momiji and Chihuahua first. Alice and he have a good relationship. The little girl likes him very much, and he will continue to treat Alice as his daughter in the future. So I need to find a time to test it out. I wonder how Alice feels about having another father. As for what Hangai said, Jason suspected that Hangai had seen through his little thoughts a long time ago. She always looked at him and Rintero's interactions with a strange look. When he occasionally went home to cook for Rintero, Hangai looked mysterious. It felt a bit like mother-in-law. Jason blushed. Chihuahua-kun was his good friend who shared the same hobby. He probably wouldn't stop him. At worst, he could buy the Romanican tea that Chihuahua-kun had taken a fancy to last time. Although dogs can't drink, it would surely make Chihuahua-kun happy to see him every day. Bizarro. Bizarro. This silly boy must be his son in the future? Ah, so strange. So, he has a son and a daughter now? No, he hasn't started yet. Ah, all those relationships in the past were fucking in vain. There is no guidance value at all. FXXK. In the past, it was all natural, and they would do some happy things when their hormones were in place, and then they would just break up casually, and no one would care much. But he couldn't be casual with Rintaro. He had never pursued someone seriously before. How should he do it? Send flowers? Date? Watch a movie? Too old-fashioned, right? This was too unsuperheroic, anti-heroic. Jason continued to think, while sucking Dr. Mori. Akutagawa Rabbit had been offended by him. But it didn't matter. Akutagawa was a little naive, and when he got System Omigi would help him solve Akutagawa's obstacles. Maybe when he got Dr. Mori, Akutagawa wouldn't even understand what was going on. As for Agglecat, I think he would be happy to watch the fun. We can ignore it for now. So the next step is, you really like to act like a spoiled child, Jason. Morioge, who had no idea that Jason had already listed Plan AZ for Rintaro to pursue in his mind, felt a little funny. Sometimes he felt that Jason was like a big black cat he raised. He spent his days outside and went home on time every day at mealtime. When he got home, he would find ways to get close to him. He had no aura of a big boss of the honor society in front of him. It was quite interesting. Morioge felt like he was being proudly wrapped around his calf by the cat's furry tail. Who would have thought that this strong man who was hugging him and acting coquettishly was the godfather of Gotham, who had almost unified the dark forces of Gotham, who was decisive in killing and broke the spine of drug dealers with one foot. No. Jason was sad. Sure enough, Rintaro had always treated him as a little boy. This was too sad. Have you ever thought about how to spend the rest of your life? The important thing is who you want to be with. This question really makes people wonder how to answer it. This is a common problem of human beings. Almost everything in your thoughts is in the future tense. When you encounter difficulties, you will start to think about what to do in the future. When you are anxious, you will also imagine the days to come. When you strive for your ideals, the motivation is to imagine what it will look like after success. Morioge had certainly thought about this problem. Life in Port Mafia was always in dire straits. The leaders of previous generations had never had a good ending. It was not uncommon for the leaders to eliminate dissidents and unite to fight against dissidents. He felt that he would not be an exception. The next generation of leaders of Port Mafia might choose to rebel like him. If he was lucky enough to have the opportunity to become a white-haired old man, he would find a villa in Yokohama that could see the port building, and it should be closer to Momojidono and Shuakan. They would not ignore him as the former leader. Maybe in his later years, he would write 1 or 2 books like the literary giant Morioge here. Why not write hand in hand teaching you to become a Mafia leader, or reasonable proof of the compatibility of a little ruffled skirt and a little blonde girl? Opening a kindergarten would also be a good choice. Raise a group of little kids, teach them how to use strategies to defeat the enemy, and then teach them how to protect Yokohama. Morioge felt that he would be a good teacher. If there is such a possibility, it means that Yokohama has entered a long period of peace, and he has no regrets. However, Jason, I have learned not to think about this problem a long time ago. If you keep trying to see through the future, it will be boring. So just look at what is happening now. After Morioge said this, he felt Jason's arms tightening, as if he wanted to embed him into his arms. The muscular redhead had a higher body temperature than him. His thick palms rested on his back, and a subtle feeling came from his back. Morioge, I feel like I'm being hugged by a big bear again. But now is not the time for a warm heart-to-heart talk. He reached out and pushed Jason. Something happened to Alice-chan. I'm going to take a look. Will you come with me, Jason? Exclamation mark. My daughter is in trouble? Question mark. Who the hell? The brain that was originally a mess suddenly became clear. When Morioge and Jason rushed to the small factory in the suburbs, they saw Damien hugging the unconscious Nakata Achuaya and jumping out of the dilapidated window of the factory. The moment he landed, the window was broken again, and a huge, ugly figure rushed out, swinging the axe high up at Damien's head. Bang! This was the gun in Jason's hand. The shadow in the dark was hit in the arm by Jason's 2 shots. The impact of the large caliber bullets made the figure who was trying to commit the crime take a step back fiercely, and the axe fell to the ground. The bloated and strange figure slowly climbed up from the ground, and his appearance was finally seen clearly by Morioge at this time. However, when Morioge looked directly into the monster's eyes, he suddenly understood why Chuai-kun was now lying in Damien's arms and fell into a coma, because he himself was also shrouded in a huge, nameless fear in his heart, and he also wanted to faint. Under fear, the body seemed to be frozen in place, and the soul was frozen by someone unknown. Damn, this uncontrollable feeling. Morioge controlled his almost stagnant thoughts. Move quickly. Morioge's fingertips trembled slightly, and his breathing became rapid. Jason, who was standing by, saw Morioge suddenly freeze in place, his purple pupils shrinking in fear, his expression as if he had seen something horrible. This was an expression he had never seen on Rintero's face. The big guy on the opposite side let go of Robin, who was right in front of him, and rushed straight towards Morioge. Morioge saw the same crazy look in the eyes of this strange and terrifying monster as in Lady Margaret, but there was something more. There were more irrational rules and huge amounts of information, and his back, something was different. Margaret was at least a human, but this one in front of him. Jason's eyes sank. Did this guy do something to Rintero? Was it a mental attack? Something from the magic side? After thinking about it, Jason summoned the great cast blade from his body. If it was something from the magic side, it would still have to be solved by means of the magic side. Jason did not try to wake up Morioge. As long as he got rid of the enemy, Rintero would be safe. Thinking of this, Jason focused his eyes and carefully observed the monster's weaknesses. The Red Hood quickly found the attack angle in a split second. However, when the 2 swords surrounded by flames pierced the monster's body, the monster seemed to be hurt by ordinary sharp blades, without the tons of damage that a magical creature would suffer when facing the blade of the great cast. It's not the magic side? Jason frowned. Todd, staring at this guy can make people unconscious. Damien said behind the monster. It's not the magic side. Jason replied in a deep voice. It's not because of staring at the monster. He had stared at this guy just now, and he was not affected. The 2 of them stopped the crazy Randy one after the other. The monster holding the giant axe only stared at Dr. Mori, who was protected by Jason behind him. Randy, who was shot twice by the Red Hood, continued to rush towards Morioge with a ferocious face. Jason noticed that his broken arm was almost restored to its original state. Alice and Bizarro also rushed out from their hiding place. At this time, Alice was no longer as sweet as before. A strange purple light appeared on her body, and a huge syringe suddenly appeared in her hand. There was indifference in the pure blue eyes. How dare you hurt Rintero? Unforgivable. Alice flew up and rushed towards the monster. When Morioge gradually regained consciousness, the ugly monster had been subdued to the ground. Bizarro sat on Randy's back. No matter how Randy screamed and twisted, he could not shake the Kryptonian in the slightest. Instead, he was beaten by Bizarro's big fist. There were several syringes stuck in the monster's neck, and the needles pierced into the aorta, and blood flowed. Alice stood aside with the syringes. Robin and Red Hood. Before they could do anything, they were solved by the 2 little guys. Mary, you have good abilities. Damien narrowed his eyes. He felt that he was deeply deceived. Alice usually pretended to have no strength at school and often slacked off in physical education class. I didn't expect that she was a superpower who was as fast as a Kryptonian and could fly, but on second thought, Damien thought this was not bad. After this battle, they were considered to be fighting together. Although Damien doesn't need friends, it's good to have a good partner. Alice's superpowers are very suitable for Robin. As Robin, he hopes to form his own team. Damien believes that he will become a greater existence than Batman sooner or later. The Kryptonian Bizarro next to him is also good. He can join his team with Alice. Damien confidently calculated the team members. With these 2 people as his subordinates, his team is definitely much better than Red Robin's Teen Titans. What name should be given to their team? If Alice sees what her classmate is thinking, she will probably just say that he thinks too much. Alice, Bizarro, it's great. Morioge breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know why he suddenly felt fear, as if his heart was suddenly grasped by someone's hand. This feeling of being out of control was unprecedented. But at the same time as the fear, Alice's consciousness flashed in the depths of his consciousness. The existence of superpowers reminds him all the time that he is Morioge, a real human being existing in the world. This real sense of existence finally made him get rid of the rigid state. But he still didn't want to look at the figure on the ground. Morioge felt his back soaked with cold sweat. He really didn't want to feel that way again. Jason, who had been standing by, quickly hugged Dr. Mori, who was about to fall to the ground. "Rintaro, are you really okay?" Alice and Jason said in unison. I feel much better now. Thank you for your hard work, Jason." Morioge smiled bitterly and leaned on Jason's arms. This was the first time he had such an indescribable fear in his life. Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. "I'm afraid Chuya just fainted like this." Morioge rubbed his head helplessly. "Alice, Bizarro, thank you for your hard work this time. How about I take you to eat small cakes and fried fish tomorrow?" Bizarro looked at Morioge with some worry and angrily punched the alien on the ground twice. "Tomorrow, rest." Bizarro felt that Dr. Mori should stay at home and sleep. He should rest when he felt uncomfortable. After the feeling of being robbed of his consciousness just now passed, Morioge's brain began to work rapidly again. This feeling of fear seemed to affect only him and Chuya-kun at present. So what they have in common is they are all from another world. So is the power of this monster related to their original world? Or is it from their world? So it only has a special effect on them. Morioge always remembered that the system told him that the world was about to be destroyed. So would the power of destruction be related to the monster that made him feel scared today? But whether it is related or not, he must find a way to restrain it. This fear seems to have no effect on Jason, Bizarro and Damien, so superpowers do not exist in this world. If the opponent's mental attack is only aimed at people with superpowers, it is probably ineffective against them. I don't know what will happen to Daze-kun, who is no longer qualified to be a human. Alice-chan is his superpower and another consciousness. Although he himself was indeed affected, Alice, as his derivative, was able to escape. In other words, is this ability aimed at users of superpowers? But Chuya-kun was obviously more affected than him. The corgi dog has not woken up yet, so what variable affected the result? The system also woke up from Morioge's consciousness in a daze. He was also affected. Fortunately, he only saw it through Dr. Mori's consciousness. "Mr. Mori, are you okay?" The system's voice also revealed a sense of weakness. Morioge did not answer. "This guy, I will take him back to the Batcave," Damien concluded. Chapter 39. Weak Dr. Mori was finally carried home by Jason under Alice's teasing gaze. Worried, Jason was determined not to let go of Dr. Mori. He carried Rintaro, whose legs were weak due to the mental shock, into the car, and then stepped on the accelerator and drove home at lightning speed. Jason, who believed that Rintaro had suffered a great deal of damage tonight, forcibly checked him inside and out, and only left after he was sure that there was no problem. Before leaving, he seriously told Alice and Bizarro to call him in time if there was anything. Morioge's mouth twitched. He was not that weak, but just couldn't recover for a while. I had just explained it to Jason, but Jason didn't listen at all. He forced him to try all the examination instruments before he was willing to give up. In fact, the problem now was Chuya, who was in a coma and still hadn't woken up. But Jason checked the dog's body and Chuya didn't have any problems. It seemed that he could only wait for him to wake up. However, Morioge was not worried about this. The reason for Chuya's coma should be similar to his. It was a kind of brain fatigue after information overload. He should recover after resting. The mutant monster had been dragged back to the Batcave by Robin. After the busy Jason settled his family, Bushi, he rode his motorcycle into the Batcave. "It's rare to see you in the Batcave, Master Jason." Alfred really hadn't seen Jason for a long time. "Alfred, long time no see." Jason touched his nose. Alfred always cared about him. It was his problem that he didn't come back to visit Alfred in time. "If you don't come back, I'm going to call the police because Red Hood and Robin stole my Batmobile." Nightwing stood in the Batcave angrily and looked at Damian, who had just returned to the Batcave not long ago. He had just fought with Red Hood in the afternoon and went to deal with a robbery. As a result, he found that the Batmobile was gone when he got home. Then why don't you call the police with your left hand and answer your own police call with your right hand and go out on your own to catch the old man's biological son? Jason grinned at Dick. So how are you going to punish this daring thief who dared to steal the Batmobile? Send him to the Batcave to do community service. Shut up. Why not praise Robin for doing a great job? Stupid Grayson and Todd didn't find any clues and finally asked me for help. Damian was not willing to be outdone. Maybe next time you find clues, you can tell me earlier. Mother Bird was helpless with her rebellious brother. Robin concealed the information and acted alone and stole the Batmobile, which was simply courting death. Maybe next time you should say please help me, the greatest Robin earlier. Damian would not tell them the clues he found. He had decided to form a team with Allison Bizzarro. Let the stupid Grayson and Todd be jealous. Wait and see. He is the one who should inherit the Batman cape. It's too dangerous, little D. Damian simply learned Bruce's stubbornness and refusal to listen to advice. You even have to stand up to reach the accelerator of the Batmobile. You are driving without a seatbelt. Why don't you ask the greatest Robin if he knows what danger means? Maybe he has never heard of this pronunciation. Tim, who was sitting on the side and sipping coffee, watched this brotherly friendship and added fuel to the fire. By the way, I support you to call the police, Dick. Go and cry to your police badge that your brother stole your Batmobile, Dick. Jason also fanned the flames, or find a beautiful birdcage to lock up your cute little devil Robin. Alfred pressed his forehead with a headache. Fortunately, he was no longer at the age where he would be entangled with his appearance. Even if he lost a few more hairs today, it would not affect his mood. Anyway, he was already bald. But they couldn't be allowed to continue arguing. I think maybe someone doesn't want to eat cookies, right? You can't even stop eating. Alfred smiled kindly and continued. Maybe someone has no time to appreciate my cookies because their mouths are too busy. The four of them fell silent at the same time. No one wanted to lose Alfred's favor. The Batcave was finally quiet for a few seconds. Finally, Jason cleared his throat a little embarrassedly and said to the butler, Alfred, I guess I can take a cookie? Damian's will be fine. Allison Bizzarro like it very much. Of course, this is also one of the few sweets that Rintero likes. Hearing this, Alfred felt relieved and ignored Damian's angry protest. Jason is currently the first bat cub in the family who can maintain a long-term and timid relationship with a normal person and plans to form a new family. Of course, no problem, Master Jason. By the way, do you want to take some chocolate brownies? Yes, thank you. Jason thanked Alfred obediently. TSK, has the thug Red Hood finally regained his sanity? Dick slowly walked up to his hooded brother. Red was really ruthless. His eyes are still swollen. He will definitely be laughed at work tomorrow. If it weren't for stopping this guy, I have always been rational. Jason wanted to beat Dick again when he saw him. It was this guy who made his handsome face bruised and purple. What if Rintero thinks that I can't even beat a rookie like Dick? This guy's also Rintero's current colleague. Humph. Why did you suddenly go to find the Penguin again? Nightwing asked. Anyway, their fighting was commonplace, and he would not be angry about it at all. He was just angry that Red Hood lost his mind and tried to turn himself into a murderer in public. Last time you threw Magadello's body into the iceberg restaurant, did the Penguin find trouble with you? After the previous dock incident, Jason found out that the Penguin had secretly helped Magadello to smuggle Poison Ivy and Deadshot out of Arkham, so he threw Magadello's body directly into the iceberg restaurant and warned Cobblepot not to stretch his hands too far. It's none of your business, Dick. If you have had time, you might as well analyze the situation of this mutated Bane. Jason was not going to tell Dick at all. You really love your Dr. Mori, little jellybird. Dick, who had already learned the whole story, shook his head and sighed. In fact, he didn't want to know that much. The Penguin was not a good person. He fought with Jason today just for his brother. Compared with the Penguin, he cared more about Jason's emotional life. So is your dear feeling better? Hearing this, Jason turned his head suddenly. How did you know? I haven't even started chasing people yet. How the hell did you know? Huh. Dick was stunned for a moment. He forgot that Jason didn't like to talk about his private life with them after returning to Gotham. Maybe he was a little embarrassed to tell them about it. After all, Jason was arrogant and stubborn. Haha. Dick scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly, trying to cover up the past. It was indeed inappropriate for them to secretly watch Jason's love affair before. Just don't you live with Dr. Sen? I guess you should be together. Jason looked at Dick with suspicion, who looked left and right but refused to look at him. Is he hiding something from him? Tim covered his face in front of the computer. When Jason and Dr. Sen were in the Mask Society, Batman had monitored their conversations many times. Jason's threat to find Black Mask for Dr. Sen had been circulating in the Batman family for a long time. At that time, in order to track the whereabouts of Jason and Dr. Sen and the Mask Society, they also secretly took a lot of photos and even intercepted many videos from the surveillance. Now everyone in the Batman family has a copy. After all, it's rare to see a Red Hood in love. Last Christmas, Jason and Dr. Sen went shopping wearing the furry couple outfits bought by their daughter Alice. Tim happened to pass by and took a photo of them. Now this very artistic photo of Gotham couple in the snow has been used as mobile phone wallpaper by Barbara and Stephanie. But Red can't know about this, otherwise he will smash the Batcave today. Jason has always disliked them interfering in his private affairs, especially monitoring and wiretapping. But this is also normal in the Bat family. They are more or less infected with Bruce's strong control. The three-piece bat suit may be the #1 gift they give, aren't you? Dick squinted his eyes, stretched out his hand, and made a subtle gesture, with an ambiguous smile on his face, that adults can understand. Jason, where did you come to this conclusion? Jason quickly recalled how he and Dr. Mori looked in the eyes of outsiders. He and Dr. Mori had lived together a long time ago. He would help Dr. Mori pick up and drop off his daughter. Dr. Mori would occasionally help him deal with the affairs of the Glory Society, and because the safe house needed to be kept secret, they often took turns cooking at home and would take Alice and Bizarro out shopping together to replenish daily necessities. Isn't this a typical life of an old married couple? Jason realized belatedly that in fact, his and Dr. Mori's life had already entered the stage of firewood, rice, oil and salt in advance. So they didn't go through confession, dating, and love at all. They just. So it is very likely that Rentero really regards him as a close junior, right? Help. Dick looked at the silent Jason, and the lewd smile on his face gradually disappeared. No way. Did the two of them quarrel? It shouldn't be. The length of time they have been together has broken the highest record of all the people in the Bat family who are in love. He also knew Dr. Mori's character. He was a person who never quarreled loudly with others. Morioge has always been the most gentle, polite, gentle, and calm doctor in GCPD, and he is especially good at handling interpersonal relationships. So Jason must have done something wrong to make Dr. Mori angry, and this won't do. Dick decided to help his brother. Oh, right. There will be a large pet exhibition in the metropolis the day after tomorrow. I remember that your Dr. Mori has a lot of pets. Do you want to take him to see it? Dick acted like a veteran and gave advice to his brother, who has always been immersed in his career and ignored love. As a man, you must bravely kneel down and apologize when you have a quarrel. Jason felt a little sweet for the adjective he added in front of Drive Mori, but was speechless for Dick's unreliable kneeling down to apologize. Is this your experience as a veteran? Do you often do this to Barbara or Xinghuo? No, I did nothing wrong. It's none of your business. Jason would not take Dick's advice. If his advice was useful, he wouldn't have been dumped all the time. You should think about how to apologize to Barbara. You stood her up again, right? Dick, don't be sad. We are still good brothers. Damien, who heard the keywords of Pet Expo, was very excited. He thought that the cats and dogs at home really needed to update some toys. Daze Cat always disdained all the toys bought for him. He usually only liked to play with bandages. Maybe this time he could bring Daze Cat with him and let the cat choose the toys he liked. Damien just took out his mobile phone and searched quickly. The Pet Expo in 2 days is nationwide and quite authoritative. The organizer invited experts from CFA, World Cat Association, and FCI, World Canine Federation, to give lectures, as well as many professional pet stylists and newly developed high-tech pet tools. Damien quickly booked tickets and decided to take Titus, Ace, Alfred Cat and Dazzy Cat to participate the day after tomorrow. So, when are you going to bring Dr. Sen home to meet us? Alfred is preparing to prepare a separate room for Dr. Senator. Tim was worried about Jason's hesitation. They were going crazy with SCP and desperately trying to find sweets in the corners of the surveillance video, but the parties involved were not in a hurry at all. They have been living together for so long and have raised a child. Why don't they get married right here? What are they waiting for? Jason. Believe it or not, I don't even dare to confess my feelings. Jason's eyes wandered for a while, ready to change the subject. If Xiaohan and Alan knew that he hadn't even chased Dr. Sen, he would definitely be laughed at. Anyway, let's first figure out what's wrong with this weird guy. Jason said, please don't be as keen on attending weddings and gossiping as an old grown mother. I'll mistakenly think this is not a Batcave, but the set of first dates or The Bachelor. Tim shrugged. He knew that Dahong definitely didn't want them to gossip about his love life. However, Red Robin, who had sharp eyes, looked at Jason's expression and felt something was wrong. Did something seem to be wrong between the two of them? Otherwise, Red Robin would not change the subject. He would definitely angrily ask them to get out and tell them how sweet the relationship between him and Dr. Mori is. TSK, Red Robin is not good. It seems that he is not good at coaxing a girl boyfriend. If I remember correctly, Bruce still has a bottle of 1994 Petrus in his wine cellar. The grape production was scarce that year, and it should be unavailable on the market now. Tim recalled. Bruce won't mind, right, Alfred? Hurry up and take the red wine to apologize to Dr. Mori and have a candlelight dinner by the way. I think Master Bruce certainly won't mind contributing to his son's love life. Alfred turned around calmly and elegantly. In his heart, this bottle of wine already belonged to Jason. Oh, it seems that Damien is going to have a little niece, and she is in the same class. Dick looked at Damien with loving eyes. Damien showed an expression that was hard to describe. Just consider your relationship. Don't involve me. Damien said disdainfully. Alice is her designated teammate. What niece? Little D, you won't do that to Alice. Dick showed a worried expression. 12 years old actually. Words like this. Jason covered his face. Is there nothing serious in Dick's mind anymore? Did I come to the Batcave today just to listen to your nonsense? Rintero and I are very good friends. Jason was a little exasperated. These bastards. Also, don't pay attention to Alice. If you dare to have any extra thoughts, I will hang you on the Wayne Tower, strip you of your pants and spank you. Do you hear me? Dick looked at the irritable Jason and thought, Jason really looks like a good father who loves his daughter now. Oh, envy. Damien was so angry that he rushed up with a knife to fight with Jason. Let's see who will be hung on the Wayne Tower, stupid Todd. Seeing that the situation was not good, Dick and Tim hurriedly held one of them and dragged the two away. Aren't you going to study this big guy? Hurry up, little D has to go to school tomorrow. It is more important to find clues and bring Bruce home. The rebellious students who wanted to go to school and the rebellious young people who wanted to go to work were forcibly suppressed by their brothers. At the same time, the comatose corgi finally woke up. Chapter 40. Nakahara Chuya felt that he was in a state of chaos and everything around him was blurry, as if separated by a layer of gauze. Someone was whispering not far away, but Nakahara Chuya could not hear clearly. The voice gradually became clearer, but after it reached Nakahara Chuya's ears, he did not understand the meaning of these words at all. The Japanese words that were familiar to him before now seemed to have become meaningless syllables. Chuya-kun, are you okay? Morioge frowned and looked at Nakahara Chuya who was still lying on the sofa, and then reached out and patted the corgi's body gently. Although the dog's eyes were open, it seemed that the consciousness was still not clear. Chuya-kun doesn't look good. Alice sat on the other side of the sofa and reached out to rub the dog's head and pinch the dog's ears. Under normal circumstances, Nakahara Chuya should have avoided it in shame, but now he opened his lifeless eyes and did not respond. Dog. Bizarro also looked at his good playmate with concern. Morioge frowned. It seemed that Chuya-kun had been mentally stimulated quite a lot. It was unknown how long it would take for him to recover. In such a situation of mental attack, it was unknown whether Daze-kun's no longer human could work. Morioge was not sure about this, but perhaps he needed to find a way to meet Daze-kun. Dr. Mori, who was having a headache, sent Bizarro, Alice, and Akutagawa back to sleep. The children didn't need to participate in the next thing. He needed to have a small meeting with Momoji Dono. Does the system know anything? Morioge asked softly. The system was online all the time today. Although Morioge always ignored this useless guy, he found that this useless decoration was also affected last night, which made the shrewd leader have some guesses in his mind. Regarding this issue, Mr. Mori, I really can't say. The system had no choice. If he told the truth directly, some unspeakable existence would immediately sense it, which would cause trouble for Mr. Mori now. For safety reasons, it is best not to mention it. This is the first principle that another person told the system. Okay, let me put it another way. You are someone I once knew, right? Morioge said in a positive tone. I think this question should be within the scope of the answer. Even if you don't answer, I can guess it. The system was silent for a few minutes. You can say that. The system sighed in Morioge's mind. He felt that his identity was about to be exposed, but this question was guessed by Mr. Mori himself, and he didn't reveal it. Far away in Yokohama in another world, someone who has been in contact with the system in some way was concentrating on reading a book, but was interrupted by the nervous message of the stupid system. He shook his head and snorted coldly, and was speechless again about the stupidity of the small system. Morioge, the old fox, was clearly just deceiving him, and in fact, he was not sure at all. However, he didn't expect the system to keep his identity hidden. The idea of not revealing the identity was just his bad taste, and he wanted to tease this naive guy. Anyway, the real key to solving the Yokohama problem lies in this Mr. Mori. Someone's slender fingers wearing leather gloves leisurely slid across a beautifully wrapped book with an exquisite cover. There seemed to be traces of handwriting on the thick brown parchment paper inside the book. Morioge carefully recalled the people he knew. Where did this little fool come from? He was so innocent that he didn't look like a member of Port Mafia. If it wasn't Port Mafia, could it be someone he knew long ago? Was it someone from the army? Or the armed detective agency? Or was it someone from the Special Ability Special Agent Department? Morioge already had a rough candidate in mind. But this was not the crux of the problem. The identity of the system would not affect him from completing this troublesome task and returning to Yokohama as soon as possible. Sometimes, Morioge was not very curious about the so-called truth. Who could be sure that the truth he saw was not carefully planned by others for him to see? What's more, what you see from each angle is different. It should be said that all angles are the truth. He only needs to understand that he has to protect Yokohama and return to Yokohama. That's enough. Seeking the truth is what detectives do, and the leader of Port Mafia only needs to achieve his goal at all costs. Ahaha, let's not talk about this, Mr. Mori. Do you want to draw a card? You can draw 2 cards in a row today. The system smiled foolishly and changed the subject. Mr. Mori has accomplished quite a lot recently, and has even been basically recognized by the Bat family, which has led to a big step forward in the progress of the task. Then draw it. Morioge said indifferently. Most of his important subordinates from Port Mafia have arrived. I don't know who will be drawn next, Hirotsu Liulang or KGI Motojiro. Akutagawa-jin is also okay. The next morning, Jason yawned and ran home from the Bat Cave. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Morioge sighing at 2 small animals. There were 2 small animals on the table in front of Morioge. One was a mouse, and the other was also a mouse. Jason? Question mark? Is Rintaro going to open a pet store? There are really too many small animals at home, right? Maybe there are mice at home. So, in the eyes of Jason, who was sleepy and confused, the picture suddenly turned into Rintaro, who was still sick, trying to hit the mice, but was afraid his legs were weak, and he didn't dare to move forward. Jason, Rintaro, don't move, let me do it. Jason picked up the slippers on the ground and rushed over without saying a word, and even used the stealth skills taught by Batman. He immediately made the two mice disappear silently from in front of Rintaro. However, just when the soles of his panda head plush slippers were about to hit the heads of the two mice from behind, the two hamsters squatting outside Morio seemed to sense some danger, and their cute blue eyes instantly burst out with a momentum that was completely inconsistent with their bodies. The mice didn't even turn their heads, and immediately jumped to the left and right, and then made a very smooth and identical flip in the air, and finally knelt on one knee, looking very handsome and cool. Jason's slippers hit nothing. Jason, shaking his brain, which was not so clear, Jason finally realized that such a spiritual little animal must have been created by Rintaro using his inexplicable ability again. Thinking of this, Jason calmly put down the weapon in his hand and put the plush panda slippers back on his left foot. Morioge was also a little depressed, which caused him to watch Jason throw the slippers out without being able to stop him. Morioge. Jason, these are my new pets. Morioge rubbed his forehead tiredly. He actually didn't sleep all night because he needed to discuss the current situation with Momoji Dono, analyze the situation, guess the origin of the monster, and analyze the identity of the system. Basically, he couldn't rest. As a result, the new one he drew was Morioge sighed. Is this what he did? The memory of Oda Sakunasuke number 1 only stayed in the small villa shaded by trees on the outskirts of Yokohama. There, he fought to the death with Rage-Eyed, the leader of Mimic, and eventually died together under the influence of the supernatural singularity. The last face he saw in his memory was Dase's. His death must have caused great harm to Dase. I hope that the overly smart child can get out of his own world as soon as possible. If there is anyone who can't let go, for Oda Sakunasuke, it is Dase. He regretted that he didn't help Dase harder, so that this lonely child could go on well. Dase, live well and go to the bright side. This was Oda Sakunasuke's last thought, before he fell into eternal darkness. But the next second, Oda Sakunasuke opened his eyes, and saw a familiar face. Oda Sakunasuke. Although the doubts in his heart were about to overflow, his appearance was still like a calm hamster. Of course, there might be no expression on the hamster's face. Oda Sakunasuke too was talking to a strange man in the bar a second ago. Tonight, he suddenly wanted to go to the bar to have a drink. As a result, when he found a bar called Lupin on the roadside, he found that there was already a tall and thin figure sitting inside. The man's pair of beautiful iris-colored eyes curved into an arc of reunion after a long separation. Oda Sakunasuke's first thought was that this person was deliberately sitting here waiting for him. This strange guy called him Oda Sakunasuke in a strange tone and strange punctuation, and then they soon had a happy chat. There was soft jazz music in the bar, and the atmosphere was soft and reassuring. They enjoyed a piece of music together, and mentioned the recent popular literary works and the awards for the new Literary Artist Award. When he knew that the person in front of him liked his award-winning novel very much, Oda Sakunasuke was a little shy. He is a very lonely person, Oda Sakunasuke sighed in his heart. The man who seemed mature and youthful to Oda Sakunasuke looked at him with clear and bright eyes, as if he was missing something through him. Oda Sakunasuke didn't know what he was missing, but he felt that, if he had the chance to meet this person here again in the future, he would be very happy. In the end, the man smiled and raised his glass to him who was a little tipsy, and said something inexplicable. Even if you go to the new world, you must write novels seriously. Then he felt that his eyes went dark. Did this strange guy do something? Oda Sakunasuke was stunned for only a second, before accepting the current situation. He was just a third-rate detective, and it shouldn't be possible for someone to deliberately murder him. Although it was only the first time they met today, he was willing to believe that this lonely young man would not hurt him. However, after waking up, he saw a stranger and a strange hamster. Then he found that he had also turned into a pudding hamster exactly the same as the white-haired ball opposite, Oda Sakunasuke number 2. In fact, it is not only Oda Sakunasuke number 1 and Oda Sakunasuke number 2 who are full of question marks now. Morioge, who drew two identical pudding hamsters, is also confused. The task card says to you, "Boss, do you want to try spicy curry?" They are two cards, but they share the same introduction. Is it Oda-kun? Morioge felt his conscience ache, even though he might not have such a thing. The hamsters nodded in unison. Anyway, the two Odakans should take a break first. I will explain some things later. Morioge sighed. Originally, he just wanted to use the possibility of drawing out Oda Sakunasuke to make Daze-kun stay and help him, but now that it has really come, he doesn't know how to face it. After all, the death of the 5 children is an indisputable fact. Judging from the results alone, Morioge has never regretted it. After all, according to the optimal solution, this is already the best ending for Port Mafia. Alas, this is not easy to deal with. Morioge felt his head hurt even more. And there is another question. Why are there 2 Oda Sakunasuke? The system dared not speak in Morioge's mind, and he was about to go offline again. The world of literary masters is really too special, and it is exactly the same as the parallel universe of the Batman world. The parallel universes of this world are almost non-interfering with each other, but the world of the great writers is a main world and a derivative possible world in countless books. When the main world faces destruction, the derivative world is also inevitable. After beating the mouse, Jason belatedly apologized to Rintero's new partners. He then realized that the 2 hamsters standing on the ground were not mice, but 2 hamsters that looked a little stupid. The 2 little hamsters looked almost identical and looked like a small ball of furry white. Jason estimated that they were less than 10 centimeters. How could there be hamsters that look exactly the same? Jason said with his clear mind that these 2 little balls were absolutely identical. Even the small tuft of red copper-colored stupid hair on the top of their heads was exactly the same. Obviously, hamsters and mice are very different, but he was so disgusted by the results of the investigation in the Batcave that he actually saw it wrong. Jason sighed. It seems that Intero's strange helpers have increased again. I wonder if the hamster balls are easy to get along with. Sorry, I thought it was a mouse. Jason said. It's okay. Morioge's face turned pale. He looked particularly tired after not sleeping all night. He was no longer suitable to solve the problem in this state. Morioge also noticed the tiredness on Jason's face. It seemed that the boy had not rested either. You should go and rest soon, Jason. Jason did not move. He looked at Morioge's fingertips staying on his forehead. He was obviously uncomfortable, but still holding on. The temperature in the suburbs of Gotham was not high last night, and Rintero's body was not as healthy as his, which made Jason a little worried. He hesitated for a moment and leaned forward. Morioge's eyes widened suddenly. His rare shocked expression was reflected in his deep green eyes. Jason's hot breath sprayed on his face. The distance was too close, and Morioge was a little stunned. However, before he could step back, Jason had stood up again with a worried expression on his face. No fever. Jason tried to maintain the conversation. This distance was too stimulating for him, but calming the heartbeat was also a necessary skill for the Batcub. Has the impact of last night not passed yet? Do you need to call a doctor? In fact, he was very panicked. Morioge then realized that Jason just wanted to test his body temperature with his forehead. Forehead temperature is affected by too many external factors. Morioge tried to ignore the remaining temperature on his forehead. He didn't know why he suddenly started to add professional knowledge reflexively. No serious medical institution will use forehead temperature to determine whether there is a fever. Remember to use ear or armpit temperature next time. Your own forehead temperature is higher than mine, don't you know? Jason. He felt the heat from his ears began to spread uncontrollably, and then he was speechless for Intero's overly professional popular science. Ozaki Koha, who had been sitting on the sofa and watching, was about to fall down. What was Oge thinking about every day? Is there nothing else besides Yokohama and work? The frantic Ozaki Kawai wanted to pull the hair on the front of his boss's head for his excellent answer. Can't you see it? Can't you see it? But after thinking about it, Ozaki Kawai calmed down a little. It seems that his boss has never had any emotional experience since he became the leader of Port Mafia. He only knows how to play dress-up games with little Lalita every day. He probably doesn't think Jason will like him. After all, the two of them got along completely in the master-disciple or father-son mode at the beginning. Jason, you have a long way to go. Morioge was only surprised for a moment because the distance was too close. Then he really didn't think it was a big deal. After all, in his eyes, Jason was his favorite junior, and his status could rise to the position of Chuakun. Morioge looked at Jason's worried eyes and couldn't help but think carefully. Jason has been with him since he arrived in Gotham. I'm afraid this kid has already regarded him as his closest family member. This kind of intimacy between family members is something Morioge hasn't experienced for a long time. His parents are strong-willed and desperately want him to become the most outstanding talent, so they sent him abroad to study early on. His student life made him adapt to being alone very early. Even after returning to China, he has become an independent military doctor. Then there were wars, peace, Yokohama, and the three-quarter concept. Things big and small have filled his already rich life. Family affection has indeed been absent from his life for a long time. Not only family affection, but also love. He has no interest in it. Over time, Morioge, who is rational, actually began to understand these feelings a little bit. But it is undeniable that such care without any sense of distance makes him feel warm, and Jason sometimes expresses his feelings more passionately and directly than Asians. Morioge can only look at Jason helplessly and tolerantly. He thinks that this child is just expressing his concern. This pure and straightforward concern really makes Morioge very useful. Morioge felt that he also regarded Jason as a family member in this world. If he hadn't suddenly recalled it today, Morioge would not have realized that they had always been together and had almost never been apart. It was also good to have such a family, Morioge thought. Even if he returned to Yokohama in the future, he might think of a way to come back to visit Jason often. I know you care about me, Jason, but you don't look very good. Morioge calmed down the sudden surge of emotions, looked at Jason's green eyes again, and carefully looked at his expression. So, go to bed quickly. Does little G-Bad need a good night kiss? He imitated Jason's usual tone and made a little joke. Morioge stood up from behind the desk and gently pushed Jason's back, indicating that he should go back to his room. Jason's attention was completely taken away by the words little G-Bird and goodnight kiss just now. When he reacted, he had already returned to the room with the force of Dr. Mori. Rintaro attaches great importance to privacy and boundaries, so he rarely enters his room. Fortunately, Jason's room was always tidy and would not leave a bad impression on others. On his desk was a red hood, and on the bedside was a copy of Pride and Prejudice. Jason stood in the room, feeling a little helpless, as if his beloved had discovered his secret for the first time. Get some sleep, Jason. There are still many things to do when you wake up. Morioge patted Jason's shoulder and prepared to turn around and leave. He also wanted to take a rest. He needed to discuss the monsters in the Batcave with Jason when he woke up. Wait, Rintaro. Jason hardened his heart, endured the shame, and stepped on his moral integrity and said loudly, where is the goodnight kiss? Morioge, who had already walked out of the room, turned around. He looked at the burly man who was half a head taller than him. Inexplicably, he saw a bit of pity in his green eyes. He thought to himself that this really made him powerless. This guy was not old enough to get his goodnight kiss. What's more, he was just teasing just now. It would be better for him to kiss Alice. Okay, then it's my turn to say goodnight today. Jason knew that Rintaro was joking just now, but he had already decided to take the initiative. He decided to pretend that he didn't know it was a joke. Chapter 41. Daze, who had been staying in Wayne Manor to eat and drink, rolled slowly on the gorgeous carpet. In fact, since coming to this world, Daze felt that his pace of life had suddenly slowed down. Although he often slacked off when he was in the armed detective agency, he never seemed to be so leisurely. Sometimes Daze could even stay in the glass greenhouse of Wayne Manor for a whole day, just emptying his mind and watching the clouds in the sky change without thinking about anything. It's so boring, this world. Batman is boring too. One of the reasons why Daze, who had just arrived in Gotham, was willing to stay in Wayne Manor was Batman. He had seen people like this who were in the mud, but always firm in their hearts. But he was really curious about a guy with a will as firm as Batman. After all, most people in the world go with the flow, and occasionally one or two unreasonable people have long been hypocritically drowned in the rhythm of the world. The outliers either learn to integrate or learn to cover up. The same was true for Daze in his youth. He was like a bystander of the whole world, watching everyone come and go every day with cold eyes. Young and ignorant, he also tried to fit in, but in the end he found it was futile. It was this sense of tearing that made it difficult for him to have too much nostalgia for the world. But the Batman family seemed to be too nostalgic for this world. They seemed to believe that, as long as they worked harder, the world would be better. What a strange family, Daze thought. Isn't it good to follow the inherent unspoken rules of the world? Why do you have to change? Isn't it good to live in a muddle-headed way according to the lifestyle of most of the rich people in Gotham? Anyway, most people here are like this. With wealth and power, why do you have to seek the so-called truth and justice? Obviously Batman has seen through the essence of the city of Gotham, but he is still struggling desperately. Daze admitted that this did make his little remaining curiosity stir, but he felt a little bored after staying for a long time. The experiences of Robin, Nightwing, Batman, these people once again made Daze feel the absurdity of the world and a taste of fate. It's like Sisyphus who offended the gods. Daze could roughly understand, but he couldn't empathize. Just like he couldn't empathize with most people in this world. He could accurately analyze their motives, predict their behavior, arrange the right script, and make everything happen as he expected. But this didn't stop him from feeling bored. I'm afraid no one in this world will be as interesting as a Dasaku. But today, Daze, who still planned to bask in the sun in the greenhouse, always felt uneasy from the bottom of his heart. There was some expectation in the uneasiness. It seemed that something was happening that was expected and beyond expectations. What could it be? You came here again. Before Daze could continue thinking, Damian walked into the greenhouse. He picked up Daze's cat, who was curled up lazily on the recliner. Why don't you go play with Alfred the cat for a while? I know you understand what I mean. Damian was a little worried. Daze's cat's lifestyle was really unhealthy. Daze shook his ears, pretending to be an emotionless puppet toy, and let Damian fiddle with it at will. But we have other plans today. Damian easily put the ragdoll cat weighing 12 pounds on his shoulder. How about taking you to Metropolis to play? Meow. Woo. Daze Osamu protested perfunctorily, and the meow that should have been sweet was called out by him to sound awesome. He really couldn't get interested in anything recently. Whatever, I'm just a little cat without emotions, Daze Osamu thought expressionlessly. Metropolis. Mori, who was planning to meet Daze Osamu by chance, also came to the expo with his own pet. I didn't expect the pet expo to be so lively. Mori, who was dressed in casual clothes, sighed as he looked at the strange pet products around him. Thank you for coming with me, Richard. Dr. Mori was walking with Nightwing at this time. Dick was actually planning to come to Metropolis to discuss Batman with Superman today, and by the way, he wanted to secretly watch his brother and Dr. Mori's date. After all, it was he who suggested coming to the Pet Expo. As a result, something happened to the Glory Company today, causing Jason to regretfully cancel his date plan. More than a month ago, Jason was determined to fully control drugs in Gotham, hoping to completely stop the spread of drugs in Gotham one day, but this move simply overturned the base of Broken Hand Johnson, who had been responsible for drug smuggling. So, while Jason was busy investigating Batman's disappearance and maintaining the order of Gotham's night, Johnson joined Madison and directly joined the Penguin's forces with some manpower and the secret information of the Glory Society. Although Jason had been prepared, he still had an inevitable conflict with Cobblepot's forces, and Jason had to rush over to deal with it temporarily. The leader of the Glory Society, who was completely unable to get away, could only temporarily ask Dick, who was also preparing to go to Metropolis, to help take care of Dr. Mori. Actually, I can go by myself. Morioge was a little helpless. For the first time, he felt that someone was trying to protect him in all directions without blind spots, just out of unreserved concern. The matter of the Koei company may affect your safety, Rintaro. I know you are very powerful, and you have the protection of Momoji Dono and Shuwa-kun, Jason said, but I still can't be completely at ease. They are just small animals after all, and I'm worried that there will be situations that they cannot handle. Morioge could not refuse Jason's pleading wet eyes, and finally he could only agree to act with Nightwing. Sorry, I think it is not too cautious to protect your safety, Rintaro. Jason's eyes were sincere and soft. Morioge was a little dazed for a moment because of this look. He found that Jason seemed to be no longer the confused young man. His eyes were firm and persistent, and there were some emotions in them that Morioge could not understand yet. The rich lake green eyes were like the emeralds that Morioge had seen a long time ago, the kind that was suitable for permanent collection. Dick, who was asked by his younger brother, could only sigh helplessly. He knew that superheroes would always miss dates, or worse, be forced to leave during a date. Nightwing, who had been forced to break up for this reason countless times, had the absolute right to speak. Fortunately, Dr. Mori understood Red very well. Dick thought as he looked at Dr. Mori, who had no complaints. Red's vision was really good. As the eldest brother in the family, he hoped that the couple could be together forever. In fact, as early as the beginning of Batman's disappearance, Red, Robin and Nightwing had asked for help from the Justice League, but Superman's super hearing never found Batman's trace. This time they finally found some clues. With Superman's help, the investigation might be faster. This is why Nightwing came to Metropolis today. Morioge held the still somewhat depressed Nakahara Chihuahua in his arms, and Oda Sakunasuke number 1 and Oda Sakunasuke number 2 squatted on his shoulders on the left and right. Oda Sakunasuke number 1, who was suddenly pulled back to the world from the land of death, and Oda Sakunasuke number 2, who suddenly came into contact with Morioge in another world, could only temporarily accept this result. If there was a chance, they also hoped to contribute to saving Yokohama. Don't be so polite to me, Dr. Mori. We have been colleagues for so long. Dick pulled Morioge over to prevent the surging crowd from separating them. This pet expo was very grand, and the enthusiastic pet owners almost filled the entire venue. The corgi dog was squeezed between the two of them. Nakahara Chihuahua, who had regained some consciousness, let out a painful whine. After another day and night of rest, Nakahara Chihuahua had recovered a little bit of consciousness today. He roughly realized what happened, but unfortunately he was still a little depressed. So Morioge finally decided to bring his porcada to the pet expo to try his luck. He heard from Jason that Damian would bring Daze Osamu here today. I hope that no longer human will also have an effect on this kind of mental shock. But Morioge thought this possibility was not great. After all, after being certified by the Batcave, the monster that day did not have any special abilities, and it seemed that it had just undergone a strange mutation. The Bat family studied it all night and still couldn't figure out how this mutant guy affected Morioge's mind. The various instruments in the Batcave did not capture any suspicious energy. This is the strangest point. Because whether it is Superman's heat vision, Zatanna's magic or the demon Constantine met, they all essentially possess a special energy or force field, and the traces left behind can be detected by the high technology of the Batcave. But after testing, this monster is completely an ordinary person, even if he has strange self-healing abilities and mental attacks. This is what everyone doesn't understand. After studying in the Batcave for a whole night, Jason could only leave in confusion. He didn't dare to risk letting Rintaro appear in front of the monster, so the research had to come to an end. Fortunately, the whole night of tossing was not fruitless. They found similar components to the stones left at the Gotham dock last time in the nails of the mutant monster. It seems that Damian has indeed found the right clue. The items in the abandoned toy factory have been moved back to the Batcave by several people. Red, Robin, Nightwing and Jason are all investigating with their own methods, and they will probably get results soon. There has been no news about Batman for so long, but in fact, several people are more and more sure that Batman is just in trouble. No one believes that Bruce will die quietly in a corner. In any case, Batman's strength is beyond doubt. Dr. Mori, Morioge, who was looking around trying to find Daze Osamu, suddenly heard someone calling him. Strange, does he know anyone in the metropolis? Obviously, the small town boy who approached him at the beginning had long been forgotten by Morioge. It's me, Dr. Mori, do you remember me? Clark, relying on his excellent physical fitness, squeezed out a path from the crowded crowd. Clark Kent, we met at the entrance of the Superman Memorial last time. Clark smiled at Dr. Mori and showed his pair of small tiger teeth again. Dr. Mori, who has always been good at forgetting unimportant people, finally dug out this inexplicably enthusiastic young reporter from his memory. Hello, Clark, long time no see. Morioge smiled without revealing anything and shook hands with the small town youth again. Clark, long time no see. The enthusiastic big bluebird greeted Mr. Superman. Little Krypton, long time no see. Mr. Superman also brought his pet to the expo today. Morioge narrowed his eyes. This simple guy who seemed to have no special features except for his figure and height actually knew Nightwing? With the identity of a reporter for the Daily Planet? That shouldn't be right. Morioge was very familiar with several media and newspapers that often interviewed Wayne Group, and Clark Kent's name was not among those reporters. So it was a personal relationship? Morioge almost immediately judged from Dick's familiar and natural tone that this young reporter had a close relationship with Nightwing. Dr. Mori, are you bringing your pet to play with as well? Clark's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect to meet Dr. Mori here. Yes, bring my pet to see. Morioge smiled. Your pet looks sick. Clark looked at the dog that was always lying in Dr. Mori's arms and worriedly turned on his perspective. After a careful observation, Clark finally let out a long sigh. It's nothing. There should be no problem with the body. Morioge was even more confused after hearing this. Why could this person use such a certain tone to judge that there was no problem with Chuakun's body? They also relied on various instruments to finally determine Chuakun's condition. Isn't Mr. Kent a reporter? He actually knows a lot about pets? Morioge asked softly. Yes. I also have a dog, so I have some experience. Morioge's doubts made Clark a little embarrassed. He actually trusted Dr. Mori very much and was willing to tell Dr. Mori about Superman's identity, but he felt it was a bit strange. Dr. Mori seemed to have no feelings for superheroes. They met for the first time as Superman, but he really got to know Dr. Mori much later. He met Dr. Mori as a young reporter. Did he have to tell Dr. Mori directly that he was Superman when they met for the third time? This is so strange. Clark used his super brain to imagine this scene. Clark, hi, Dr. Mori, I'm Superman, and also Clark Kent. Dr. Mori would probably look at him with strange eyes. Dick looked at Dr. Mori and Superman, who fell into silence and raised his eyebrows. Dr. Mori didn't seem to know Superman's true identity. This is not difficult to understand. Superheroes also have some tacit unspoken rules. If they don't mention it themselves, no one wants to expose someone else's vest at will, even if it is their closest lover. After all, everyone has a private life, and it is also important to respect other people's privacy. Morioge combined Nightwing's identity with the way they communicated, and directly confirmed that the identity of the little reporter in front of him was definitely unusual. So, is he a member of the Justice League? Resident in Metropolis, a reporter. A large number of media poured in during the Wayne Group's technology festival. Morioge felt that he could confirm Clark Kent's identity. You are all here. Damian, who also came to the pet expo, was holding a dog on his left and a cat on his right, with the attitude of a winner in life with both cats and dogs. Daze Osamu, who had just been forced to put on a mini Robin cape by Damian, stared at the little creature on Morioge's shoulder with his pupils shaking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. I'm really late, Adasaku, Daze thought. Of course, he recognized the pudding hamster with blue eyes and red hair squatting on Mr. Mori's left shoulder. Even if his friend turned into a hamster, it seemed that he would be just as interesting. Daze thought that he would rush up to Adasaku excitedly the moment he saw him, give his long-lost friend a hug or punch him hard, but in fact he stayed where he was, letting Damian's hands rub his head. He can't hug Adasaku now. Daze realized belatedly that he was a cat and Adasaku was now a hamster, and felt a little regretful. The pudding hamster was not even half the size of his head. If he rushed over now, Adasaku would definitely be crushed. It seems that he has to be gentle with Adasaku in the future. Let Damian prepare a small backpack for him and carry Adasaku with him in the future. Daze thought his idea was great, so he wouldn't be afraid that Adasaku would abandon him again. This guy who dared to abandon him. Daze felt that his eyes were a little dazzling today. However, when he saw two identical hamsters, Daze guessed some reasons. He knew the existence of the book very well, and he would not be surprised, no matter what weird things happened in this world. Besides, the computer in the Batcave recorded a lot of information about parallel universes, and Daze did not think that there were no other possibilities in their world. So, this is a Dasaku from another world. I don't know how much difference there is between a Dasaku from another world and his Dasaku. That should be another interesting story. Daze is looking forward to it. He wants to take a Dasaku X2 to Wayne Manor for vacation and enjoy life. Let Mr. Mori be busy alone. A Dasaku and Daze have more important things to do. Raggle Cat grinned with an expectant smile. He might have a chance to see a Dasaku's novel published. Great. Although Mori and Coco had already popularized everyone's current situation, a Dasaku number 1 was still a little surprised when he saw Daze. Daze is so fat. Oda Sakunasuke, who was very observant, immediately saw through the long fur on the Ragdoll cat and saw the essence of the problem. This body was actually full of flesh, and it was definitely not the puffiness caused by fluffy cat fur. Oda Sakunasuke was surprised for a second, and then quickly and happily accepted this fact. This is good. Oda Sakunasuke nodded secretly. It seems that Daze is living quite well here, so he is relieved. When he was in Port Mafia before, the youngest Kada was still too thin. The 18-year-old boy looked very unhealthy thin. Daze didn't like to eat well and always drank. But I didn't expect that. After becoming a cat, Daze could actually have a healthy body shape that can be associated with good eating. Even stronger than the cat teacher in Lupin. It looks much healthier. Oda Sakunasuke was relieved and continued to observe his friend carefully. For him, he was still talking to Daze Osamu a second before his death, and today was only the second day after he woke up, and they met again. From Oda Sakunasuke's perspective, he and Daze Osamu have not been apart for long. However, for Daze Osamu, they have been separated for 4 years. Such a cognitive difference made Oda Sakunasuke, who has always been a little tongue-tied among the three, not know what to say. He made Daze wait for too long. I don't know if Ango has come to this world. I really hope they can continue to toast to the stray dogs in Lupin. The little hamster stood there blankly. Oda Sakunasuke number 2 felt that the big cat in front of him was the young man he had met in the bar, but it should not be him, but an isotope in another world. Looking at the expressions of the man and the mouse, their feelings must be very deep. Oda Sakunasuke number 2 seriously considered that after he returned to his original world, he would also try to make new friends, and maybe he could also gain a deep friendship. It seems that it would be nice to get to know Daze-kun here first. The atmosphere between the pets gradually became sticky. Morioge saw that Daze, who only had the little hamster in his eyes, was unconsciously swinging his tail wildly and slapping poor Damien's face, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Daze really has deep feelings for Oda-kun. Now that Oda-kun is here, Daze must not really want to leave this world. After all, he is a child who grew up under his care. How could Morioge have no feelings for Daze Osamu? Daze Osamu is just like he used to be, confused, empty, and unable to find his goal, just like a homeless stray dog. If possible, Morioge actually wants to see Daze-kun find his goal, just like he did when he met Natsume-sensei. The existence of the armed detective agency may give Daze Osamu some new fun, but in Morioge's opinion, maybe something is still missing. The emptiness in Daze-kun has never diminished, but now perhaps the double Oda Sakunasuke can make up for his regrets. Morioge happily decided to ask Daze-kun if he wants to go back with him. With Oda-kun here, maybe he can catch a Daze-cat. Hello, Damien. Morioge greeted him. Daze-kun is taken care of quite well by you. How could it not be good? He even enjoyed Australian lobsters with Bruce every day, Dick thought. The person who knows how to enjoy the most in Wayne Manor is none other than Daze Osamu. After all, no one would bother with a beautiful and spoiled ragdoll cat, and Daze the cat has countless ways to get what he wants. The most important thing is that he has long captured Alfred, the housekeeper who stands at the top of the food chain of the Wayne family. Damien, a pet lover, also loves kittens very much. Of course. Damien stared at the corgi in Morioge's arms and made the desired sound. If Dr. Mori is willing to give the corgi to me, I will let him live happily too. Titus and Ace rubbed against Damien's legs and barked proudly twice. The strong and tall dogs seemed to show Morioge Damien's rich experience in raising pets and the strong economic strength of Wayne Manor. Morioge, don't think about my carders. I heard that Dr. Mori also has foxes and rabbits. Damien continued. He felt that he and Dr. Mori had something in common. If every pet in Dr. Mori's house was as smart and capable as Daze and Corgi Chihuahua, then he was willing to accept everything despite Batman's disapproving look. Can Todd's pitiful little house really make the little animals live happily? Maybe it would be more appropriate to put it in Wayne Manor. Morioge looked at Damien's eager eyes and was speechless. You have taken a fancy to all my babies, right? Dreaming is faster, Robin. I'm sorry, Damien, Morioge replied. They are all my family. But maybe I can give you a hamster after today, if Daze insists on returning to Wayne Manor. Daze Osamu, who was still nestling in Damien's arms, saw through Morioge's purpose. Yesterday, he heard Nightwing and Damien arguing in the living room at Wayne Manor about whether Robin could act independently. After a few words, Daze Osamu probably understood the cause and effect. Therefore, although Daze was very curious about the monster they brought back, he was quite cautious and did not go to the Batcave by himself. After all, according to Daze's judgment, since that kind of monster could directly affect Dr. Mori and Chihuahua, and the energy could not be detected, it would probably affect him as well. Such power was not like something that could be offset by no longer human. So before he was sure of the consequences and the effect of no longer human, he would not act rashly. Agreeing to appear in the metropolis with Damien was also Daze's plan. He guessed that Dr. Mori would definitely want to solve the problem in the shortest possible time, and it was almost inevitable that he would appear at the Pet Expo and contact him quickly. It just so happened that he also wanted to get more information. Meow. Daze, who finally came to his senses in the double shock of a Dasaku, shook his head in Damien's arms and moved his hands and feet again. He squatted back and gathered strength. He jumped up. Damien felt his arms sink, and his fat cat's hind paw kicked him hard in the chest. Then, under the effect of Newton's third law, Damien was forced to take a step back, and Daze used his chest as a springboard to leap towards Morioge. Morioge, who was holding the dog, was startled. Daze-kun, don't come over. He couldn't bear the impact of the fat cat. Clark, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, reached out his hand and grabbed the fat cat's neck skin like lightning, and he felt a sudden sinking in his hand. Such a real weight. Clark suddenly felt the meal that the fat cat had eaten. Unlike when he usually had to deliberately use less force to dare to touch small animals, now he needed to use some strength to lift this cat. This is not right. Is the cat so heavy? So heavy that even his super strength can't bear it? Clark was surprised for a moment, and then he immediately realized that Damien didn't have much difficulty when holding the cat. So, is this his own fault? Clark immediately raised his head vigilantly and looked around with sharp eyes through the old-fashioned black-framed glasses. Did someone put green kryptonite around? Who could it be? Clark carefully felt the weight of the cat in his hand. He felt that he had suddenly become an ordinary person who needed some strength to hold a 12-pound cat. Seeing Clark's suddenly abnormal expression, Morioge smiled interestingly. It's you, Superman. However, it seems that the secret of Daze-kun's no longer human can no longer be kept. Then, Morioge's face sank again, because he suddenly remembered Clark Kent's clumsy approach in front of the Superman Memorial. Why did Superman notice him? Even when they first met, Superman was unusually friendly. Why? Morioge, who was carefully reviewing in his mind, suddenly realized a problem that he had always ignored as Zero. He adopted a clone of a Kryptonian in Gotham. Batman definitely knew about this, but he never looked for him. It means that Batman has a better way to investigate him. What could it be? The answer is already quite obvious. Of course, the Kryptonians' affairs must be left to the Kryptonians themselves. It seems that Superman has been monitoring him for a long time, so Batman, who is also a leader of the Justice League, must know about him, although it is not clear how detailed their information is. Morioge does not mind cooperating openly, but such monitoring and investigation still makes him a little angry. You performed well on the school bus last time, Bruce Wayne. Sensing that he was deceived, Chief Mori decided to record a note for Batman and Superman. What happened, Clark? Dick saw Clark's reaction and became serious in an instant. Did Superman find something wrong? Is there another villain causing trouble? It's okay, maybe Clark continued to observe the pedestrians around him while feeling this strange normal person state, but he didn't find anything. This is too wrong. If it is green kryptonite, he should feel uncomfortable. But his body seems to be normal and he doesn't feel weak. He just becomes ordinary. Clark quietly tried his perspective and flight again. They also failed. He seems to have really become an ordinary person. What went wrong? Clark winked at Dick. Something happened. Nightwing got the look. Got it. Dick also quickly focused and looked around, but he also felt that everything was normal. Damian received a danger signal from Superman and Nightwing's expressions, and he also secretly raised his vigilance. The pet expo was crowded with people, and it was very lively. Merchants displayed their pet products and pet services, and people holding pets came and went, asking about the items they were interested in. The three looked around, but did not find any dangerous people. Instead, it seemed a bit strange that they gathered in a corner to chat. The tense atmosphere that only superheroes could feel spread among the few people. Morioge interrupted the strange signal transmission between the three people. Can you help me hold Chuakun, Officer Richard? Dick took the dog and held it in his arms, winking at Dr. Mori. They will soon become a family, but Dr. Mori was still very polite. Of course, I said it a long time ago. Just call me Dick. Dr. Mori. Okay, Dick. Morioge replied. He finally freed his hands. Mr. Kent, I think this cat wants to come to me. Can I hug him? Of course, Dr. Mori. Clark wondered when he could let Dr. Mori call him by his name. Morioge took Daseosamu from Superman's hand. The moment the soft fur left Clark, Superman felt his ability return. What's going on? Clark frowned in confusion. Drive Mori, this cat. He only knew that the dogs and foxes around Dr. Mori had some special abilities, but he didn't expect that cats also had strange things. I hope there is only one such cat, otherwise he will never dare to save cats in the future. Imagine that Superman flew to the top of the tree in his uniform and just took over the poor little cat trapped in the tree, and then suddenly fell from the tree with the cat and man lying on the ground with a broken leg. The next day's news might become residents of Metropolis urgently called an ambulance to take Superman to the hospital or the fall of Superman. Daily Planet takes you to a detailed analysis of Superman's fracture incident. Clark, I don't think it's appropriate. But Clark thought about it again. This cat has lived in Wayne Manor for a long time, but Bruce has never regarded it as a key target for prevention. That only means that this cat is harmless. Clark's worries are relieved. Presumably, cats with special abilities do not exist in large numbers, otherwise the brain of their Justice League would have notified him long ago. Clark, then I'm relieved. The small town boy smiled happily at Dr. Mori again, and the crisis was resolved. If this cat does not harm him, then he can occasionally go to Wayne Manor to rub against cats and try to be an ordinary person. This is his childhood dream. How interesting. Dick and Damian were confused by the startled Superman. Daseosamu rolled his eyes in Morioge's arms. It seems that he has exposed his abilities, but it doesn't matter. Let Dr. Mori worry about the explanation. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. I wonder who this unlucky superhero whose abilities he eliminated just now is. Living in Metropolis. Could it be Superman? Daseosamu was a little interested again. It's an alien. Alas, he hasn't seen an alien yet. But none of these things are as important as the person or hamster in front of him. For Adasaku, he had to be patient and stay in Mr. Mori's arms. Daseosamu tried hard to lean his head over Dr. Mori's shoulder and stared at Adasaku number 1 who was so close to him, and glanced at Adasaku number 2 with his peripheral vision. Wow, so cute. The little Adasaku who turned into a hamster is so cute. Big blue eyes. Shaking aho high. Adasaku number 1 stretched out his little paws stupidly and greeted Daseosamu. Dase, long time no see. Daze Osamu couldn't help but put his head closer. A big hand suddenly reached out from the side, grabbed the cat's scruff, and took Daze Osamu away. The owner of the hand was Dick, who was holding Nakahara Chihuahua with his other hand. "Dr. Mori, have you forgotten that you have a hamster on your shoulder?" In the eyes of Dick, who knew nothing, the hamster on Dr. Mori's shoulder was frightened by the sudden appearance of the cat, and it was stiff on Morioge's shoulder, motionless, while the willful Daze cat of Wayne Manor approached the poor little hamster and prepared to open his bloody mouth. It was a bloody incident that was about to happen. If a trip to the pet expo caused Dr. Mori to lose his beloved hamster, he would probably be beaten to death by Dahan. Dick, who felt that he had saved the hamster's life in time, smiled at Dr. Mori, who was holding a cat and a dog in his arms. Dick, whose two hands were occupied, tried to adjust his posture. As he moved, Daze Osamu and Nakahara Chihuahua in his arms were squeezed together uncontrollably. Daze Osamu and Nakahara Chihuahua, Nakahara Chihuahua, who was still a little depressed, couldn't help but stand up and salute with goose bumps all over his body when he saw the blue fish next to him, although he didn't know if the dog had goose bumps. Daze Osamu felt almost the same way. He didn't want to stick to the black little corgi. A cat and a dog struggled frantically in Nightwing's arms at the same time. However, the mature and reliable Nightwing with amazing arm strength was so strong that the little animals couldn't compete with him. Dick felt the movement in his arms. He was worried that the little animals would fall and get hurt, so he tried to adjust his posture and hug the fluttering little guys tighter. Nakahara Chihuahua and Daze Osamu were forcibly stuck together in Nightwing's big pectoral muscles. Nakahara Chihuahua, who couldn't use his gravity power because of his human disqualification. RRR, I'm going to kill this bastard. Daze Osamu continued to frantically escape from the sticky little slug. Nightwing, you're dead. If you can reconcile with Barbara, I, Daze Osamu, will take your last name from now on. Grayson, you're too strong. Damien on the side couldn't stand it. The two little animals in the stupid Grayson's arms were now running away like crazy. Grayson must be too rude. How could he hold a small animal with his steel-like arms? Sorry. Dick relaxed his muscles. Morioge looked at the cat and dog in Nightwing's arms who couldn't struggle out and felt sorry for his subordinates. But he felt that Chihuahua finally regained some vitality. He didn't know whether it was because of his no longer human status or the mysterious force between diamonds. Unable to struggle, Daze scratched the corgi Chihuahuas, but with one claw. Then, while Dick relaxed his strength, he stepped on the beautiful face of the poor little policeman, and then jumped onto the top of Morioge's head. Morioge, who was unable to escape Dazeoge's weight attack in the end, it was fate that pressed down my noble head. After his butt was scratched, Nakahara Chihuahua completely lost his mind. Woof, bastard Daze. Chapter 43. Master Dick, Master Damien is missing. Alfred's worries almost overflowed from the other end of the phone. Damn it. It was already late at night, and Dick was wearing Batman's cape and standing on a high-rise building in Gotham to talk to Batwoman Kate Kane. 10 days have passed since Batman disappeared, but they still haven't found more clues. This situation makes everyone very anxious. Kate has been blaming herself. She thinks that she was too overconfident at the beginning, which led to Batman's disappearance in the end to save him. But Dick doesn't think so. He has a feeling that the other party's target was Batman from the beginning, and Kate was just a bait for fishing. They have found more clues, and all kinds of evidence are proving that there is a big problem with the toy factory. When Batman disappeared, the mysterious stone in the dock warehouse did come from this toy factory. Some substances that match the composition of the stone also remain in the doll with a hollowed out abdomen. Nightwing and Red Robin speculated that this toy factory is the secret base for the expansion of members of the mysterious religious group that appeared in Gotham. The mysterious stone in the dock warehouse, the missing Batman and Robin, the strange toy factory, the mysterious Gotham cult, the weird people who went crazy and mutated for no reason. These events have been vaguely linked by a dark line. Previous investigations have shown that the members who were lured into joining the cult all had records of receiving toys produced by this toy factory at home. I'm afraid that these people accidentally discovered the contents of the toys, and after opening them, they were affected by the mysterious power of this religious group, thus becoming fanatical religious element. Going crazy may be the result of being affected for a long time. Randy, the owner of the toy factory, is responsible for the production of toys. After long-term close contact, he is the one who has gone the most crazy, and his workers are also more or less affected. Miss Margaret had a daughter who also had a record of long-term contact with toys. Such a secret way of preaching is not difficult to guess, and the unlucky members who joined the cult may have been randomly selected. Then about the strange stone found in the Gotham dock warehouse, it is obvious that it is the statue that Batman did not find in the home of the believers at all. This just shows that Batman and Batwoman did encounter the evil ritual of this religious group at the dock. The statue should be the mysterious totem they worship, but it is not clear what they want to get through this ritual. Randomly selecting members, spreading doctrines in large quantities through ordinary items, not strictly controlling members, and not having large gatherings. These behaviors make the bad boys have even worse associations. Generally speaking, when an organization is first established, its core members are carefully selected. At least they need to have common goals or common characteristics. However, this organization did not screen when developing sect members. They just spread the statues very casually, and no one even tracked the results or managed the new believers. This can only mean one thing, that they are blindly and arbitrarily expanding their members, and do not think that the new members have the ability or intention to betray them. The former shows that this cult has a big goal, and it is probably a grand goal such as ruling the world, ruling all mankind, and eliminating superheroes. The latter shows that the sect leader or the manipulator behind the scenes is extraordinary. At least there are some means that they don't know to control people's hearts. Judging from the current situation, this is indeed the case. The religious members who have been discovered before have not changed at all recently. They live a normal life and behave regularly. They never mention their beliefs, let alone comment on their missing family members. Even if there is no miraculous divine activity or well-organized leader to strengthen their loyalty to the organization, it seems that their firm belief has not been affected at all. Nightwing and Red Robin conducted a follow-up investigation on these people again, and no abnormalities were found in their bodies, nor were any unknown substances found in blood tests. This gave Dick and Tim a headache, because the mental impact was really difficult to solve, and they had not even found the source of this mysterious power. Fortunately, Nightwing and Red Robin have recalled all the toys from this toy factory on the market. Fortunately, not all families who bought toys have a strong curiosity. Some careless parents did not find the secrets in the toys at all. To some extent, this is good news. At least in the short term, it can prevent the further expansion of the members of this gang. But they still need to be vigilant at all times. I don't know what new methods this gang will invent to expand its members. Sorry, Katie, I have to investigate Robin's whereabouts now. Dick hung up Alfred's phone call and said to Kate regretfully, "Then let me take over the night patrol tonight. If you need any help, please feel free to ask." Kate expressed her understanding. She couldn't help more for the time being, so she could only choose to go on night patrol first. It's already a big help. Thank you, Katie. Dick gave Kate a hug. I found this on the floor of the Batcave. After Alfred found out that Damian was missing, he searched the Batcave and Wayne Manor, and he found a needle with blood on the ground. After DNA comparison, the blood on the needle belongs to Master Damian. The residual drugs on it have been analyzed, and it's just an ordinary anesthetic. This is why Alfred urgently called Dick and Tim back to the manor. Damian was knocked unconscious and kidnapped from the Batcave, which is no small matter. The enemy is quite clear about the identities of Bruce and Damian. I'm afraid they are old acquaintances of ours. Tim's face was gloomy. They didn't expect the enemy to be so bold that they could sneak into the Batcave and take away the demon cub. Who could it be? In fact, there are villains who know Batman's identity. The locator installed by Alfred on Damian's uniform has been removed. The enemy is very clear about our methods. Red Robin continued to add. Now they have completely lost the trace of Damian. First, investigate the recent outsiders in Gotham, but I tend to think that it was done by the Assassin's League. Check the traces of Talia and Rashogu. Dick tried to restrain his anger. His brother was kidnapped at home, which made Bird Mother Dick feel deeply guilty. But why did Talia kidnap Damien? This shouldn't be. Damien is Talia's biological son. Although Tim thinks that the cult is indeed something that the Assassin's League can do, it is strange that they kidnapped Batman and Damien. At the same time, Jason was driving a bulletproof car with his family on the highway in the suburbs of Gotham. The Sisters of Everlasting Mercy, a benevolent and prestigious religious group. Mori sat in the co-pilot, watching the little red dot gradually stop on the screen of the mobile phone. The location of the little red dot finally overlapped with the Sisters of Everlasting Mercy monastery in the suburbs of Gotham. The holy appearance may be a disguise to cover up evil. Jason continued to step on the accelerator. In the dark night, the pointed roof of the monastery with a cross appeared at the end of the road. At first glance, it looked like a vampire settled here. Bizarro was sitting in the back seat of the car. The tall Kryptonian was hunched over in the back seat. Akita Gora Usagi sat stiffly on Bizarro's thighs, and Bizarro combed his hair from time to time. Nakahara Chuaya, who had recovered from the last mental attack, also sat upright in the back seat, sandwiched between Alice and Bizarro. The small animals, Bizarro and Alice, were all wearing communicators and headphones. In the safe house in Moriage, Daze the cat struggled to flick his nails and kept typing on the computer. The sound of the keyboard kept coming into Akita Gora Ryunosuke's ears through the headphones. This was the first time that Akita Gora Ryunosuke faced his dear Mr. Daze since he came to this world. He had just been pulled by Mr. Daze on the hair on his ears. This made Usagi so excited. Akita Gora Ryunosuke was so excited that he just stayed where he was. In the end, he could only be carried away by Bizarro with his whole body stiff. Unfortunately, the cat and rabbit did not speak the same language, so he could only express his longing for Mr. Daze with his eyes. After leaving Metropolis last time, Morioge asked Oda Sakunosuke number 1, and after receiving a positive answer, Shushu finally officially became a member of the Wayne family. Oda Sakunosuke number 2 hesitated for a moment, and decided to stay with Morioge, who pulled him out. Daze cat sighed regretfully. Damien, who got a new pet, tried hard to restrain the smile on his lips, and asked Shushu calmly about his ability. Morioge, a treasure against Daze Osamu? Damien? Question mark? However, when Alfred saw the hamster for the first time, he really couldn't control his butler instinct. Although this was a very clean and cute pudding hamster, the butler couldn't help but want to take a cage to put it in and throw it out of the manor. 1. Squeak. Daze, you stay and inform his family. Oda Sakunosuke number 1 couldn't bear to watch the child being taken away. Even if his current body couldn't save Damien, at least he wanted to follow the child, so that it would be convenient for Daze to find someone to rescue him. Although the cat and the mouse also couldn't speak the same language, Daze immediately understood what Oda Sakunosuke meant. Meow, be patient Oda Sakunosuke. Of course, Daze couldn't bear to see Damien, who had always been very good to him, in danger. Daze put a locator on Oda Sakunosuke. Oda Sakunosuke number 1 didn't hesitate to use the advantage of the hamster's size to quietly approach the assailant, and then rolled over and hid in Robin's cloak. The masked man, unaware of anything, carried the unconscious Damien and left the Batcave. Unfortunately, Nightwing and Red Robin were on night patrol at this time, and the old butler was busy with the robbery of the Batman Equipment Research and Development Warehouse under the Wayne Group. No one was in the manor. Daze decided to contact Mr. Mori secretly. Morioge, who received the signal, realized that the mastermind had finally reappeared, so after discussing with Jason, he decided to quickly catch up. Red Hood, who came to Wayne Manor temporarily, picked up Daze Osamu, and formed an emergency Robin rescue team with Morioge's cats, dogs, rabbits, foxes, and mice. The team lineup is stronger than ever. Red Hood Jason, who has outstanding military strength, gravity use and Akahara Chuaya, heartless dog Akita Gora Ryunosuke, Kryptonian Bizarro, and the pet's owners Morioge Alice and her daughter. The assault team went to the suburbs of Gotham for a military breakthrough. Daze Osamu, the behind-the-scenes commander with an IQ that exploded. Oda Sakunosuke number 2, who was temporarily unable to exert his strength and did not kill people, and Ozaki Momiji, who actually did not like to fight with others personally, stayed at home to provide support at any time. The black modified off-road vehicle gradually approached the monastery. "Be careful, Jason." Before Morioge finished speaking, they had already entered the monastery's firepower range. Sparks burst out from the muzzle of the machine gun in the monastery, and the golden sparks from the bullets hitting the car body were particularly conspicuous in the night. This really doesn't look like the weapons that ordinary forces can have. Morioge calmly watched the bulletproof car bathed in the hail of bullets. The occasional gunfights between Port Mafia and other large organizations, when it was just upgraded, were just like this. Gotham Godfather Jason calmly reached out and gently pressed a red button under the steering wheel. The directional shells bombarded the gorgeous and dignified monastery in the distance, and the monastery's firepower slowly stopped. The bulletproof car modified by Jason, and with full defense, rushed straight through the smoke and flames caused by the heavy explosions, and finally drove into the square in the center of the monastery. "Rintaro, Alice, you stay in the car. Bizarro, protect yourself and Rintaro." To be honest, Jason also inherited Batman's desire to protect, and he was very dissatisfied with Dr. Mori coming along. But Morioge didn't want to miss the opportunity to catch the mastermind behind the investigation. When he was sure of it, Morioge would occasionally go into battle himself. This time he would be careful not to look directly into the monster's eyes and body. At the same time, he prepared a drug that can stimulate the mind for himself and the small animals, and hid it in his teeth. "Don't worry, Jason, I will protect myself," Morioge replied. "Their fighting power is already strong enough. How many years of training must this villain have to be able to withstand the cooperation of the double black again?" Before Jason got out of the car was surrounded by people wearing masks and nun costumes. "TSK, so you pray with machine guns every day. Aren't you afraid of punishment from your dear lord?" Jason looked at the nuns dressed in abstinence and holding M60s in their hands, and couldn't help but mourn for the lord worshipped in the monastery. In response to him, dense bullets were connected in a line. The masked people standing in the back row drew samurai swords from their nun robes and moved forward with their swords. Wow, M60 and samurai swords. Today I suddenly feel that they are quite suitable for the monastery. Jason whistled, and the face under the red hood gradually became serious. It seems that today will be a tough battle. However, before Red Hood could fully display his strength, Rashomon, this is Ryunosuke Kitagawa, who can't wait to show off. Red Hood's jaw dropped when he saw a Kitagawa rabbit attacking the enemy for the first time. Last time, Red Hood only saw a Kitagawa attack the Joker by sneak attack through the surveillance. Although he saw the launch of Rashomon when he forced a Kitagawa to bathe Ryunosuke later, a Kitagawa Ryunosuke didn't use his full strength at that time because he took into account the presence of the leader. This led Jason to think that Ryunosuke Kitagawa's ability should only be used for sneak attacks. After all, the attack weapon is soft fur. However, today is different. Today, Mr. Daze is watching Ryunosuke Kitagawa silently on the other side of the headset. A blazing fire is burning in Rabbit's eyes. No one can stop me from getting Mr. Daze's approval again. Chiji. Rashomon, Young Fern. Chiji. Rashomon, Lionman Jaw. The white demon, who was born to be an omnivore and could devour everything, had sharp teeth. He bit anyone he saw and tore half of the enemy to pieces. The villains had never seen such a ferocious rabbit before. Red Hood stood there, rolled his eyes, and lazily took the time to make up 2 shots. It seemed that he couldn't show off his graceful figure of twisting the enemy's neck in front of Rintaro today, but fortunately he was a very good shooter. Then he turned his head and saw the red light flashing around the corgi. The bullet bounced back faster than when it was shot from the barrel and instantly penetrated the enemy's blockade. Jason. I felt that I lost for some reason. I was mentally prepared for a hard fight before coming here, but now I feel like I'm here for vacation. The Godfather of Gotham touched his chin and shook his head with emotion, feeling that the feeling of hitting the flesh was missing. Bizarro also joined the battlefield at this time. Perhaps there is always a combative side in the genes of Kryptonians. Bizarro used his frozen vision to control the enemy very accurately and cooperated with Mr. Corgi very cleverly. Bizarro enjoyed the feeling of fighting side by side with Jason and the little animals. The enemies at the door were soon all dealt with. Jason heard Morioge's slow voice in his earphones. Jason, there is a secret room on the ground floor of this building, and Damien should be inside. Morioge and Osamu had successfully hacked into the monastery's defense system and analyzed the structure of the entire building. Let Bizarro and Chuar-kun follow you, and Akutagawa-kun stay. The map has been sent to you. Be careful. Received. Cliff, escape. Osamu, who was remotely controlled in the safe house, leisurely typed Morse code on the keyboard. Morioge also expected that someone would escape from the other side of the cliff. This monastery happened to be built on the edge of the cliff, and the towering cliffs on the other side faced the sea. It seemed like a dead end, but in fact there was another way to live. Such terrain is not troublesome for capable people, but rather an alternative evacuation route. Experienced villains will definitely choose to leave there. Indeed, Talia was leaving the secret passage with the Mad Hatter, and she was very annoyed. Because bringing Damien here was not Talia's original plan, but a stupid thing she did by using Damien's genes to create clones. The clones who had no memories, but had independent consciousness wanted to get memories from their original bodies on the one hand, and on the other hand, out of jealousy of the original bodies that were favored by Talia, they secretly took Damien away from the Batcave. The clones who had been genetically modified and accelerated their growth by artificial means were already strong men over 2 meters tall. Talia's biochemical experiments gave him excellent physical fitness, which was probably better than Batman, who had passed the peak age of the human body. This was one of the reasons why he and his men were able to take Batman away unexpectedly at the Gotham docks. It was indeed not something Damien could deal with. However, when Talia discovered the clone's private actions and hurried to the secret base of the monastery, Jason and Morioge had already arrived. Hearing the sound of the exchange of gunfire, Talia was very angry. She shot and killed her son's clone directly, and then quietly left here from the secret passage with the Mad Hatter, who was going to replace the clone's memory. The sharp female assassin had already judged the current situation from the sounds outside. The unconscious Damien and Batman were deliberately left there. Talia, who had already reached the edge of the cliff, had a gloomy face. She sneered and pressed the controller in her hand. She directly blew up one side of the monastery. She didn't directly detonate the entire monastery, because she still needed to save Batman's life, but it didn't matter. Some of her goals had been achieved. If the idiot who came to rescue Batman happened to be in the half of the monastery that she blew up, it would be none of her business. Such rude behavior is not suitable for a lady. Morioge got out of the car. Alice beside him was holding Akutagawa Ryunosuke in her arms. Instead of trying to stop me, why don't you worry about the people inside? If we don't rush over to save them, this place might become a grave for birds. Talia stared at Morioge with a grim expression. Of course, she had investigated this Japanese doctor, but unfortunately there was too little information. But his closeness to the entire Bat family also made Talia directly classify Morioge into the enemy camp. When he heard the sound of the monastery being blown up, Morioge was not worried. He deliberately left Nakahara Chuaya to Jason to guard against this. The Mad Hatter, who was standing next to Talia with a computer, gradually became crazy. Blonde Alice and Mr. White Rabbit in a vest. It's his Alice. Chapter 44. Cough, cough. Cough. Damien was awakened by a burst of pungent smoke and dust. He opened his eyes in a daze. His perspective was inverted and kept shaking. Damien tried to open his eyes wide, but what he saw was the falling stones and the burning fire not far away. There were also continuous explosions in his ears, and the smoke and carbon dioxide produced by the burning made Damien difficult to breathe. Where is this? Damien's mind was not very clear yet. He only vaguely remembered that he was knocked unconscious and taken away by a masked man in the Batcave. Jason was holding Damien's legs with his right hand at this time, carrying Damien on his shoulders like a bag of rice. The hard muscles and bones on his shoulders were just against Damien's stomach, and the bumps caused by running made Damien couldn't help but retching. Congratulations, this is hell. Jason panted as he followed Nakahara Chuaya, who was using his gravity power to clear the way, and ran out. Listen, you devil boy, if you dare to vomit on me, I will throw you out of here. Bizarro followed behind Jason, carrying Bruce, who was unconscious and naked, on his shoulders. The few of them quickly fled from the almost collapsed monastery. Then put me down. I can walk by myself. Damien still wanted to show off. Although his hands and feet were still weak, he really didn't want to accept the fact that he was knocked unconscious and taken away, and then rescued by Red Hood. Jason didn't say anything, but just reached out and hit Damien's butt hard. The stupid brother who didn't listen deserved to be spanked. Jason Todd. Damien turned his head desperately and reached out to grab Jason's hair. However, Jason's Red Hood was too smooth, and he really had no idea where to start. How dare you? You're dead. I must kill you. You're welcome, Damien. I did save your life. Jason completely took Damien's trash talk as a thank you. He took Robin, who was powerless to resist, off his shoulder while running, and turned him 180 degrees in the air, and then put Damien's head down on his other shoulder. Robin, who was almost vomited by the turn, was full of murderous intent. I'm going to kill you. Do you hear me? Jason Todd. I will kill you sooner or later. Unfortunately, Damien, who was dizzy, had no strength to struggle, so he could only let Jason do whatever he wanted, and by the way, tried to kill Red Hood with his eyes. When they completely stepped out of the monastery, this historic Gothic building had already caught fire, and the sound of the walls collapsing kept ringing. Jason heard the screams of the members of the Sisters of Forever Mercy who did not have time to escape from the house. Talia was still as cold-blooded as ever. Even her own subordinates would be abandoned decisively when they were no longer useful. TSK, your mother is so cruel. Jason shook his head and sighed. When he lost himself, he had also received teachings from the Assassin's League, so he knew their origins the first time he saw these guys. Does she want to blow you up? Talia was indeed not a kind-hearted person. As for how much mother-son affection she had for Damien, I'm afraid no one, except the person involved, knew. Damien was silent. From childhood to adulthood, Talia had always strictly trained him according to the standards of the Assassin's League era. When he was not as tall as a samurai's sword, he had already learned to pick up a knife and kill people. If it weren't for Badman's influence, Damien would never realize that doing so was wrong. But Talia was his mother after all. Damien knew that Talia actually loved him, but he was afraid that for Talia, there was something more important than love. Let's go find Rintaro, Jason said. The car they drove to the square was no longer there. Rintaro must have found something else. When Jason found Morioge was staring at the cliff in a daze. Rintaro, did you catch him? Jason calmly put Damien in the car. As long as Rintaro was okay, it would be fine. He was really worried when he didn't see him just now. Unfortunately, no. Morioge put on a helpless expression. The assassin lady ran away too fast. It was obviously you who let them go on purpose, Rintaro. Alice puffed her face and complained on the side. Rintaro was pretending again. Jason was stunned when he heard this, and then he understood. Are you going to use Talia to do something? Rintaro would not let the enemy go for no reason. If he really let Talia go on purpose today, it can only mean that Rintaro, who is looking ahead 10 steps, has already arranged the next things. Ah, indeed. Morioge laughed out loud. I hate the initiative in other people's hands. When the time is right, I will make them pay the price. Now I just charge a little interest. So he let Akutagawa Ryunosuke bite off Talia's arms with Rashomon, and pretended that he couldn't catch up, and let the two go. I think, next, this game should change the dealer. After the matter was resolved, Jason drove Morioge away from the remote monastery. Because of the extra 2 people, the SUV, which was not very spacious compared to Bizarro's body, seemed even more crowded. The unconscious Batman could only squeeze in the backseat with Robin. Alice tried to support Damien, who was still powerless and about to slide off the seat, but she couldn't take care of Batman, whose head frequently hit the car window due to Jason's wild driving skills. Batman was so miserable, his forehead was already blue, and Alice looked sympathetic. While driving, Jason proudly informed Nightwing and Red Robin, who were still struggling to find clues, and laughed at them in the Batman's communication channel. So you are still too bad. Jason spoke for a while, and finally concluded with a sense of unsatisfaction. Name a price. How much is a Batman and a Robin worth? Don't think you can get it for free. Nightwing and Red Robin were glad that they finally found Batman, but they were also very angry at Jason's smug tone and sarcastic sarcasm. Stepping on each other has become a traditional skill of the Robins. If it was Nightwing or Red Robin who saved Batman today, this wave of sarcasm would also appear. I think it should be Dr. Mori's credit tonight. Jason. Tim quickly restored the course of events in his mind while checking the surveillance of Gotham. Dazzy Cat is missing, and he notified you, right? The small animals around Dr. Mori are intelligent and have special abilities, which has long been recorded in the computer in the Batcave. After the last joint investigation at the Gotham dock, they already knew that the Corgi dog was suspected to have the ability to make objects float. And that day, Dr. Mori not only brought the Corgi, but also the fox. They can almost conclude that the fox also has something special, but they don't know what the specific ability is. Tim and Dick had long inferred that Daze Osamu, the cat who originally belonged to Dr. Mori, also had special abilities. It's obviously all Dr. Mori's credit. Why don't you list what you did? Red Robin mocked in the communication. Help Dr. Mori serve tea or massage his waist and legs. I want to. That's Rintero's waist. What's the difference between what Rintero does and what I do? We are one. What's mine is Rintero's. Jason pretended to refute Tim loudly and casually, while secretly looking at the expression on Morioge's face, who was resting with his eyes closed in the co-pilot through the rearview mirror. Everything I have can be given to Rintero. Secretly confessing, Jason felt his heartbeat gradually speeding up. How would Rintero react? However, Dr. Mori's expression did not change at all. What do you want to give me, Jason? Morioge didn't hear what Jason said at all. He was really a little tired today. The GCPD had a lot of things to do during the day. Scarecrow released a large amount of fear gas in Gotham Hospital. Although Nightwing, wearing a Batman suit, arrived in time and arrested Scarecrow, citizens still died. As a forensic doctor, Morioge needs to make a death identification and certificate for the deceased in the murder case. In order to confirm the effect of the fear gas improved by Scarecrow this time, the GCPD needs to perform an autopsy. After finishing all this, Morioge still has no free time. When he returns home, he has to fight in the suburbs with the pet agent team late at night. When confronting Talia on the cliff, he also exchanged a few moves with the female assassin with superb fighting skills. Although Morioge's skills have regressed a little over the years, he is still a person who can fight with Alice and Lord Silverwolf on equal terms, and he can deal with Talia in a decent manner. Talia rushed up like a madman, and with the help of the Mad Hatter, Morioge had no choice but to take out the scalpel to fight back. In the end, it was with the cooperation of Alice and Akuta Ryunosuke that the female leader of the Assassin's League was forced to jump off the cliff with the Mad Hatter to escape. The Assassin's League's invisible plane was parked at the bottom of the cliff. When Jason found Morioge, he was watching the plane that Talia was on gradually moving away. Morioge, who had not done strenuous exercise for a long time, was actually a little overwhelmed. Staying up late and fighting were really the biggest enemies of the hairline. Therefore, on their way back, Morioge, who was not worried about safety issues because Jason was around, fell asleep a little drowsy. In a daze, he vaguely heard Jason calling his name, but unfortunately he did not hear the whole sentence. Morioge only heard the second half of Jason's sentence. For Rintero. What is it for him? Nothing. Nothing. Jason coughed awkwardly. Fortunately, Dr. Mori didn't hear it. The confession just now was so strange that Jason regretted it as soon as he said it. He looked ahead, pretending to concentrate on driving, and said seriously, I said I would bring you some cookies from Alfu later. Red Robin and Nightwing, who were still online, made a sound of disgust on the other end of the communication. Red, when did you become so innocent? Nightwing couldn't help but teach his brother while clicking his tongue. If you love him, you have to be brave enough to say it. Can you do that? Is this still the hot-tempered redhead who speaks his mind? Love can really change a person so much. Nightwing couldn't believe it. Of course he can't. Tim was also very disappointed with his predecessor, the second-generation Robin. After all, he has never been so innocent since he was 12 years old. Quickly remove Pride and Prejudice from your bookshelf, Red. How about Tropic of Capricorn instead? Henry Miller's description may help you graduate from elementary school and enter junior high school. A love affair is actually like a romance novel. Jason Todd, a loser. Shut up, idiots. Jason was speechless by his brothers. Why don't you think about what price you are going to use to get the old man back? How about using the photo of you wearing women's clothes when you went to the bar to inquire about the news last time? Red Robin, whose dark history was exposed. What do you think about me framing the photo of you wearing briefs as a child swinging on the Gotham Sky Swing and giving it to Dr. Mori later? Come on, hurt each other. Who doesn't have a brother's dark history in his hand? Why don't you talk about how Bruce fired you and hired your girlfriend as Batgirl? Jason was not to be outdone. I think the way you posed in front of the mirror in your Robin costume would have made Dr. Mori happy. Seeing that the two were going off track, Nightwing couldn't help but want to get the topic back on track. Alright, Red. Why don't you think about what Taylor is going to do? This is more important. It's none of my business. This is your family's business. Jason was stubborn. He would not work for the old man in vain. Having said that, Jason would definitely not investigate. He was even prepared to discuss with Dr. Mori and go to the base of the Assassin's League to take a look. Compared to this, I'm more concerned about Red's love life. He looks like he is ready to abandon his dirty body and start a platonic love. Tim said mercilessly. Seriously? Saint Todd. Jason, do you think I don't want to do something fucking R18? Jason, why don't you take Dr. Mori back to the Batcave? It's getting late. You're coming to Wayne Manor anyway, so why don't you stay here? The mother bird, who couldn't bear to watch, quickly interrupted the meaningless bickering between the two. Afu has already prepared the room. Dr. Mori will stay here tonight. Jason turned his head to look at the dark circles under Morioge's eyes. Rintaro looked very tired indeed. Dick said that we should stay at Wayne Manor tonight. Jason weighed it. He actually wanted Rintaro to go home and rest quickly, but he was afraid that after going home, Rintaro would also take the little animals to review the meeting and would definitely not go to bed. In contrast, he would rather Rintaro be busy under his nose. Rintaro, do you want to visit the Batcave? Morioge was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately became energetic. He has indeed been curious about the Batcave for a long time, and it would be nice to see it. I heard that the items in the Batcave almost bring together the most advanced technology in the world. It's really my honor. Morioge thought to himself that he had gained a lot tonight. It's not just about solving the problem of the Sisterhood of Everlasting Mercy and rescuing Batman and Robin. Morioge looked at the huge mechanical dinosaur at the entrance of the Batcave, and then turned his eyes to the battlesuit display cabinet. Giant coins and Joker cards not far away. Batman's trophies made Morioge very curious. He was taking Alice to visit the Batcave with the permission of the Bat family. The huge and empty natural underground cave has been filled with various high-tech products. Morioge saw biochemical laboratories, medical rooms, training grounds, arsenals, etc. There is even a huge manufacturing plant at the end of the Batcave. The Batplane and Batmobile are parked on the platform at the other end of the Batcave and seem to be ready to fly out at any time to complete the mission. The Bat family's cubs are doing a thorough examination of Batman and Robin in the medical room. Bruce is suspected to have been hypnotized by the Mad Hatter and injected with unknown substances, so he is still in a coma. Alfred did not stay in the medical room, but accompanied Morioge as a tour guide. I simply do not know how to express my gratitude, Mr. Mori. The butler's eyes were a little moist. Bruce was the child he had watched grow up. Mr. Butler had watched young Bruce endure the pain alone, travel around the world, and strive to grow up and suffer. After going through countless twists and turns, he became the almost indestructible Batman. He could not accept losing Bruce anyway. No matter what, the door of the Wayne family is always open to you. No matter how suspicious Morioge was in Batman's records, it was an indisputable fact that he and Jason worked together to save Batman and Robin. For this reason, Alfred was willing to believe that the mysterious Dr. Mori had no ill will towards their family. You're welcome, Mr. Pennyworth. The communication between Morioge and the butler just now was very happy. Both of them were people who had experienced many ups and downs, and their views on many things were more mature and transparent. They even have amazing consistency in some aspects, which makes Morioge feel good about the butler who he has never met, but only heard of. Just think of it as something I did for Jason. Alfred looked at Morioge with a calm face, and then turned his head to look at Jason, who just came over, and blushed because of this sentence, and he understood something in his heart. It seems that they misunderstood before. Dr. Mori's attitude does not seem to be with Jason, but more like a friend or family, familiar and frank. They do not have the atmosphere of a couple. Jason is still a one-sided crush. Alfred made a quick judgment. He instantly figured out Jason's previous hesitation and some details that were not quite right. The butler, who has seen a lot of things, glared at Jason with a look of disappointment. Jason? Question mark? Will Dr. Sen stay at Wayne Manor for a few more days? Alfred decided to create some opportunities for the unpromising idiot Jason. Why not bring the pets over to live with us? Master Damien has a pet park at the manor. I'm sure the animals will have a great time. Chapter 45. TSK, TSK, TSK. Bruce, you finally woke up. Bruce just regained consciousness when he heard the ridicule of his own son. Big Blue Bird leaned against the door of the medical room with his arms folded in front of his chest. Looking at Batman lying on the operating table with his eyes open, Dick finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's been a long time since I saw you in such a mess. I really miss you. The glaring surgical light made Bruce's eyes shed natural tears reflexively. Aha, look what I saw. Tim's eyes finally moved away from the computer screen. Are you crying for your ex-girlfriend, Bruce? Talia is willing to hurt you this time. The charm of the Gotham prince has finally failed. Very good. It seems that I'm back, Bruce thought. During the time when he was kidnapped by Talia, Batman was not completely unconscious. He vaguely knew that Talia had done something to him. Bruce tried to resist, but Talia seemed to have obtained some strange power from somewhere, which made him unable to wake up completely. How does it feel to be stripped naked by your ex-girlfriend for experiments? Jason certainly didn't miss the opportunity to mock Batman. Luckily Talia left you a pair of underwear, otherwise you would have to cross Gotham naked. If there is a next time, I will remember to collect the entrance fee. Bruce. Very good. It is confirmed that these are my sons who were wronged, not my hallucination. Bruce closed his eyes with peace of mind. Anyway, thank you very much this time. In fact, Bruce, who had just woken up not long ago, immediately dressed up and tried his best to sit at the dining table in Wayne Manor. The days of coma made him weak all over now, but Batman's iron will overcame this well. In order to celebrate Batman's awakening, Alfred prepared a large table of patients' exclusive dinner. Alfred got a traditional Chinese blood replenishing recipe from Cassandra, who currently lives in Hong Kong, and boiled a large pot of turtle and snake tonic soup that Bruce smelled very strange. It is said that tomorrow's recipe is red dates, black beans and crucian carp soup. Morioge was also sitting at the dining table. Yesterday, he accepted Dick and Alfred's invitation and decided to stay at Wayne Manor for one night, waiting for Batman to wake up. He needed to observe Batman's situation. Last night's test on the cliff made him sure that Talia had the means to control other people's minds. He wanted to see if Batman was affected. You're welcome, Mr. Wayne. Morioge watched Batman's expression stiffly trying to swallow the housekeeper's loving tonic soup while trying to drink his own portion. The taste was actually not bad. Batman now seemed to have independent consciousness. Just call me Bruce, Dr. Mori. Bruce held his breath and took another big sip. After swallowing the strange taste in his mouth, he said to Morioge, this time it's really thanks to you and Jason. I'm glad you're okay. Gotham can't be without Batman, Morioge said. Finally, he had to face the problem of his identity being exposed, and Bruce sighed. He had never figured out the details of Dr. Mori, which made Batman, the ultimate obsessive compulsive patient, very uneasy. Will Dr. Mori stay in Gotham forever? Bruce thought about it and asked such a question. To be honest, when Batman was Bruce, he really didn't know what attitude he should use to face Morioge, an outsider with powerful abilities, unclear goals, and who seemed to be neither a friend nor an enemy, and who was also the boyfriend of his adopted son. Maybe, I like the city of Gotham very much, Morioge replied, so I hope it will be more peaceful and stable here, which has always been my goal. He didn't want to waste time testing each other with Batman. It's the same for us, Dr. Mori. Dick put down his knife and fork, his eyes filled with joy. Whether in GCPD or as Nightwing, protecting this city is my greatest wish, but sometimes I have to protect the world part-time. Morioge couldn't help laughing at the energetic big blue bird. It was a happy thing to see young people firmly pursuing their ideals. I really can't think of anyone who can do better than you in this regard, Morioge said. Although Bruce and Alfred both warmly invited Morioge to stay in Wayne Manor for a few more days, Morioge still refused. He didn't like to stay in other people's territory for too long. Bruce did not continue to persuade him to stay because he still had a lot of things to do. There will be a technology summit held by the government in Gotham next week. As the largest technology company in Gotham, Wayne Group can be regarded as the host, and he must attend as the chairman. The power in Talia's hands and the cult have not been investigated clearly. Batman carefully arranged the next plan in his mind. Before leaving, Alfred pulled Jason into the kitchen and talked to Jason in the name of making a cake. When you are young, you must learn to grasp the right opportunities and the right people, Master Jason. Alfred stared at the second-generation Robin with a clear look until he was staring at him and felt uneasy. Old people are not so easily impressed. Jason. Sure enough, I can't escape Alfred's fiery eyes. I'm trying. Alfred. Jason looked away awkwardly. Sometimes he felt that he was not special to Dr. Mori. He just happened to be there. He happened to appear in Crime Alley at that time, and Dr. Mori happened to want to make Gotham's dark world more stable. He was just the right person. Even if he didn't appear, Rintero might have chosen another person to train. It could be Dick, Tim, Roy, Artemis, in short, anyone. Then they might get Rintero's help and love like him. Alfred saw Jason's lack of confidence. Drive Mori is a very good person, but you are also charming, aren't you? Alfred said calmly. I don't know, when you became so timid. Shouldn't young people use all means to pursue what they want? At least don't let him continue to treat you as a junior. You are already a mature and excellent man, Jason. Jason was a little embarrassed, but he really had no experience in pursuing others. So can I ask you to be my backup, Alfu? Alfred looked at this tall and strong young man, and the scene when Jason just became Robin seemed to emerge in front of him again. The little boy once jumped into the Batmobile in front of Batman wearing a Robin costume that looked like a red light, and stood on the roof and loudly declared, "This is the best day of my life." Now the child has finally grown up. He no longer follows Batman step by step, but walks his own way. He has his own beloved, and will have his own family in the future. He will have a better day in his life and better days. Thinking of this, Alfred felt his eyes getting hot again. When people get old, they will have such feelings and wishes. They want to see their children get married and live a happy life, and want to see them get everything they want. Jason deserves everything good, and he can have whatever he wants. Of course, Master Jason, I will always be your solid backing. Alfred gave Jason, who was much taller and stronger than him, a hug. I think, for your face, I will keep your current relationship secret. It's better not to tell the big and small bats at home about this, otherwise Jason might be so ashamed that he would jump off the Wayne Tower. However, Jason, who takes his feelings seriously, really makes Alfred very relieved. From Bruce to Tim, everyone in Wayne Manor is a type who enjoys life in the moment. Alfred even thinks that Bruce will marry the Watchtower or Gotham one day. Hey, thank you, Alfred. Jason also reached out to hug Alfred. He always regarded this old man who always cared about him as his closest family. Did you bring Petrus? How about relaxing with Dr. Mori tonight? Don't be too tense. Learn to enjoy life. There is a flower shop on the way home. Take a bouquet of flowers back to decorate the room. I will, Alfred. Jason touched his nose. His previous pastime was to go to the bar with friends to drink, but Dr. Mori didn't like this kind of excitement. After staying with Dr. Mori for a long time, Jason felt that he didn't like this overly lively scene. In the past, because of loneliness, he wandered around the world and dealt with villains of all sizes. Only in the lively crowd did he feel that he was a normal human being. Now he feels that the time he spends with friends or family is the happiest, no matter where. Order tequilas and play games with friends of the Outlaws, cook dinner with Rintero, or read books together in the study. Even if you do nothing, just listening to music or chatting is worth savoring. Red Hood is not a passionate person. Very few people can get into his heart. I'll bring Rintaro back. To see you next time. Jason hugged Alfred again. Sweet cookies. Butter cookies. Chocolate cake. Jason, I love you. Alice screamed with joy. As a cute little girl, Alice believes that sweets are justice. For delicious cakes, she can play dress-up games with Rintaro. Alice, shouldn't I be your favorite? Morioge complained loudly. The one I love the most now is Jason. Rintaro, please go away. Alice pushed away Morioge, who was blocking her way with disdain, and smiled sweetly at Jason. Jason, I want to eat chocolate cake. Thank you. Then how do you want to express your gratitude? Jason looked at Alice, who was acting coquettishly, and his heart was filled with the satisfaction of raising a daughter. His daughter, who was soft and could fight, was so cute that he couldn't help but want to tease the little girl. Alice thought for a while and said, how about I give Rintaro to you for a day? Morioge, who was forced to become a trading item, looked at Alice helplessly. What else can he do with his own special ability except pampering her? Jason hummed and pretended to be hesitant, but in fact he was very moved by this suggestion. Rintaro, did you hear what Alice said? I'm now going to exchange a piece of chocolate cake for 1 day of your ownership. It sounds like a real deal. Morioge tried hard to cooperate. I'm only worth a small piece of cake? That's really cheap. Then I'll exchange everything I have. Jason said, how about exchanging it for Rintaro's lifetime? Morioge's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Chapter 46. Morioge was startled by Jason's sudden confession. He opened his eyes unconsciously and looked at Jason in a daze. Do you want to change? Jason looked at Morioge's eyes nervously, trying to find a trace of heartbeat in them, but now he only found astonishment. TSK, I still have to take it slowly. Jason was a little disappointed, but he knew that feelings can't be forced. He can try hard to pursue Rintaro, but whether he can successfully catch the person in his hands in the end is another matter. But he always has to make Rintaro aware of this. A good hunter has enough patience. If you act too hastily, the cunning fox will run away directly. Jason looked away and continued as if nothing had happened. It's your turn to stay in the honorable society and help me for the rest of my life. Don't think you can get rid of the honorable society by joining the GCPD. You have to help me find helpers and train successors to keep the honorable society going. Besides, I don't want to stay in Gotham for the rest of my life. The outlaws can't stay in Gotham forever, but it won't be long before they can get everything back on track. At present, the only force in Gotham that needs their attention is the Penguin. At least I will stay and help you for now, Jason. Morioge felt a little relieved. Is that what Jason meant? Just assume that's what he meant. Morioge has never thought about developing a relationship, whether in Yokohama or here. The doctor, who felt that his life experience was rich enough, recalled his teenage years. He seemed to have never fantasized about someone, whether male or female. So, his life might be a little boring in the eyes of ordinary people. No wonder some people in the Port Mafia forum complained that he was an AI spirit. However, he felt a little awkward facing Jason now, and he couldn't tell exactly where it was awkward. These were not important. Don't you want to stay in Gotham, Jason? Morioge realized what Jason had just expressed. Does this kid have any other plans? Not really, but I will get old one day. Jason joked. Do I have to stay in this position until death comes? That's not okay. Jason had never thought about this before, but these things must be taken into consideration after starting a family. He couldn't live day by day like he did as a mercenary. He needed to consider giving Rintaro and Alice a stable living environment so that they could do whatever they wanted, at least not always encounter danger like now. For this, he needed to work harder to change Gotham. Jason didn't want to be satisfied with short-term sexual relationships like other superheroes. He no longer thought about whether he would die in a gunfight or at the hands of a villain one day. He wanted to live well and spend the rest of his life with Rintaro seriously. When the Glory Company didn't need him to watch over it all the time, he would take Rintaro, Alice and Bizarro on a trip. First, they would go to the bottom of the sea to see Atlantis, and then go to the planet Tamara for a tour. I don't want to be tied here for the rest of my life. When we achieve our goal, we should enjoy life. Jason's eyes flashed with joy. Yeah, that's true. Morioge answered dryly. Jason was really thinking too far. He wanted to retire at such a young age. Then, Jason and Morioge fell silent at the same time. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Alice was also startled by Jason's sudden words just now. After listening to the conversation between the two, she finally raised her head from the small cake. Alice glanced at Jason. You are too greedy, Jason. Rintaro is mine. Alice actually understood what Jason meant, but she didn't want to say much. Jason wanted to be with Rintaro, and whether Rintaro would accept it was their own business. Although in Alice's heart, the possibility of them being together was not great. Alice tried to recall the days she spent with Rintaro over the years. In fact, it was obvious that the leader of the Port Mafia had a strange mental cleanliness. He believed that people could be connected by material interests, and that common spiritual goals could make people trust each other. Just like he always believed that the trust and intimacy between him and Jason were generated by common ideals, perhaps with some teacher-student friendship and mutual understanding as Mafia leaders. In the final analysis, it was the common goals and long-term companionship that made them become a family beyond blood relations. But love. Morioge believed that love was just a physiological activity mixed with selfish desires, disturbing people's normal state, and only related to hormone secretion. Once the short-term passion disappeared, this feeling would no longer exist. This is unstable and unreliable, and Morioge could not use data to measure the gains and losses. Alice tried hard to calculate the possibility of Jason's success in her mind. The Rintaro she knew did not like to confuse feelings with career. If Jason did something stupid because of impulse, it might make someone angry. If Rintaro finally chose to be with Jason, it would be nothing, Alice thought. If Rintaro feels happy, she can accept any choice he makes. Anyway, Rintaro cares about her the most, and she also hopes that Rintaro can be happy. I can't help it. I just hope that Rintaro can stay with me forever. Jason looked at Alice and said with a smile, it seems that today can only end here. Sure enough, Rintaro is an insulator of love. Jason sighed. A mature man who is too rational. TSK. When Morioge heard Jason's words, he suddenly remembered that in the Wayne family's restaurant, Batman also asked him if he would always live in Gotham. What was his answer at that time? Maybe. This is what he told Batman at that time. So Jason is worried that he will suddenly leave Gotham? Morioge opened his mouth. He wanted to explain that he would wait until Gotham was completely stable before leaving. But after thinking about it, Morioge closed his mouth and chose not to say anything else. Jason had to accept the fact that he would leave Gotham, and he couldn't make any promises. Having said that, Morioge always felt a little uncomfortable. If he completed the task of the 3-minute concept one day and could return to Yokohama, of course, he would choose to go back directly. But what about Jason? Morioge had a headache. The bond between people cannot be easily cut off. In fact, Morioge could not deny that during the time when he and Jason established the Glory Company and lived together, he inevitably invested his feelings. This is Gotham, not Yokohama, and Morioge is not a careless person. Jason is a very good kid. They are close partners, family members who rely on each other, and friends who can confide secrets. It is an existence that he could not have when he was in Yokohama. It must be a little painful when facing separation. But it doesn't matter. Morioge has always been good at dealing with this kind of pain. Especially, it is too early to think about these now. Let's not talk about this for now. Batman is still investigating the matter of Randy, the mutant from the toy factory. We can't relax either. Jason changed the subject. I have to deal with the Glory Society's miscellaneous matters recently, and then go to the headquarters of the Assassin's League. Randy, the mutant from last time, has been imprisoned in the prison of the Batcave, under the personal supervision of Batman. As time went by, this strange guy became less and less human. He was covered with strange tumors all over his body, as if something was parasitic inside, and was about to break his skin. However, Batman's instrument did not detect any living parasites in his body. I'll go with you then. Morioge waited and said. Until the end, the bottle of Petrus sponsored by Bruce was not opened. However, after that night, Morioge always felt that the way he and Jason got along had changed. For example, Rintaro, if you continue to stay up late today, I will call GCPD to ask for leave for you. Jason moved the notebook in front of Morioge without giving in. You have been sleep deprived for 3 consecutive days. Tonight, Jason and Morioge are discussing using the funds of the Glory Society to invest in some public facilities in Gotham. Such charity activities will help them to have a positive image of the company. The current negotiations with the government have entered the honeymoon period, and both parties are very satisfied, but some political relationships need to be sorted out. The mayor of Gotham is about to hold an election, and they also need to make plans for this early. Gotham's politics and business have always been inseparable. If they want to develop more smoothly in the future, they need to have more close partners in the political arena. In addition, the technology summit held in Gotham next week also invited the wealthy newcomer Jason Todd. Jason's company and Wayne Group are both sponsors of this summit, and they need to use this technology summit to find more cooperative relationships. Most of the industries of the Glory Society are still physical industries and manufacturing industries. They are rarely involved in the financial industry representing high-end technology and wealth, not to mention the technology industry. The profits of the real industry are really not as good as those of finance. Jason's business development has entered a plateau period and needs to find a way to break through. At present, their plan is to work hard in the direction of biomedicine. Jason has built a suitable team and is increasing capital investment, but it is a very long process from investment to profit. Jason can only watch the money in his hand disappear little by little, as if he has invested in a bottomless pit. So for this technology summit, they need to expand their partners and expand the influence of the group. There are so many things to do, so Jason and Morioge have been busy recently. I'll take care of the rest tomorrow. Go to rest today. Jason looked at the clock on the wall and stopped the meeting between the two. Jason, I think we can. However, before Morioge finished speaking, Jason pulled him up from the chair and put his arm around his shoulders and left the study. There is always a lot to do. You taught me that, didn't you? Jason pushed Morioge into the bathroom and then took out his pajamas and towel and handed them to Morioge. We spent money to hire a professional team and they should contribute more value. Besides, I'm here. If I need you to stay up late every day to help me solve problems, I should reflect on whether my ability is worthy of you. Don't make such a joke, Jason. Morioge hesitated for a moment. Jason's way of speaking has become more and more strange recently. What does it mean to be worthy? If I can't always be independent, then of course I'm not worthy of your constant teaching. So just listen to me. I have booked Le Bernardin tomorrow night. The seafood there is quite good. Do you want to try it? It sounds good. It happened to be the place he wanted to go before, but forgot because of being busy. Jason looked at Morioge's evasive look thoughtfully and smiled victoriously. He is slowly changing his role in Rintaro's heart. Under the advice of the butler Alfred, he grasped the scale and slowly intervened in Rintaro's lifestyle when Rintaro didn't hate it. If Rintaro always positions him as a student and a junior, he will never be able to make further progress. Necessary strength and appropriate initiative will gradually balance the scale. So what does Lord Oge think? Ozakiko has swung his big tail and typed a line of words on the computer. Morioge stared at Ozakiko for 5 minutes without expression and then continued to look down at the document. I don't quite understand what you are talking about, Koha. What a sweet burden. Lord Oge, Batcave. It's the soul and faith. Constantine still looked unkempt. He was called directly to the Batcave by Little Bat today. While studying the strange stone, he also studied the mutant weirdo. You know, some non-human creatures also have souls, but the soul and the body always affect each other. Constantine didn't want to come to Gotham. It always made him very uncomfortable. Mixed souls, evil breath, chaotic aura. You mean, because his soul turned into a monster, his body changed? Batman frowned and thought, there seems to be no similar case before. There is a saying that the soul is born tangible, and the body will gradually fit the shape of the soul. Others say that the body is a container, and the soul is put into the body like water. Constantine reached out and stroked the rough surface of the stone. I tend to believe the former. This is beyond the scope of magic. This is faith. His God made him believe that it is right for him to grow like this. Constantine continued, it seems that our world may have a God with poor aesthetics. Batman never believed in God. It's not certain whether it's a god or not. Dick took the stone from Constantine, and he felt nothing. Are there not enough gods in our world? But they have long since left the stage. Maybe they are just false gods, trying to come back to the world, but in fact they are just monsters that can influence people's minds. It can influence the soul. I tend to think it is related to human will. Talia seemed to have taken out that kind of thing in front of me, but it didn't work. Batman vaguely recalled that when he was locked up by Talia, he had also seen this kind of stone, but he is mentally normal now. We need to find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. What if you are the ones who are affected next time? The information is really limited. We need more data. Constantine took another puff of cigarette. I thought gods should not look bad. At least they should look like humans. Tim joked. Wonder Woman is a level of gods. If all gods prefer this kind of mutant tumor-like appearance, then I'm glad that they did not come here. Gods and humans have the same shape and sex is just a fantasy of humans. Constantine blew out a smoke ring. Ethiopians say their gods have black skin and flat noses. Traki people say their gods have blue eyes and red hair. Introduction. What you think is humans' business? Do you think gods really think the same as you do? The atmosphere in the Batcave began to be silent. I will also investigate this matter. After all, it is related to the mysterious side. I may be able to find more things. Constantine put out the cigarette butt and said to Batman, how much do you want to pay me for my hard work? I won't do it if it's too little. Constantine drew a magic circle on the ground. He planned to try whether the exorcism circle could change this pathetic guy. Todd's blade of the great cast has no effect. Damian added on the side. Jason had tried it when they met Randy. Didn't you say it was beyond the scope of magic? Constantine rolled his eyes. Just try it. Can I draw a conclusion by staring at him? On Monday morning, the tired office worker Nightwing returned to GCPD. Drive Mori. Good morning. Dick yawned with his mouth wide open. Good morning, Dick. Morioge also greeted him. He looked at the dark circles under Dick's eyes and showed his understanding as a fellow night sitter. Would you like a cup of coffee? Yes. He probably couldn't hold on without coffee today. Constantine spent a whole night in the Batcave last night. The magic circle caused thunder and sparks, and the visual effects were maximized, but there was no actual effect. As a result, just when everyone decided to give up temporarily, Randy, who had mutated to the point of not being human, suddenly returned to normal. All the tumors and mutations suddenly disappeared like hallucinations, but Randy, like Ms. Margaret, was also crazy. Does magic have a delay? Dick asked uncertainly. But Constantine and Batman didn't think that the magic circle had worked, but that the mysterious power had suddenly disappeared. The strange mutation disappeared, but the mental influence continued to remain. This situation made Batman feel even more difficult. The boss of the toy factory last time. Dick leaned his head towards the doctor and whispered in Morioge's ear, his body has recovered, but he is crazy. The information about the cult has completely disappeared from his mind. This was what Morioge expected. The mysterious power is not omnipotent. From the fact that the Assassin's League still needs to carefully kidnap Batman, it can be seen that what they can do is extremely limited. If it is really omnipotent, it will not find humans and influence others by preaching or cooperation. The mysterious side is indeed beyond my ability, Morioge said, but it doesn't matter. There have been many cases of killing gods since ancient times. It's just a being disguised as a god. Dick looked at Dr. Mori with interest. Sure enough, he and Batman didn't think that this was the real advent of a god. Now they just need to keep an eye on the Assassin's League. Unfortunately, today was not destined to be an idle day. GCPD received a call early in the morning claiming that someone tried to jump from the Wayne Tower. Chapter 47. When Dick arrived at the bottom of Wayne Tower, the police officers who arrived earlier had already set up air cushions and protective nets around. Dick followed Commissioner Gordon to open the cordon and approach the bottom of Wayne Tower. The mayor and his wife are about to jump off the building. Police officer Sonny Black reported to Gordon with a serious face. This incident was too strange. Although the current mayor did not have much presence, he was still a powerful figure in Gotham. I heard that he was preparing for a new round of mayoral elections recently. The Gotham Daily predicted that he would be re-elected. Why did he suddenly jump off the building? Everyone was puzzled. We dare not get close to them at the moment, for fear of irritating them. Sunny continued, nodding to Dick. Although Sunny had a bad impression of Dick when they first met, she had changed her mind after this period of getting along. Although this guy looked very philandering, his work ability was unexpectedly strong, and he was quite trusted by Commissioner Gordon. Recently, Dick was preparing for a promotion. We need to wait for a professional psychological counselor. Another colleague added, it seems that today is a lucky day for the mayor and his wife. There happens to be a very famous psychiatrist in Gotham. The famous doctor he mentioned got off a police car not far away. He was wearing an exquisite and straight three-piece suit, and his vest was buttoned tightly. The deep groove in the middle of the tie with a half Windsor knot was just right, making the visitor's neck look slender and abstinent. There was a little grey in his black hair, but it was meticulously groomed with hair wax. His face was calm and his steps were steady. The length of the suit trousers was just right, the black gem cufflinks looked valuable, and the color of the tie was also quite tasteful, elegant, rigorous, and had high requirements for the quality of life. A typical French gentleman. Dick made a judgment in his heart. Hello, Dr. Lecter, I'm James Gordon, the director of GCPD, and thank you very much for coming. The mayor wanted to jump off the building, and Gordon, as the police chief, had to deal with this matter. Dick certainly knew this famous psychiatrist, a Frenchman who had settled in Baltimore, Maryland for a long time. He had cooperated with the police department and the FBI many times, and was good at mental profiling. There was a time when Alfred insisted that Bruce had serious psychological problems and had made an appointment with this nationally renowned psychiatrist, but in the end he gave up because of Bruce's resistance. Hello, Commissioner Gordon. Hannibal Lecter glanced at Dick beside him. Although Dr. Lecter had an elegant and easygoing face, Dick still had the illusion that he was being seen naked. Dr. Lecter looked at Dick and smiled gently. Then, let's go up now. Dick was a little anxious. The mayor and his wife were already teetering on the top of Wayne Tower. The wind in Gotham was not strong today, but the flying skirt of the mayor's wife was still frightening. Because they were worried that too many people would irritate the mayor and his wife, in the end only Dick, Sunny, Commissioner Gordon and Dr. Lecter went up together. There was a platform near the top of Wayne Tower, where the mayor and his wife were standing hand in hand. They slowly approached the two of them. Dick knew that Batman, Robin and others who had received the news must also be waiting nearby for the opportunity. Mr. Mayor, please calm down, and don't be impulsive. Commissioner Gordon tried to slow down his tone. The mayor and his wife turned their heads to look at him in unison. The movement was so big that it scared the people who followed them, fearing that they would accidentally step on empty air. Commissioner Gordon, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Dr. Lecter still looked calm. They are hypnotized. If they interrupted this hypnotic control rashly, they might let the two jump down directly. The initiative is in the hands of the person who implemented the hypnosis. In fact, Dick and the others also saw that the mayor and his wife had stiff faces and dull eyes, and it was obvious that they were not standing here of their own will. But, Commissioner Gordon's mobile phone vibrated. A strange number. Hello, Commissioner Gordon. The man's voice was full of joy. I guess you received my gift, right? Gift? Yes, a gift for you. No. To be precise, a gift for another gentleman. The man on the other end of the phone laughed very strangely, and finally sighed with some regret. It's a pity that this gentleman didn't arrive at the scene. What a pity. Commissioner Gordon and Dick looked at each other and continued. I wonder who this gentleman is? Who is it? Why don't you guess? Dick carefully recalled the voice in his mind. He always felt that he had heard it somewhere. The voice continued, but I'm not a riddle man, so I'll tell you the answer directly. That forensic doctor, this is a gift for him. Haha. I have another gift. Why don't you look up at the sky? The Stag airship is also one of Gotham's unique landscapes. At present, only in Gotham can people have the opportunity to choose this ancient flying tool to overlook the city from high altitude. Generally speaking, the Stag airship's crew's route is fixed, and it never gets so close to ground buildings. Want to see the Hindenburg reappear? Are you crazy? Who the hell are you? Dick couldn't help but ask, why did you do this? Why? Why does a crow look like a writing desk? Quote, you are the Mad Hatter. Dick finally remembered this familiar voice. So what do you want to do? Morioge asked. He was at Alice's school at the moment. As a forensic doctor, Morioge did not need to go out on the police with Dick and others. However, not long after Dick left, he received a call from Alice's school teacher. Alice's teacher claimed that Alice had a sudden illness and fainted at school. This statement may be enough to deceive ordinary fathers, but Morioge and Alice do not have an ordinary father-daughter relationship. If something happened to Alice, he would be the first to sense it. Alice clearly did not happen. Morioge feels that, since he came to Gotham, he seems to have a weird aura, which always attracts some criminals, especially the psychopaths in Gotham. In the past 2 days, he had a premonition that something might happen. He felt that he was being followed when he walked on the road, and his thrown away garbage was also turned over by someone. Let him see who the blind idiot is this time. Forgive me for meeting you in this way, but I have to do it. The Mad Hatter has been secretly observing Alice and Morioge for a long time. The more he observes, the more jealous he becomes. Morioge, an ordinary and unremarkable doctor, how can he win the trust and love of Alice? Alice should be his. The Mad Hatter's real name is Jervis Tetch. The reason why he calls himself the Mad Hatter is because he always thinks that he is the Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland. Tetch used to be a neurological expert, and his best skill is hypnosis. The moment he saw Alice appear on the edge of the cliff holding the white rabbit, he determined that Alice was his heroine. What do you want, Mr. Mad Hatter? Morioge didn't expect that before he went to the Assassin's League to find them, the Mad Hatter would come to his door first. Is there no Talia this time? At that time, on the edge of the cliff, Morioge's main focus was on the mastermind Talia, and he only paid a little attention to the Mad Hatter. Later, even when the two sides fought, the Mad Hatter was just a supporting role, so Morioge did not kill him. Because she came to Gotham in a hurry, Talia did not bring her own men, and finally she had to choose to leave with the Mad Hatter. However, just as the plane was about to fly away from New Jersey, the Mad Hatter directly stabbed her in the face of Talia's shock. Talia, whose 2 arms were bitten off by Rashomon, could only withstand a backstab from the Mad Hatter. In the end, she was thrown directly off the plane, and her life and death were unknown. The Mad Hatter drove the plane back to Gotham quietly. What do I want? The Mad Hatter's eyes showed the joy that his goal was about to be achieved. The teacher who was hypnotized by the Mad Hatter took Alice into the office. Alice, it's been a long time since we last met. The Mad Hatter could no longer distinguish between reality and fantasy at this time. Alice in his eyes seemed to have become another person, another blonde girl, a girl who had already been lying under the tombstone. It's been too long. Why did you come to me now, Alice? I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Mad Hatter held his breath. But it doesn't matter, I've waited for you. Morioge's face suddenly turned cold. Mr. Mad Hatter, I think you've got the wrong person. Morioge finally stopped showing that gentle and polite face, and an uncontrollable murderous aura emerged from his body. I think you'd better not have any ideas about Alice, otherwise you don't want to know the consequences. However, at this moment, Morioge's cell phone suddenly rang. Dr. Mori, where are you? Dick's voice came from the receiver. Hearing the ringing of the phone, the Mad Hatter finally came back to his senses from Morioge's murderous aura. He looked at Morioge with a little pride. It seems that my gift has finally been delivered to you. Listen, Doctor, this is my surprise for you. Alice's anger was calmed down by Morioge's eyes, and she continued to pretend to be held in the teacher's hand quietly. I'm at Alice's school. What's up, Dick? Morioge's tone was no different from usual, still gentle and polite, but his eyes were fixed on the Mad Hatter. The Mad Hatter couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He didn't quite understand why Morioge, who was just a doctor with no fighting power, had such a bloody aura. The Mad Hatter is looking for you. His target is Alice. There was a whirring sound in the receiver, and Dick seemed to be running. Indeed, Dick had changed back into his Nightwing costume, and was on his way. The mayor and his wife on the top of Wayne Tower were still in a stalemate with them. One of the mayor's legs had already stepped out of Wayne Tower, and they dared not act rashly. Red Robin was also standing by, but every time he took out the grappling gun, the mayor's body would lean back. The protective net on one side of the building had been laid, but the mayor and his wife walked hand in hand along the edge of the roof to the other side of the building. They didn't dare to take risks. Once the mayor and his wife really jumped down, even if they only fell for a short 2 seconds, the acceleration of gravity would make their instantaneous speed extremely large. If the grappling gun is used to rescue them at this time, a force of up to 44,000 newtons will be generated. When the momentary stop occurs, the mayor and his wife will be torn apart. Batman is trying to deal with the crazy stag airship, but everyone in the airship is also hypnotized. Batman cannot hurt these ordinary people, and can only fight and retreat. The tranquilizer bullets have been used up, but the airship is too big. It will take a while to get through the crowd and find the central control room. I already know. Morioge answered Dick calmly. The Mad Hatter's hands were shaking a little. He turned his head and glanced at Alice. The similar blonde girl gave him great courage. It seems that my gift can continue to be opened. The Mad Hatter gently pressed a button with his twitching fingertips. At the same time, the mayor and his wife jumped off the Wayne Tower without hesitation, so fast that Commissioner Gordon and Red Robin, who were guarding on the side, had no time to rescue them. The stag airship tilted rapidly and plunged into the most prosperous downtown area of Gotham. Chapter 48. Assassin's League. What a cunning bunch of guys, Diana said as she looked at the scorched earth in front of her. This was supposed to be a base of the Assassin's League, but now it has become a ruin. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Clark sighed. B is always right. Because the cult involves gods, Wonder Woman, who has demigod blood, was sent out to investigate the truth of the matter. Clark, who has always been concerned about Dr. Mori's affairs, also volunteered. At first, the members of the Justice League were not very clear about the details of the cult. After all, Batman never allowed others to interfere in Gotham's affairs. But at the Justice League meeting this week, Batman solemnly reported the matter. Bruce thought that this matter only caused waves within Gotham, but it turned out that he underestimated Talia's madness and Rishogu's ambition. They acted very carefully this time, and their mysterious and low-key style was very different from the past. They didn't even use the banner of the Assassin's League, but the private layout began a year ago. They have the power to confuse people. Bruce concluded, this power affects ordinary people through statues and mysterious rituals. The power comes from unknown false gods. People with strong wills seem to be less susceptible. This remains to be verified. It is currently unclear whether it will work on aliens and Amazons. Bruce listed the comparisons between Gotham's cult members, Margaret, Randy, himself and Morioge. Clark, who just heard that Dr. Mori had been influenced! Exclamation mark. He has been chatting with Dr. Mori through social software recently, and he feels that his relationship with Dr. Mori has taken a big step forward, but he really doesn't know about this. Since exchanging social accounts with Dr. Mori, Clark has long dared not eavesdrop on Dr. Mori's privacy casually. After all, eavesdropping on a good friend without permission is really against Clark's moral code. He occasionally chats with Dr. Mori about pets and daily life, and Clark carefully collects every reply from the doctor. According to the plan, he also plans to invite Dr. Mori to the metropolis this week. But Dr. Mori never told him about the dangers he encountered. Clark felt a little wronged. But he thought again. Dr. Mori probably still thinks he is just a reporter from the Daily Planet, so he certainly won't tell him about such a dangerous thing. Dangerous cults and gods are no longer Gotham's problems, and unknown forces may affect the whole world. Batman finally chose to present all the information he had sorted out to the entire Justice League. I've never heard of a god that looks like this. Isn't it too ugly? Green Lantern Hal stared at the deformed man Batman showed him and said, I'll go to OA Star to ask. Constantine judged that they can directly change the human soul. Batman continued to add, according to the number of statues that were circulated at the time, it is estimated that Gotham's affected families have reached hundreds, and the scary thing is that they don't think they have been affected. Among these families, 16 people have disappeared inexplicably and have not been found. Although these cult members lurking in Gotham have not yet done evil, their affected minds have long become Gotham's time bombs. What if one day they suddenly go crazy like Randy or Margaret? The Assassin's League is a source. Red Robin's investigation results show that ordinary people are currently affected in major cities, including Metropolis. It's just that none of them are as serious as Gotham. Batman has long taken measures to control various suspicious statues and religious objects, but he has not found a way to restore them to normal. Maybe we need to get rid of the culprit? The Flash thought. Generally, this kind of mysterious mental control, as long as the source of power is solved, the problem will be solved for the most part. This is also Batman's guess. Clark looked at the projected mutants and gradually made up his mind. As long as the trouble is solved in a place where Dr. Mori can't see, Dr. Mori will not be in danger again. Anyway, welcome back, Bruce. After the meeting, Superman gave Batman a hug. During the time when Bruce disappeared, all members of the Justice League tried hard to find him, but Superman's weakness was too obvious. Everyone knew that his perspective and hearing could not penetrate the lead plate. Bruce also smiled. So, are you going to invite Dr. Mori to join the Justice League? B. Clark stared at Batman with expectant blue eyes. He had learned the whole story from Nightwing. No. Batman answered coldly. He hadn't confirmed Dr. Mori's ability. But Dr. Mori is a good man, and his corgi, Fox, and Rabbit are also very powerful. Doesn't the Justice League need such helpers? Clark was looking forward to seeing Dr. Mori in the Watchtower. He didn't understand. Aren't Dr. Mori and Batman so close that they even talked about parenting? What's more, Dr. Mori is Jason's friend and roommate. The small town boy is very jealous, and he also wants to live with Dr. Mori, and Dr. Mori's daughter is Damian's friend. Dr. Mori also saved Batman and Robin this time. Bruce stopped. You know? Clark knew that it was not surprising that the corgi had the ability, and everyone in the Bat family knew this. But foxes and rabbits? Morioge's foxes and rabbits have never revealed special abilities, at least they don't know. Tell me everything you know. Batman turned around and stared at Superman. Superman looked at Batman in shock. I thought you knew everything. Isn't the magical cat that can only turn him into an ordinary person resident in Wayne Manor? Meow. A Dasaku. So boring. The no longer human, who is being dreamed of by Batman and Superman, is flirting with Rat in the living room of Wayne Manor. Daze put his two front paws under his body, acting like a cat and a worm. His round cat eyes stared at Odasakuna number 1, who was running wildly in the roller. The roller was sponsored by Damian. Squeak. Daze, do you want to try the roller? Although it was a bit strange at first, it can exercise your body. Facing the roller that Damian brought home. Damian, how can a hamster not have a roller? Odasakuna only hesitated for 2 seconds and calmly accepted this fitness equipment. He was not really used to the hamster's body, with its small hands and feet. But after experiencing the last incident of Damian being kidnapped, Odasakuna realized that this world might be more dangerous than Yokohama, and he needed to find a way to improve his martial arts skills. Although exercising the hamster's body may not be of much use, it is better than nothing. The main reason was that staying at Wayne's house and eating and drinking for free and doing nothing made the usually honest Odasakuna feel a little embarrassed. Daze changed his posture from prone to lying, stretched his white belly, and then went to observe Odasakuna, who was exercising in the roller with a serious face. Meow. The roller is too small, Odasakuna. So boring, so boring, so boring. Squeak. Then do you want to eat? Cats and rats can't drink, they have lost the fun of Lupin. Meow. Yes, yes, yes. Odasakuna glanced at the fat on Daze's belly and thought seriously for 3 seconds. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Daze, your belly seems to be about to fall to the ground. Meow meow. The puppet's hair is just longer. Alfred happened to walk through the living room at this time with a serious face. I know, Master Bruce. Please be careful. The butler walked towards the study, and it seemed that he was about to go to the Batcave. Odasakuna saw a hint of excitement on Daze Osamu's furry face. Meow. When the stag airship suddenly changed direction, Batman, who was in it, felt something was wrong at the first time. He immediately decided to go to the control room to find a way to lift the airship or change its course. Time was a bit urgent, and he needed to deal with the crowd of people who were hypnotized like zombies in front of him as soon as possible. However, before Batman could put plan As in his mind into action, he felt that the navigation angle of the Stag began to slowly rise. According to this angle, the Stag airship can already avoid the downtown area. Batman breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then came new doubts. Who changed the course of the airship? It's not possible that the Mad Hatter suddenly regretted it. Bruce continued to dodge the airship tourists who rushed over, punching a child at a time, while guessing who participated in today's rescue. Jason? Or the outlaw? Batman thought about it and decided to continue to move forward to the control room. Red Robin's relieved voice came from the communication channel. B. The mayor and his wife have been rescued. Got it. The rescuer was Bizarro, who was called by Jason. The Kryptonian held the mayor and his wife with his sturdy arms and slowly slowed down along the trajectory of the two people's descent. After flying close to the ground for a distance, he landed steadily in front of Commissioner Gordon with the unconscious mayor and his wife. Dick and Tim both breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was happy. However, the Mad Hatter, who was waiting for Gotham to fall into a sea of fire, slowly typed a question mark. This is impossible. He had already implanted a chip in the mind of the person in charge of the Stag. They would crash the airship the moment he pressed the button. How could there be no flames and explosions? The Mad Hatter walked to the window in disbelief. Alice's school is not far from the center of Gotham City. Logically, the explosion should have been heard by now, but no, there was nothing. Gotham in the distance was as calm as usual, without the sound of urgent sirens, no panicked crowds, and no reporters rushing over. How could it be possible? However, before the Mad Hatter could figure out what was going on, he suddenly felt a chill in his back. You're honored, Mr. Mad Hatter. Mori showed a gentle smile behind the Mad Hatter, but his cold eyes did not show a trace of smile. Come to think of it, I haven't been so angry for a long time. It's a new experience. As he spoke, he twisted the scalpel counterclockwise, which made the Mad Hatter gasp more quickly and twitch in pain. He wanted to take out his pocket watch for hypnosis, and also wanted to take out his gun. However, his strength was lost bit by bit with the blood. You are so careless. You dare to challenge me alone. Mori gently pulled out the scalpel. What did you misunderstand? A hypnotized person controlled my Alice, and the Stag was about to fall? Do you think I dare not do it? Or do you think I will beg you for a group of strangers? When the Mad Hatter was on the edge of the cliff, he had seen Mori's skills, but today he was still careless and turned his back to the doctor, who could fight with Talia. The Mad Hatter did plan to wait for Mori to beg him so that he could openly exchange Alice. He wanted Mori to admit that he used Alice in exchange for the lives of the tourists on the Stag. The GCPD and the vigilantes must have been attracted by the mayor who jumped off the building. Who can save the Stag? They will accept the threat. The Mad Hatter was sure that Mori, the GCPD medical examiner, would not dare to do anything to him. After all, he controlled the lives of a group of ordinary people. Mori took the initiative to rescue Batman, and was already classified by the Mad Hatter as an accomplice of the Bat system. Don't these self-proclaimed righteous people act like this? Willing to accept threats and sacrifice their close ones for public safety. He wanted Alice to be completely disappointed in Mori. He wanted the little girl to see that the Mad Hatter was the only person in the world who treated her best, and that others would hurt Alice for the so-called justice or other reasons. Only in this way would Alice truly belong to him. Unfortunately, the Mad Hatter misjudged Dr. Mori's bottom line and character. The cold-blooded boss always makes full preparations before taking action. He is better at taking advantage of opportunities, rather than waiting passively. When he set out for Alice's school, he had already informed Nakaba-kun, Akutagora-kun and Momoji-dono. Nakaba-kun and Bizarro were with Jason, while Momoji-dono and Akutagora were on standby. The Mad Hatter's eyes were full of disbelief. When he turned around, he saw that Alice had knocked out the hypnotized teacher, and the red liquid on the scalpel in Mori's hand was dripping. Really, you dirty my scalpel. Mori wiped off the blood that was accidentally stained on the clothes of the slowly falling Mad Hatter. Luckily, you still have the news that I'm interested in your mind. Otherwise you may never have the chance to open your eyes again. The military doctor, who is familiar with the structure of the human body, did not aim at the fatal part. Alice approached Morioge, and the blonde girl finally came into the Mad Hatter's sight, but this was probably the last time he saw Alice. At the same time, Batman, who was trying to get to the control room of the Stag, was shocked to see the people falling down in front of him. Every time a white ball flew through the air, a human lost consciousness. With excellent dynamic vision and the infrared thermal imager on the mask, Batman finally saw the white ball spinning and jumping in the air. It was the cute hamster who stayed with the cat at home every day. Among the assistants, Odessa Kuayuki held the smallest table knife of the Wayne family, which was covered with anesthetics that Daze Osamu borrowed from the Batcave. The handsome rat landed gracefully, with the table knife across his body, his eyes sharp. Batman, great, this is the information that Superman has not explained. So in addition to confusing the cat, the rat's ability also has excellent fighting skills. When he opened the door and walked into the control room, Daze Cat stretched out a paw. Meow. Hi, Batman. Batman, are you finally not pretending to be a stupid cat? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49. Welcome, Rintaro. Bruce stood at the door of Wayne Manor to greet him personally. I hope my Japanese is standard. Can I call you that? Of course, Bruce. Thank you very much for your invitation. Morioge shook hands with Bruce and also showed an impeccable smile. However, in fact, they were both very unhappy at this time. Bruce was very unhappy because Superman and Jason had never reported to him about Dr. Mori. The information that was too lagging made him misjudge Dr. Mori's strength and missed a lot of key information. Although Dr. Mori was not a villain, this feeling of being out of control still made Batman very uncomfortable. He couldn't wait to review all of Dr. Mori's actions after he arrived in Gotham. The mystery of the swordsman who killed Poison Ivy was finally revealed. It turned out to be the ability of Miss Fox next to Morioge. This discovery caused a burst of amazement in the Batman family. Damian's eyes lit up, and he was eager to try. It seemed that he wanted to compete with the Golden Yaksha. Of course, the best choice is to lure the little fox home directly. Robin is planning Plan ABC for this, and even asking Red Robin to help him. Bruce is now finally sure that the murderer of the Joker is Mr. White Rabbit, who always wears a black windbreaker next to Morioge. Superman has told him that the rabbit's fur can be turned into a sharp blade. No wonder Dr. Mori did an autopsy on the Joker, but there was no clue in the end. Asking the behind-the-scenes boss to do an autopsy on the murder case committed by his own men is simply sending someone to destroy the evidence. So, it's all James Gordon's fault for trusting Morioge too much, which led to the Joker's body being sent to Morioge for autopsy as soon as possible. The Mad Hatter who caused trouble a few days ago is also missing, and Batman believes that this was also done by Morioge. Bruce is a little depressed. Most of his exploration of Morioge was blocked by Jason, and the rest was ignored by Superman. He also subconsciously put on a filter for Dr. Mori because of Dr. Mori's care for Jason. He hasn't made such a mistake for a long time, and he is unworthy of the title of the greatest detective in the world. Batman, who had learned his lesson, wanted to analyze Dr. Mori's movements frame by frame. Morioge was speechless. Even though he and Jason saved Batman together, he was still repeatedly tested by this guy with a paranoid disease. Dick sent Morioge an invitation from Bruce to visit him when he was working at GCPD last week. Morioge looked at Dick, who was a little embarrassed, and instantly understood that this should be Batman's signal to have a good chat. It happened that he also had this intention. Jason wanted to refuse this tentative invitation, but Morioge thought it was unnecessary. In fact, a meeting with Batman should have been carried out a long time ago. Morioge could infer that Batman had a strong desire for control through Batman's past actions, but they had never talked openly, only face to face. Can you see the other party's attitude clearly? After all, they are now facing a common dangerous enemy and do not need to guard against each other. When facing a powerful enemy, Morioge is willing to take the lead in showing his sincerity to his allies, as long as the purpose of cooperation can be achieved. What made Morioge very unhappy was that Batman monitored him through Superman. Last time on the school bus, he pretended to know nothing, but in fact, he had already been investigated thoroughly, right? Bruce Wayne, he is quite good at acting. Morioge admitted that he felt a little bit of a worthy opponent. However, this was a complete injustice to Bruce, as Bruce really knew nothing on the school bus at that time. Although countless thoughts flashed through their minds, Bruce and Morioge still looked friendly. Bruce's slightly melancholy blue eyes stared at Morioge's purple eyes, and both of them seemed very happy to meet this time. Bruce, TSK, a weak and innocent doctor? You are so pretending. Morioge, with such a strong suspicion. Batman, why haven't you been put in a sack by the superheroes around you? Bruce smiled at Morioge very innocently, and Morioge returned a polite smile, and both of them had curved eyebrows and bright eyes. Clark, who was standing aside, and embarrassed to the point of numbing his scalp, couldn't help but use his toes to dig out a fortress of solitude on the lawn of Wayne Manor. That's right, Superman is here today too. He and Diana's search hit a bottleneck. The members of the Assassin's League are currently missing. They only found a ruin and several abandoned strongholds in the place where the Assassin's League was originally headquartered. The only clue that can be investigated, the Mad Hatter, is currently in the hands of Morioge according to Batman's speculation. Superman's conscience hurts a lot, and he feels very wronged at the same time. At this time, the whole person is also in an inexplicable gloom. On the one hand, he told Batman the secrets of Dr. Mori's pets. On the other hand, after Batman's analysis, he finally realized that Dr. Mori might have known his identity as Superman for a long time. Clark. He felt extremely embarrassed when he thought about how he had praised Superman crazily in front of Morioge and sent Dr. Mori a photo of him saving a cat from a tree. The young reporter carefully selected it from dozens of similar photos. Dr. Mori might think that Superman is a narcissist. The young reporter numbly and desperately looked through the shameful chat records between himself and Dr. Mori. Look at what he said. Dr. Mori, the living environment in Metropolis is really great because Superman exists here. As long as he is here, you can live here with peace of mind. Clark said this because he wanted to persuade Dr. Mori to move to Gotham. Dr. Mori, I heard that Superman rescued a cat from a tree today. Attached is a handsome photo. Doctor, you should also like small animals. There is a very good pet store in Metropolis. Do you want to come and see it? This is how he racked his brains to chat with Dr. Mori and invite Dr. Mori to play Let Me Leave the Earth. The poor small town boy could hardly maintain his awkward smile. He didn't know why. In fact, he was not so naive at ordinary times, but when facing Dr. Mori, he always subconsciously felt that Dr. Mori was more mature and powerful. He couldn't help wanting to communicate with someone he admired and wanted to get Dr. Mori's praise. Superman saw Dr. Mori's praise and care for Bizarro, and he was a little envious. So what is he doing, Rayo? Superman tried to maintain a calm expression. Morioge glanced at Superman, and then at Batman. Clark glanced at Dr. Mori, then turned away, and continued to be embarrassed. Bruce was still smiling brightly. Are you going to have a tea party here? Jason, who appeared with Dr. Mori, finally couldn't stand this awkward and weird atmosphere. He tried to break the mental confrontation between the three people in an unknown dimension. Do you need me to write an invitation to invite you to the Batcave, Batman? Jason said, no longer looking at Bruce's suddenly twisted smile, and put his arm around Dr. Mori's shoulders and led them into Wayne Manor. Afu, long time no see. Jason and Alfred, who had been waiting on the side, greeted politely. I wonder if we will be lucky enough to have red wine baked steak tonight. I can help cook. Last time, Rentero taught me how to make thick omelette. That sounds great, but Master Bruce may have to stay outside to enjoy the morning scenery of Wayne Manor for a while. After all, he hasn't gotten up at this time for a long time. Perhaps these views are very new to him. The butler was pleased to take Jason and Dr. Mori into Wayne Manor. In addition, you are very welcome, Dr. Mori. Mr. Kent, please come in and rest for a while. I have prepared snacks. I hope you like them. Alfred also invited Superman, who was in a daze. Okay, of course. Thank you, Alfred. Clark looked at his partner who seemed to be isolated by the butler cautiously and coughed lightly. Let's go to Bruce. Bruce shook his head helplessly. He knew that, when he stayed up all night for 3 consecutive days, to make more than a dozen countermeasures for Morioge's ability, and listed the possibility of Jason doing stupid things for love in the Bat computer, Mr. Butler would be angry. It can be seen from the vegetable juice and cucumber sandwiches that appeared for 3 consecutive days, that his share of cookies was even distributed to the cubs at home. But there is no way. Batman must know the weaknesses of everyone. This is not because he does not trust the character of these people, but to prevent them from being used or controlled by others one day. After all, Superman's case is enough to illustrate the importance of this kind of prevention. He even has a rich folder filled with plans on how to effectively kill himself. Bruce shook his head and walked towards the Batcave. The Batcave's oversized conference table is now full of people. There are 3 main groups of people attending the party today. The first to enter were the Bat-type vigilantes. Bruce, Dick, Tim, and Damian all arrived. The domestic cats and rats huddled together in a chair. The representative of the Justice League, Superman Clark Kent, followed closely behind, and Constantine had already sat down. Originally, Wonder Woman Diana also wanted to appear together, but today she had to be on duty at the Watchtower, so she had to give up the opportunity regretfully. The last party to attend the meeting was the Glory Society, represented by Jason and Morioge. Miss Fox squatted gracefully on Jason's shoulder, and Mr. White Rabbit in a black windbreaker stood expressionlessly on the other side. The overly long fur made Jason sneeze. Damian's eyes lit up. Mr. Corgi has become good friends with rat number 2, so Nakahara Chuwire agreed to let Mr. Rat squat on his back. This meeting was the result of a discussion between the Batman family and the Justice League. They needed to get as much information as possible about this false god. Solve the trouble as soon as possible to minimize the losses. The participants who were still in human form took their seats one by one. Morioge and Jason sat together, and the Batman family sat in a nest. This configuration made Clark look very weak. The young reporter thought about it and decided to put aside his shame. Anyway, Dr. Mori already knew everything about him. The Kryptonian moved his butt and sat on the other side of Dr. Mori, showing a sharp smile to the delegation of the Glory Company. Jason? Question mark? On the oversized conference table was a set of customized mini conference tables and chairs, the height and design of which were very suitable for corgis, foxes, kittens, rabbits, rats, and rats. Everyone watched with interest as the small animals took their seats one by one. The 2 rats stood face to face. Oda-Sakuna-Suke number 1 stretched out his paw. Long time no see, Oda-kun. Oda-Sakuna-Suke number 2 also stretched out his paw to shake hands. Ah, long time no see, Oda-kun. Daze Osamu's eyes seemed to be emitting green light, and the cat pupils shrank excitedly. Daze Meow won't eat Mr. Hamster, right? After all, Nightwing has a job. He does not live in Wayne Manor, so he does not have a clear understanding of the stickiness of cats and mice. Hearing this, Daze Osamu looked up at the big blue bird. Then he aimed at the hamster and opened his mouth wide. Before he could play a prank, the white rabbit next to him stared at the cat with a longing look. Akuta Gora Ryunasuke, Mr. Daze. Daze Osamu, it's a look I haven't seen in a long time. Nakahara Chuwa looked at Daze Osamu's round cat face and small belly with contempt. Daze Osamu stretched out his paw to measure the length of the corgi's legs. Daze-kun, please stop fooling around. Business is more important. Seeing that the 2 were about to fight again, Morioge dissuaded them helplessly. It would be too embarrassing to fight in the Batcave. At this time, an arm reached out from behind and rested intimately on Morioge's shoulder. The doctor with a keen sense of smell smelled a strong smell of cigarettes. But this person put his head close to his ear. The accent of the visitor has a unique rhythm. The strange connected pronunciation and intonation inherited from the Welsh language by the Liverpudlian always makes his words vague and ambiguous. Can I get to know you, Doctor? Chapter 50. The third case this week. Dick stood in the autopsy room, staring at the corpse of Morioge's men. The face of the corpse showed a strange tranquility, and the corners of his mouth were raised, as if he was having a sweet dream before death. The carotid artery and radial artery were cut, and the cause of death was excessive blood loss. Mori put down the scalpel, looked at the horrible corpse, and continued to say to Dick beside him, all the organs in the victim's body were taken out and placed aside, but no part was missing. His skin was peeled off after death. The only missing part was the left eye, but judging from the blood coagulation, the victim should not have died when the eyeball was taken away. The fragmented corpse was placed on the operating table, and the pale corners of his mouth still had a weird smile. The skin below the neck had disappeared from the body, and the red flesh looked no different from pork. Shit, Dick cursed. Sunny, who was standing aside, turned her head and retched. This scene reminded them of the Black Mask, who was once obsessed with torture. But Black Mask is still in Mrs. Gunn's nursing home, and it is impossible for him to come out and do such a cruel thing. Since Mori and Batman opened up to each other, the two sides began to cooperate to continue investigating the Assassin's League and the false god behind it. The Mad Hatter in Mori's hands was transferred to Batman's custody. The detectives in the Batcave tried to interrogate some clues, but the Mad Hatter only clamored to see Alice every day and ignored the interrogation of the vigilantes. The madman refused to speak, and Batman had no way to deal with it for the time being. He could only put him back in Arkham first, and then start investigating the intelligence deduced from the Mad Hatter's crazy words. However, the good news is that they have roughly determined the families affected by the cult, based on the previous scope of activities of the Assassin's League and the sales channels of the toy factory. These people who may have believed in the false god were officially included in the surveillance scope of the Justice League. After all, no one believes that this false god will do nothing after absorbing followers. However, before they could continue their investigation, the cult members under observation began to die, which was something no one had expected. It started in a small town in Arizona. If Batman had not determined that the hostess of this family had had the opportunity to contact the stone statue, he would not have closely monitored this family. However, no one had expected that shortly after they began monitoring, the hostess of this family died. There have been 3 similar deaths in Gotham so far, and some deaths have also occurred in other cities. The common feature of these victims is that their bodies are missing parts. Their deaths were very abrupt, and the bodies were found in the victims' own bedrooms. The environment was clean and the atmosphere was good. Aromatherapy, candlelight, dresses, flowers. If it weren't for the body on the bed that was dissected like a medical student's cadaver teacher, these people would not have looked like they were killed, but like they were going to a feast. At this moment, Commissioner Gordon walked in from the door, followed by a young man with black curly hair and glasses. This is Will Graham, an agent from the FBI's Behavioral Science Division. Will Graham looked a little unkempt, with unshaved beard and messy hair. Director Gordon led him to Mori and Dick, and continued to introduce, the FBI believes that the case we are investigating this time is highly overlapping with the serial murder case they are tracking, so they sent Mr. Graham to assist in the investigation. In the past, the FBI has never intervened in Gotham-related cases because the political parties here are complicated, and the bureaucratic system is chaotic, and the FBI is often blocked from entering here. But this case is too serious, and it is no longer just a case within Gotham. At present, the number of victims has reached 20. According to Director Jack Crawford's speculation, the number of victims may continue to increase. This incident has been reported by female reporter Freddie Alones, causing an uproar among the people. The public believes that the FBI takes taxpayers' money, but does not do practical work. The number of deaths has been increasing, but the FBI has not even seen the tail of the murderer. Under pressure from public opinion, they must find the murderer as soon as possible this time, otherwise they will definitely lose face. Therefore, even though the case involves Gotham, the FBI has to bite the bullet and investigate. It's not that no one has suspected that there is a superpower at work, but the Eye of Heaven has already sent people to investigate. In the end, the Eye of Heaven determined that this is not within their jurisdiction, and the FBI and local police stations should be held responsible for this. Will Graham was almost the most talented criminal profiler in the FBI. His ability to empathize with the murderer once made him flash of inspiration and repeatedly solve major cases. But the ability to empathize is actually based on a defect in his personality. He has overly sensitive nerves and emotions, which makes him better at discovering details than ordinary detectives. However, the side effects of empathy, increasingly severe Asperger's syndrome and autism make it difficult for him to socialize with others. In fact, he has not been an agent for a long time, and usually just teaches at the FBI Academy. But this time, Director Crawford came to request several times. The case was urgent, and the FBI couldn't even profile the murderer. Will's sense of responsibility and morality made it impossible for him to turn a blind eye to this. "Welcome, Agent Graham. I'm Dick Grayson." Dick was the first to greet him and introduced Dr. Mori, who had just taken off his sterile gloves, and Sonny, who was assisting him, to the FBI agent. "This is Mori Oge, Dr. Mori. This is Agent Sonny Black." "Hello, Agent Graham." Mori Oge extended his hand. Will avoided Mori Oge's gaze and shook hands with the three of them hurriedly. Then he seemed to be impatient and quickly walked into the conference room to start investigating the case. Mori Oge and Dick looked at each other, followed him and Commissioner Gordon into the conference room. The FBI's Behavioral Investigation Division is actually also known as the Investigation Support Division. As the name suggests, they are only responsible for supporting the local police station's investigation. The lead of this case is still the local police station, so it is impossible for the FBI to bypass the GCPD. They should have arrived in time when the first case occurred in Gotham, but due to the special nature of Gotham, their application was slightly delayed by 2 days. In just these 2 days, 2 more massacres occurred in Gotham. Photos of the victims were posted on the wall one after another. The huge map showed the geographical location of the victims: Oregon, Wyoming, Oklahoma, all the way from west to east, and finally came to Gotham, New Jersey. We found that all the victims were killed at home, and the cause of death was severed arteries and excessive blood loss. Will stared at the map, trying to ignore the people around him. Every victim had a calm face, but no hallucinogens or anesthetics were found in the blood test. In other words, the deceased was awake when he died, but he did not struggle. "Please tell me about the autopsy results here, Doctor." Will looked in the direction of Mori Oge, but his eyes were fixed on Mori Oge's ears, trying to avoid looking at Mori Oge. Typical social disorder, Mori Oge thought. It seems that this agent must be very capable, otherwise a person with psychological problems himself would not be sent out as the person in charge of the case. Mori Oge could see that the other agents following behind Agent Graham were just assisting roles. The 3 victims in Gotham were similar to those in other areas. They lost too much blood and had parts of their bodies taken away before they died. After death, all organs were removed and the skin below the neck was peeled off. Mori Oge said the left ear of the first victim was taken away, the thumb of the second victim's left hand, and the left eye of the third victim. The bloody photos of the bodies were hung on the wall, forming a sharp contrast with the smiles on their faces. We tend to think that it was done by the same person or the same group of people, which is why the FBI tracked them all the way to Gotham. They are extremely skilled in dissecting corpses. I'm afraid they are engaged in related industries, such as forensics or surgeons. But I don't know why he stayed in Gotham for so long. The 3 people who died in New Jersey were all from Gotham, which has not been seen in other states. Will went to the death scene to project emotions on the murderer, but his feelings this time were very strange. The entire crime scene was full of positive emotions such as joy and expectation, and he did not feel the resistance of the victims at all. In short, the murderer is very likely to still be in Gotham, and we must arrest him as soon as possible. I need to go to the death scene again to take a look. Will concluded. I have a strange discovery. Mori Oge had already finished get off work, and after returning home, Jason also asked about the progress of the case. Victim number 1 in Portland, Oregon, died at around 1730. Victim number 2 in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, died at 1740. Then in Gotham, 1750, 1720, and the most recent case was around 1700 hours. Although the error in the autopsy time of death was about half an hour, it can still be seen that these are all very interesting times. Jason blinked in confusion, and then seemed to suddenly remember something. He took out his mobile phone to check the weather. It was sunset. On the day of the death case, the sun set in Portland, Oregon at 1729. The sun set in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma at 1736. The 3 days when the case occurred in Gotham, the sun set at 1749, 1721 and 1655 respectively. This is an unprecedented discovery. So, the murderer is obsessed with killing people at sunset? But what is special about the sunset period? The earliest record in the Yuji Shiju Monogatari is that the dusk hour is the time of the demons. Mori knew very well that the cult was related to his own world. He determined the source of this strange power when he and Chuai-kun were affected, but Jason was not. Therefore, Mori could easily associate it with the Japanese tradition. It is said that the demon hour is a time when people and ghosts walk together. According to historical records, the nobles of the Heian period would stay indoors at this time to avoid encountering demons and dying on the streets. Interesting statement. Jason still felt it was a bit far-fetched, but what does this mean? It means that the next case will happen at this time. Mori said, it also means that the false god behind it has finally begun to show its true face. Jason was still a little confused. Jason, have you heard of Kyogoku Natsuhiko? Who is that? Jason's expression became more confused. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.